कर्णावलम्बिचलकुण्डलशोभिगण्डम् कर्णान्तदीर्घनयनं नयनाभिरामम् श्रीराम जय राम जय राम जय राम श्रीराम जय राम जय राम जय राम।
Good day. Welcome to day 4 of the recital of the Shrimad Bhagavatam. We are streaming live from
Namaste and good morning. Narayanam namaskritya Naram chaiva narottamam Devim saraswatim vyasam Tato jayam udirayet. The study and teaching of the Bhagavatam, the instrument of victory over ignorance, should begin only after salutations have been made to the supreme embodiment, Nara Narayana, to the goddess Saraswati, and to the sage Vyasa. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Janmadhyasyayatонvayaditaratas Charte swabhi natsvarat Tene brahmaradaya adikavaye Moyanti yatsuraya Tejo varamridam yatha vinimayo Yatra trisargo mrisha Damna svena sada nirasta kuhakam Satyam param dhimahi Satyam param dhimahi Satyam param dhimahi Om.
Athai Kada Dasho Dhyaya. Varnas and the Dharmas. The general dharma of all men. Sri Sukha said, Yudhishthira was delighted to hear the story of Prahlada, the prince among devotees and the pick among great men, a story that had received respectful recognition in the assemblies of holy men. He then put more questions to Narada. Yudhishthira said, O worshipful one, I wish to know about the eternal religion of man, together with the practice of the way of according to the laws of Varnas and Ashramas, by means of which man attains knowledge and devotion. You are the son of Brahma, and among his sons, the one noted for austerity, practice of concentration, and perfection in spiritual communion. The saving truth is known only to holy personages like you, who are devoted to Narayana and who are endowed with universal benevolence and perfect tranquility of mind. Narada said, saluting the Supreme Being, the birthless one and the teacher of the worlds, I shall expound to you the eternal religion of man, as I heard it from the Lord Narayana himself. Incarnating himself by a part of his as the Narayana, the son of Dharma Prajapati by his wife Murti, he is to this day staying at Badari Ashrama, performing austerities for the good of the world. The worshipful Hari, the supreme embodiment of all divinities, is a source of Dharma. Also, what has been given out by men of spiritual illumination, established in the supreme truth, is considered as authority. By the practice of this Dharma, man attains peace. The practice of the following 30 virtues and disciplines is a common Dharma of mankind, which brings on man the grace of the Supreme Divine. These are truth, compassion, austerity, purity, forbearance, discrimination, control of the mind, control of the senses, avoidance of infliction of pain on others, continence, charity, scriptural study, integrity, contentment, service of holy men, gradual withdrawal from works and rituals with selfish motives, preparedness to meet failures of plans and face disappointment, avoidance of too much speech, self criticism, giving food to other living beings according as they deserve, seeing the Lord in all beings, special perception of divinity in men, and the practice of the highest way of life resorted to by devoted men, consisting in hearing, hymning, remembrance, worship, salutation, dedication of all actions, friendship, and complete self surrender, all done with reverence to the Supreme Being. Duties and livelihood of Varnas. A Dvija, or a twice born, is a person for whom all the 16 purificatory rites have been done without a break from the time of conception, and who is designed by that name in the Veda. By mere birth, one does not become a member of that class. On all the twice born who are pure by birth and work is enjoined the duty of performing yajnas, studying the Veda, and giving gifts, as also the duties pertaining to the ashramas, stages of life like brahmacharya, that they belong to for the time being. A Brahmana has 6 duties: study of the Veda, teaching it, performing sacrifices, officiating at sacrifices, giving charity, and receiving gifts from those whose earnings are righteous. Of these, teaching, officiating at sacrifices, and receiving gifts are the means of livelihood. The duties of a Kshatriya, including all these, except receiving gifts. His chief duty, however, is the governance of the country and protection of the people. In the discharge of this work, he can collect taxes from all except the Brahmanas. That will form his livelihood. In times of danger, he can also adopt teaching and officiating as priest as a means of livelihood. The Vaishya's profession is agriculture and trade, and he is to live in obedience to the Brahmanas. The duty of the Shudra is service under the twice born, and his livelihood is to consist of the income he gets from his master by such service. A Brahmana's livelihood is to be got from the following 4 occupations, the succeeding ones being superior to the preceding ones. These are agriculture, cow keeping, etc., unsought income, materials sought as alms, collections of grain and foodstuffs fallen in the fields and has bazaars. In normal times, a man of the lower order should not take up the work of a man of the higher order. The Kshatriya is an exception, as he can take the duty of any other except receiving gifts. In times of danger, anyone can take up any means of livelihood. In times of danger, one can earn one's livelihood by Rita or Amrita, by Mrita or Pramrita, or by Satyanrita, but never by Swavriti or the canine means of livelihood. Rita is food made by collections of fallen grains from the fields, called Unchai Silam. Amrita is what is got from without begging. Mrita consists of what is obtained every day as alms. Pramrita is the proceeds of agriculture. Satyanrita is the income from trade. Canine, livelihood, Svavritri, is the service of means persons of low origin and abominable ways. A Brahmana and a Kshatriya should avoid such a questionable way of livelihood, for a Brahmana is a repository of the whole Veda and a Kshatriya of all divinities. The mental traits of a Brahmana are restraints of the mind and senses, austerity, contentment, patience, absence of crookedness, knowledge, kindness, devotion to God, and truth. A Kshatriya is characterized by heroism, valor, fortitude, impressiveness, spirit of sacrifice, self-control, patience, devotion to holy man, optimistic attitude, and readiness to offer protection to the weak. Devotion to devas, teachers, and achyuta, effort for fulfillment of duty and securing of wealth and pleasure, faith in God and the Veda, perseverance under all circumstances, and professional skill. These are the characteristics of a Vaishya. A Sudra's trait are humility, purity, straightforwardness, service of his master, fivefold sacrifice without the utterance of the mantras but accompanied by prostrations only, avoidance of theft and misappropriation, truth and care of brahmanas and cows. Duties of devoted wives. A devoted and pious wife, Pativrata, has the following duties: service of the husband, doing everything in obedience to him, care of the husband's close relatives, and observance of the vows that the husband observes. A devoted wife should decorate herself well, clean and plaster the house, furnish utensils, put floral and powder designs in front of the house, and thus make life pleasing to the husband. She should please her husband with things of his liking by modesty, self-control, truth, agreeable speech, and by love as occasion demands. Contented, free from greed, vigilant, well established in the principle of Dharma, pure and loving, given to true and pleasing speech, and never careless. She should cooperate with her husband in all matters, except when he descends to sacrilegious and evil ways. A wife who looks upon and adores her husband as Hari, in the attitude of Shri, will in the Lord's realm attain to the bliss of Shri in the company of her husband, who is Shri Hari himself. Livelihood of others. The livelihood allowed for mixed castes outside the four varnas and those living beyond the pale of civilization is determined by the practice of their families and tribes. This category includes all communities except those who are given to antisocial ways of life like robbery and commission of heinous sins. Swadharma and man's evolution. O king, rishis who know the Veda well have declared that in all yugas, for welfare in this life and in the hereafter, the pursuit of Swadharma, one's own duty, determined by the proportion of the qualities of Sattva, Rajas and Tamas in him, is the best cause for man. One who follows the duties dictated by one's natural disposition, Swabhava, will be free from the bondage of those actions and will gradually reach the state of freedom from gunas when jnana and bhakti are generated in him. In this respect, man is like a field repeatedly plowed and cultivated until it reaches a stage of absolute infertility when it becomes unfit for the growth of any crop. Seeds sown there perish. In this way, the mind, which is the seat of desires, can gain dispassion through excessive enjoyments. Such enjoyment does not enhance desire, unlike drops of ghee enhancing fire. If in members born in a certain varna, the qualities pertaining to another varna are seen, they, the former, are to be classed as belonging to the latter varna. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Saptamaskande Yudhishthira Narada Samvade Sadachara Nirnayo Namaika Da Dasho Dhyaya.
Narada Uvacha. Duties of Brahmacharans and Vanaprasthas. Brahmacharans' duties. Narada said, a Brahmacharan should stay in the Guru's campus. He should practice control over the senses, remain obedient to the Guru, be humble before him like a servant, and be loving towards him. Both morning and evening, he should attend on a Guru. Repeating the Gayatri with a concentrated mind, he should, during the 3 sandhyas or junction times of sunrise, noon, and sunset, adore the teachers, fire, sun, and important divinities. During the morning and evening sandhyas, rites he must observe, silence, and repeat, and meditate on the Gayatri. When the Guru calls him for study, he should learn from him the Veda. At the beginning and at the end of the study, he should make full prostration before the Guru. He should hold dhaba grass in hand, besides staff and water vessel, and put on a girdle, deerskin garment, matted locks, and sacred threads, as laid down in the scriptures. In the morning and evening, he can collect food as alms. He should offer what is thus got to the Guru. If ordered by the Guru, he can eat what he likes of that food. On days when the Guru withholds permission, he will have to fast. He must be of good conduct, moderate in eating, skillful, full of faith, and endureth control of senses. Only under compelling circumstances should he speak or have dealings with women or men under the domination of women. Excepting the householder, the members of the other states of life, ashramas, who observe continence, should avoid songs and poems dealing with the affairs of females. For the senses, which can cause agitation to the mind, can carry away the mind of even the self-controlled ascetic. He should not allow the Guru's wife or any young woman to do intimate services to him, like dressing the hair, massaging the body, bathing, anointing, etc. For woman is like a fire, and man resembles a pot of ghee, just as there is danger of ignition when they come too close. There is a danger if men and women come too close. So one should not meet even a daughter in solitude. Even in other situations, their contact must be few, and that only when absolutely necessary. Although a man may be clever and learned, so long as his mind conceives this reflection, the body as his self, the distinction between the sexes would remain, and the threat of a spiritual fall is the reality before him. Good conduct and other virtues and disciplines of mind and reference to the brahmacharan apply to the householders and sannyasins too, with the following differences in regard to the householders. He needs serve the teacher only occasionally, and he may live with his wife at regulated times. Those who are observing the vow of celibacy should avoid oil bath, massage of the body, company of women, drawing or observing the figures of women, taking meat and intoxicants, applying unguents and collyrium, and putting on garlands and other decorations. Living thus in the Guru's household, the brahmacharan has to study and reflect on the meaning of the Vedas with its auxiliaries and the Upanishads according to his capacity and competence. Then he has to give the parting gifts to the Guru, if he has the means, and take to the life of a householder or of a vanasprata, forest-dwelling recluse or anchorite, or if he is endowed with perfect renunciation of a sannyasin. He can also continue to stay as a lifelong brahmacharan at the Guru's house. Though the Lord transcends everything and cannot be spoken of as containing anything, he should be still looked upon as having entered into the indwelling, the fire, the teacher, oneself, and all beings. One who lives like this, whether he is a brahmacharan, a vanasprata, anchorite, or a sannyasin, becomes enlightened and attains Brahman. Vanasprata's duties. I am now going to tell you the duties of a life of a vanasprata as ordained by great sages. Following these duties of vanasprata, one easily attains to Mahaloka. The Vanasprata should not subsist on cereals produced by cultivation. He should not also pluck and eat before they become ripe. The fruits of the plants and trees that have grown uncultivated. He should not eat things burnt in fire or raw in natural condition. He can eat fruits ripened in the heat of the sun. He should perform the daily yajnas with charu and purudasa, sacrificial offerings, made of naturally grown cereals of the forest. And as he gets new fruits, the old ones gathered should be thrown away. Physically withstanding the inclemencies due to wind, fire, rain, sun, etc., he should maintain a hermitage in a mountain cave with the sole purpose of preserving the sacred fire. He should have matted hair, beard, and nails uncut, and physical appearance unattended to. He should carry with him a water pot, skin, staff, bark, garment, and accessories of fire worship. He should live in a forest for 12 to 8 or 4 or 2 or 1 year in the way that would not impair the strength of his mind. How Vanasprata should face death. When, due to old age or disease, he becomes incapable of performing the rites that form his ordained duty, or of pursuing the discipline of knowledge, he should fast unto death. He should prepare himself for that in the following way. He should withdraw the 3 fires, beginning with Ahavaniya, into his inner self. Abdomen is feeling of identification with the body, and dissolve this psychophysical combination called the body into the causal substances of which it is formed. The gross elements into tanmantaras, the senses into rajashika ahankara, and the mind into sattvika ahankara. A wise man should dissolve the space contained in bodily orifices, like ears and nose in akasa, the breath in the air, the digestive power in fire, the fluid substances like blood, phlegm, and urine in water, and the rest of the bodily substances in earth. Everything is thus restored to its own source. The organ of speech and its function should be dissolved in its deity Agni, hand and its function in Indra, leg and its function of movement in Vishnu, the generative organ and its function in Prajapati. The anus and its function should be dissolved in the deity Mritu, death. Ears and their function, sound, in the deity Diti, and skin and its function, touch, in the deity Vayu. O king, the eye of its function, perception of forms, is to be dissolved in the deity Aditya. The sense of taste, together with its deity Varuna, should be dissolved in water, having the property of taste. The sense of smell, with its deity of Aswini Devas, should be dissolved in the element earth. The mind, with its functions of imagination and doubt, should be dissolved in the deity moon. The buddhi, intellect, with the determinative faculty in Brahma, the ahankara with eye sense in Rudra, the chitta, mind staff, with consciousness in Shretrajna, jiva or individual soul, and that Shretrajna, released from the entanglements of the gunas in the Supreme Being. Earth, Prithvi, must be dissolved in Apa, water, Apa in Tejas, fire, Tejas in Vayu, air, Vayu in Akasha, sky, Akasha in Ahankara, eye sense, Ahankara in Mahatattva, the cosmic eye, and Mahatattva in Pradhana, root matter, and Pradhana in the Supreme Being. The residue is only the self, which is pure consciousness. Knowing him to be the immortal and the non-dual, let there be cessation of inquiry, like that of the flame of the fire that has burned its fuel. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayan Saptamaskande Yudhishthira Narada Samvade Sadacharinanyo Nama Dvadachodhyaya Atha Trayadoshodhyaya. Narada Uvacha. The ascetic's way of life. Mode of sannyasin's life. Narada said, if he has become physically disabled by old age and disease and is incapable of following the sannyasin's way of life, the Vanasprata may starve himself to death, meditating as mentioned above. But if he is physically and mentally fit for a sannyasin's life, he should, after resolving everything in the Atman, wander forth over the world without any special destination. He should carry the body alone with him, stop in no village for more than a day, and depend on no one for anything. If he is particular about wearing anything, he can have a kaupina, codpiece covering the private parts, and nothing more. Except in times of danger, he shall not resume anything that he has abandoned on becoming a sannyasin. He can have only the sannyasin's emblems of a staff and water pot made of shell. He should move about alone, absorbed in the Atman, depending on nothing external, friendly to all living beings, and completely resigned to the Lord Narayana, the support of all beings. He should view this world as subsisting in the Supreme Spirit, who is none the less uninvolved in the cause and effect relation, and unaffected by any change or transformation. If everything that is bound by cause and effect relation, one should see the self, inseparable from the Supreme Brahman, as the indwelling principle. Between waking and sleep, there is a junction in which there is neither the unconscious dullness of sleep nor the form-taking tendency of the mind. A close observer of this pure self-awareness will realize the true self as also the apparency of both bondage and freedom. He should not think of the death of his body, which is certain to come whether one thinks of it or not, nor should he think of the continuance of his life, which is by nature impermanent. Let him be indifferent to both. Let him think of time, which is the Supreme Being himself, in the process of bringing out and swallowing everything. A sannyasin should not interest himself with the study of subjects that are not concerned with the spiritual realization, nor should he take up any occupation merely for his livelihood. He should avoid sophistry and those who indulge in vain argumentations, which serves no other purpose than logic chopping. He should not take sides in controversies. He should not strive to attract disciples and followers. Study of many books is not for him. He should not go about giving discourses merely for gaining popularity, nor should he initiate new ventures like starting monasteries, etc. In the case of the great ascetic who has attained tranquility and equability through spiritual realization, adherence to the rules and insignia of an ashrama state of life ceases to be the means for attaining any great end. He may stick to them or abandon them. He may appear to others as one without any distinguishing insignia, but with his spiritual aura manifest. He will have wisdom, but look like a child or one intoxicated. He will be full of inspiration, but appear dumb. Prahlada with an avadhuta. In clarification of the Paramahamsa ideal, there is the following old story in the form of a conversation between Prahlada and an ascetic of a python.
Prahlada, the beloved of the Lord, was once moving about in the land with some of his advisors in the valleys of the Western Ghats, in order to have a first-hand knowledge of the affairs of the country, when he came across an ascetic on the banks of the Cauvery, lying on the ground with his body covered with dust that hid his natural aura. None could recognize who he was from his actions, appearance, or words, nor did he bear the insignia of any varna or ashrama. The great devotee Prahlada prostrated himself before him, touched his feet with his head, offered him worship, and entered into conversation with him, inspired by his eagerness to know the truth. He said, "You, sir, have a fat body like a man given to work and enjoyments, though you are neither of these. Only those who work will have money. Only men with money in hand can have enjoyments, and only those who enjoy the blessings of life have a fat body. You, who simply lie in a place without doing anything, cannot have any money, which alone can bring enjoyments for men. How is it then that your body, without any objects of enjoyments, has become so fat? If it is not improper, we want to know the truth about it. You are learned, capable, clever, and endowed with astonishing power of speech. You see all the world working hard, and yet you keep quiet, lying down in spite of your many capacities." Avaduta's mode of life. Narada said, thus questioned by the king of the Asuras, the great sage, who was very much pleased by his nectarine words, replied with a smile. The Avaduta said, "O great Asura, you know all about this by your spiritual insight. You are one who has the recognition of all good men. You know what are the respective consequences of following the path of desire and the path of renunciation. For in your heart Narayana, the Lord of all inclusive self-consciousness, dwells forever, drawn by unswerving devotion and dispelling the darkness of ignorance like the sun. O honored one, still I shall answer your questions from what I have learned from my teacher. For you are respected by all who care for the spiritual evolution. Desire, which remains unsatiated in spite of repeated experiences of highly exciting pleasures, entangled me in transmigratory cycles and took me to innumerable embodiments. After being driven to several embodiments in diverse species of beings by my karma, I have at last got this human body, which can once again be the gateway to heavenly regions or to liberation, to the status of a brute or to a human embodiment, according as it is made use of. Withdrawal as a way of life. Observing how householders in this world perform work for attainment of happiness and avoidance of unhappiness, but happen to get only contrary results, I have withdrawn from all work. Joy is the nature of the Atman. Abstinence from every work is what makes the nature manifest. As enjoyments are largely projections of the mind and quite temporary, I rest quietly, undergoing the effects of my prarabdha, but making no effort of any kind. Though the bliss of the Atman is present in man, he is forgetful of it and wanders in search of it through the various travails of transmigratory existence. It is like a man running foolishly after the illusory water seen at a distance in the mirage, not recognizing the real water in the lake by his side under the cover of the grass growing from it. People without any faith in God or in the spiritual destiny of man, who are ignorant of the fact that the present body and mind are the result of their past karma, engage themselves in actions calculated to bring about happiness and ward of unhappiness. But their repeated efforts in this respect will be of little avail, succeeding or failing according to what past karma would allow. Ways of the bee and the python. Of what avail will be the wealth and the objects of enjoyment gained by great effort for man, who is naturally subject to the three types of sufferings caused by his own body and mind: adhyatmika, by external natural forces, adibhautika, and by extra-human agencies, adidaivika. I find how wealthy men who are miserly and slaves of the senses, are ever subject to sufferings. Out of fear, they get no sleep, and suspicion of others becomes second nature with them. Men who want to preserve their life and their wealth are both subject to fear from a variety of sources, from the ruling power, robbers, enemies, one's own relatives, birds and animals, suppliants, time, and even from oneself through exhaustion of wealth and one's energies by enjoyment. A wise man should therefore abandon love of sense enjoyments and the desire for wealth, both of which are productive of grief, infatuation, fear, anger, attachments, helplessness, and exhaustion. In this world, I have two teachers, the honeybee and the python. It is from them that I learnt the lesson of renunciation and contentment. The honeybee taught me renunciation, just as the honey gathered by the bee through hard labor is taken away by others who do not hesitate even to kill it. So the hard-earned wealth of a rich man is robbed by others, killing him if need be. Like the python, I make no effort for food, but am satisfied with what chance brings. If nothing comes for many days, I lie all the time like the python without food, but with my strength undiminished, taking life as it comes. I eat whatever I get, sometimes a small quantity and sometimes large, sometimes well cooked and sometimes ill cooked, sometimes with condiments and sometimes without them. Sometimes I eat food that is given with reverence, and sometimes food given without it. Sometimes I take food only at night, sometimes only during day, and sometimes at night too, as chance will bring it. I, who am exhausting my prarabdha, wear with satisfaction whatever I get, be it a silk, skin, torn cloth, or bark. If the kindness of others makes it available, I may lie on a soft bed on the top floor of a house, or otherwise I may sleep in any place like an ash heap, stones, leaves, grass, or bare ground. O Great One, sometimes I may move about, accompanied by chariots, elephants, and horses, bathed, well dressed in silk, and well decorated with unguents and garlands. Sometimes I may be going about naked like a ghost. I never praise or criticize people who vary so widely in their nature, irrespective of their nature. I only pray that they may all gain devotion to Him and a knowledge of their unity with Him. Establishment in the self. Diversity of perception should be dissolved in the mental mode that grasps it. These modes must be dissolved by manas, inner perceptive mechanism, or antakarana, which causes the distortion of perceptions through its modes. The mind should be dissolved in its cause. The sattva aspects of ahankara, I sense, and that I sense in mahatattva intuit all-inclusive self-awareness. The mahatattva should be dissolved in maya, the power of the Lord. The truth-seeking sage should dissolve maya in the universal self, the Supreme Being. Then, without any desire or expression of world, he should retreat into the Atman, which is pure consciousness, different from all codes of conduct, recognized in worldly behavior. A secret unknown is this, the way of my life. I have communicated this to you only because you are wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord. Narada said, having thus the Dharma of the Paramhansa from this sage, Prahlada offered him worship with a joyful heart, took his leave, and went home. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Saptamaskande Yudhishthire Narada Samvade Yati Dharme Trayodasho Dhyaya. Atha Chaturdasho Dhyaya. The ideal of a householder. Life of non-attachment. Yudhishthira said, O divine sage, how can a person like me, Engrossed as I am with the affairs of household life, attain to the state of beatitude easily? Narada said, a householder should perform all the duties pertaining to his state as an offering to Vasudeva and attend on spiritually illumined personages. After attending to his duties in this world, he should spend the rest of his time in the company of men who have attained peace and engage himself in hearing the excellences of divine incarnations while full faith in the teachings. Just as one abandons all thoughts and objects seen in dream, one should gradually learn to detach oneself from body, wife, children, etc., all of which are bound to slip away in course of time. Though satisfied with what is required for the bare maintenance of physical life, and though endowed with renunciation, a learned householder should make all manly effort externally like one attached to the world. One should give assent to the advice and suggestions of parents, sons, brothers, friends, and relatives without any personal attachment for the matters concerned. Attitude to wealth and sex. One should consider all the wealth one gets to be the gifts of Achyuta, be it grains produced by cultivation with the help of rains that come from the skies, or be it a treasure trove from the earth, or be it what chance brings. Enjoying wealth with this attitude of mind, he should discharge all his duties. An embodied being is entitled to possess what is required as food to fill his stomach. One who claims more than that is a thief and deserves punishment. Deer, camels, asses, monkeys, rats, serpents, birds, flies, etc. must be looked upon as one's own children. What differences is there between these creatures and one's own issue? A householder should not make undue effort to secure the three worldly values of dharma, artha, and kama, merits, wealth, and pleasure. Honoring the regulations of time and place, one should be satisfied with one's previous karma brings. What previous karmas brings. All the objects of enjoyment one possesses should be divided among the dogs, vagabonds, and outcasts. One should not have a sense of possession, even with regard to one's own wedded wife, who is generally guarded very jealously by men. For the sake of woman, it is found that man does not hesitate to put an end to the life of his father or teacher or even himself. If one is able to overcome the sense of possession in regard to her, woman, one would have conquered even the invincible Lord himself. Oh, how worthless is this body, which is reducible to dirt and ashes, or into food for worms. How absurd the idea of a wife for giving enjoyment to this worthless thing of a body. And by the side of these, how overpowering is the grandeur of the Atman, which can cover up by its brilliance even the all-pervading sky. Attitude to yajanas. A pious householder should do his fivefold yajna with substances easily collected and subsist on the remnant of the yajna. He should give up the senses of possessiveness regarding all other things. A wise man of that type will thus be treading towards the goal of those who have taken to a life of renunciation.
Pancha consist in worshipping with righteously got materials the Supreme Being manifest as the five objects of worship: devas, rishis, men, pitris, and brute creations. If one has competency, skill, and the necessary ingredients, one can perform the Agnihotra sacrifice according to the rules laid down for sacrifice. The worshipful Lord, who is the recipient of yajnas, is never so satisfied with offerings made in fire as with the food offered to him through the mouth of holy men. So the Supreme Being, who indwells everything, should be worshipped through all beings, from devas and holy men down to all men, according to their status and need. Shraddha and auspicious rites. If the person is wealthy enough, he should perform Shraddha to the dead parents and the relatives in the dark fortnight called Mahalaya in the month of Bhadra. He should perform their Shraddha also at the time of the summer and winter solstices and the vernal and the autumnal equinoxes, during the astronomical division of time called Vyatipata, on the day when a lunar day begins and ends without the sunrise or between two sunrises, during the lunar or solar eclipses, or on a 12th day, as well as during the period when the constellations known by the name of Shravana, Dhanishtha, and Satabhisha are ascendant. On the third lunar day of the bright half of Vaishakha, as well as on the 9th lunar day of the bright half of Kartika, or the 4 Ashtakas during the seasons known as Hemanta and Sisira, on the 7th lunar day of Magha, on the full day of Magha when the constellation called Magha is in the ascendant, when the constellations associated with other lunar months also appear on the full moon day, or even when the moon rises 1 digit less than the full, on any 12th lunar day when the constellations of Anuradha, Shravana, and any of the 3 constellations associated with the name of Uttara, that is, Uttara Falaguni, Uttara Shadha, and Uttara Bhadrapada, are ascendant, or when the 11th day or when the 11th lunar day is conjoined with any of these constellations, and lastly, on any day when the constellation under which one was born or the constellation of Shravana is ascendant. All these days are auspicious times, conducive to good fortune, and therefore suited not only for Shraddhas, but also for the good works which make one's life fruitful. Holy acts like ritual ablutions, repetition of mantra, sacrifice in fire, observance of vows, worship of devas and holy men, making gifts in the name of ancestors, men, devas, etc. All such holy and altruistic acts become infinitely fruitful when done at such times. O King, during the purificatory rite for the wife called Pumsavana, the birth rites for the son, sacraments for oneself, funeral rites, the rites on the anniversary of a death, all such times holy works conducive to welfare should be done. Value of holy places. Now I shall tell you what are the places that augment the results of good acts done at those places. The best of such places is where one gets a holy man who has been the object of the Lord's grace. Wherever the image of the Supreme Being, in whom all the worlds reside, is installed and worshipped, and where holy men who practice austerity, knowledge, benevolence, and other virtues reside, these places are also holy. Where the worship of Hari is carried on, and where the rivers like Ganga, especially sung about in the Puranas, flow, they are all holy places. The localities where sacred lakes like Pushkara and holy pilgrimage spots like Kurukshetra, Gayaprayaga, Pulahashrama, etc. are situated, and where great devotees had stayed in the past, they are all holy places. Naimisharana, Falguna, Shrira Masetu, Prabhasa, Kasusthali, Varanasi, Mathura, Lake Pampa, Bindusaras, Badaraya Ashrama, banks of Alakananda, Chitrakuta, Panchavati, etc., where Rama and Sita stayed, great mountains like Mahendra and Malaya, all these are very sacred places, and so are others where Sri Hari's images are permanently installed and worshipped. Spiritual aspirants should visit such places often, for spiritual practices and good acts done there are 1,000-fold effective. True worship. O King, those who have thought deeply on the question of who constitutes the best recipient have come to the conclusion that the only one fit to receive worship is the Supreme Bhagavan, of whom this whole world is a gross manifestation. For In your Rajasuya sacrifice, where Devas, Rishis, Siddhas, and sages like Sanaka were present, it was Sri Krishna alone that was selected as the fit recipient to be adored as the greatest personage present at the sacrifice. This all-inclusive cosmic shell, Brahmanda, is like a tree of which all the worlds of living beings constitute the spreading branches. Achyuta being the root of that tree, his worship results in satisfying all beings included in the universe. After creating man, animals, and all creatures, he, the all-pervading one, resides in all bodies as the indwelling self and as the jiva. As he lives in the city of this body, he is called Purusha, the resident of this city. His manifestation in some bodies is greater and in some others less. Therefore, man is the fit recipient, and among men, he in whom the Spirit is more manifest, he is a better recipient than others. O King, but men become mutually disrespectful and antagonistic due to the perception of each other's defects, and therefore incapable of seeing the Lord within. Hence, in the Treta Yuga, great sages brought into being the system of worshipping him in holy images, to which none can attribute evil. So some serve Hari by worshipping him with utmost faith and attention in holy images. But it is of no benefit to one who persecutes and oppresses one's fellow beings. O King, among men, a holy man is considered the best recipient, for he takes care of the Veda, the body of Hari, through his austerity, knowledge, and equanimity. O King, Krishna, the soul of the universe, reckons such holy men who purify the whole world by the touch of their feet as the deity for himself to worship. Imagine, therefore, their greatness. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Saptaskande Sada Achar Nirnaya Nama Chaturdasho Dhyaya Atha Panchadasho Dhyaya. Liberation as the ideal of all ashramas. Narada said, some Dvijas are devoted to ritualistic work, some to the practice of austerity, some to chanting of the Vedas, some to discoursing on learned topics, and a few to the disciplines of jnana and yoga. Those who hope for high results should offer the different food offerings prepared for the Pitris and the Devas to one who is established in knowledge. If such a one is not available, it can be given to lesser persons according to their qualifications. Feeding of 2 in the rites connected with the Devas and of 3 in the rites of the Pitris may be done, or in both, a holy one may be fed. Especially in the Shraddha, the rites of the Pitris, too much elaboration of feeding should be avoided, however rich a person might be. For, in the midst of making elaborate arrangements for feasting a large number of invited relatives, it will be impossible to ensure proper attention to all aspects of the rite like place, time, worthiness of the guest, careful performance, materials, vessels, ingredients of worship, etc., all of which are immediate and essential requirements of the rite. If fruits and roots offered to Sri Hari at the proper time and place are given to a fit recipient, that will be really effective in fulfilling one's prayers and giving lasting results. When food is separately offered to Devas, Rishis, Pitris, relatives and brute creations, as also to oneself and one's relatives, they should all be viewed as manifestations of the divine. A man who knows the real intention of the sacred law should not offer or eat meat at Shraddha. The offering of roots and fruits, free from the taint of violence, is more pleasing to the Pitris than the slaughter of animals. For those who aspire for spiritual advancement, there is no rule more important than the avoidance of all injury to living beings by thought, word, or action. So these wise ones who know the true import of yajna and are free from desire reduce ritualistic sacrifice into the sacrifice of knowledge, consisting of enlightenment-born self-control. On seeing a person who practices external sacrificial rituals, all living creatures run away frightened, remarking, "This man, who is without any spiritual enlightenment, who wants only to satisfy his passion and his senses, and is devoid of even an atom of pity, is sure to kill me." Therefore, a righteous man should be satisfied with the food of ascetics consisting of cereals, fruits and roots, got without much effort, and with these he should do his duty and occasional rites. Perversions of Dharma. A knower of Dharma should abandon as adharma the following 5 aspects of our Dharma, which may look like Dharma. These are Vidharma, Paradharma, Abhasa, Upama, and Chala. Vidharma is that by performance of which one's dharma duty can be adversely affected in spite of the work appearing good. Paradharma means the dharma meant for another. Upadharma is the way of unbelievers or of people who make a mere show of observing dharma. Chala means interpreting scriptural passages regarding conduct in whatever way one likes. The works which men do disregarding what is prescribed to their ashramas or stations in life is called abhasa or perversion. Work that is in accordance with one's nature only is conducive to peace, contentment and happiness. Neither for the discharge of his religious duties nor for his livelihood need a desireless man of poor means struggle. For, in the case of the desireless man, he is giving up all the work and activity will itself produce him food, as in the case of a python. How can a man running hither and thither for the acquisition of money out of his desire for objects of enjoyment have the bliss of that one who is ever enraptured in the self, actionless and ever satisfied? Just as the feet protected by a pair of shoes can walk fearlessly over stones and thorns, so also a man who is at peace within finds happiness in all places. If a person is happy within, he would surely be happy even with some liquid food to imbibe once. But those who are not happy within run about like dogs on account of their abominable desire to satisfy their sex instinct and gluttony. In the case of one who has no feeling of happiness and contentment, impressiveness, learning, austerity, reputation, etc., will web away through his sensual indulgences. Whatever higher understanding he has perishes.
Hunger and thirst are appeased with food and drink. Anger abates when the victim has been suppressed or killed. But greed does not subside even if one conquers all the quarters and enjoys the whole earth. Many scholars, noted for their learning and capacity to clear doubts of others, who can preside even over learned assemblies, become degenerate because of their lack of contentment and inner joy. Sexuality has to be conquered by abandoning the will to enjoy sankalpa, anger by abandoning desire, greed by reflecting on the risk in being wealthy, and fear by meditation on the supreme truth. Grief and infatuation are to be overcome by discrimination between the Atman and the Anatman, the self and the non-self, pride in one's greatness by association with the wise, obstacles to concentration by practice of silence, proneness to violence by controlling attachment to body and possession. The painful experience from other living creatures are to be overcome by kindness towards them. Those arising from past karma by practicing equanimity, those from body by pranayama, and those from sleep by consumption of sattvika food. Rajas and tamas are to be conquered by sattva, and sattva by proper discrimination. An aspirant will succeed in all this easily if he has true devotion to the Guru. Faith in the Guru. If a disciple thinks of his Guru as a mere man, instead of a manifestation of the Lord himself, bringing the light of wisdom and the scriptural study and the knowledge he has gained, will have all failed in their purpose, as a bath given to an elephant. If it is said that the Guru is looked upon only as a man by all his friends and acquaintances, and so it will be irrational to look upon him as divine, the answer is, look here. Look, here is Krishna, who in reality is the master of Prakriti and the Jivas, the Supreme Lord, whose feet are sought even by the masters of yoga. Even he is considered by most people as a man. His divinity is not recognized by ordinary people. Hence, the humanity of the Guru is no argument against his being recognized as the light of the Lord illumining the disciple. Control of mind. All the Vedic injunctions regarding rites and charities have the control of the senses of their ultimate purpose. But if these practices, while helping the control of the senses, happen to obstruct the practice of concentration and samadhi, they are to be considered merely as purposeless hardship. Just as agriculture, trade, etc. do not help one to attain to the goal of spiritual communion, but become obstructing factors, so can be charitable works and sacrificial offerings of a man be, if he is an ascet and extrovert devoid of any higher idea about life. A man who is intent on the control of the mind, if he finds obstruction in home life, he should become non-attached, give up the idea of possession, become a mendicant and live alone in solitude, subsisting on a spare meal obtained as alms. O King, taking a seat on clean and level ground, he should sit there with his body, neck and head erect, and repeat the mantra Om. Until the mind is free from desire, he should sit with eyes half closed, as if looking on the nose, and regulate prana and apana by pranayama, consisting of puraka, kumbhaka, and rechaka. Whenever the mind runs away under the stress of desires, a discriminating person should draw it towards the heart again and concentrate it there. The mind of an aspirant who practices like this without break will soon subside in calmness, as the fire that has consumed the fuel. The mind that is not agitated by sexuality and other passions has been calmed by the cessations of all modes and is enjoying the bliss of Brahmana will never again become outward going. Self-control, ideal of ashramas. A person who has once left the state of a householder, which is the field for the acquisition of dharma, artha and kama, to become a sannyasin, but again goes after those threefold worldly values, is a shameless man, an eater of his own vomit. There are certainly people who at first declare that this body, which is perishable and will be reduced to feces, worms, ashes, etc., can never be the Atman, but afterwards, under the influence of evil tendencies, again make their dependents and disciples praise this very body. A householder's abandonment of the prescribed rights and duties, a brahmacharyan's violation of his vow of celibacy, a vanaprashta's fondness to live in towns and villages, a sannyasin's addiction to the sensuous indulgences such as conduct, marks them as mere pretenders and as the meanest followers of their respective ashramas. Victims of the Lord's Maya, they are to be pitied and avoided. When a person has come to understand that the Atman is one with existence, knowledge, bliss, why should that knowing one, who must have already swept away all his tendencies for sensuous indulgences from the mind, again get engrossed in such indulgences and fatten his body? The body is compared to a chariot, the senses to horses, the mind to the controlling reins, the sense objects to the roads to be traversed, the intellect to the charioteer, and the chitta or the mind stuff, which is the repository of all affections, to the big binding cord. The knowing ones speak of the 10 pranas as the axle tree, dharma and adharma as the wheels, the jiva bound by the eye senses as the master of the chariot, the pranava, the symbol Om, as his bow, the purified jiva as the arrow, and Brahman as the target. Attachment, greed, anger, grief, infatuation, fear, conceit, pride, feeling of insult, jealousy, dichotomy, violence, rivalry, passionate involvement, heedlessness, hunger, sleep. These are all manifestations of rajas and tamas and are enemies of a spiritual aspirant. Sometimes for advanced aspirants, even sattva, which is usually helpful in spiritual development, can become an obstruction, as kindness becomes in the case of a jada bharata. Ultimately, all the 3 gunas have to be transcended. When the chariot of the human body has been mastered by the complete subdual of the senses, then the sword of knowledge, sharpened by the service of great men, should be taken in hand, and all the enemies mentioned above should be killed with the strength derived from achyuta. Having thus attained one's pristine state, the bliss of the Atman, one should abandon this chariot of a body. If one does not follow the path described, the horses of senses which always gallop forward, directed by the charioteer of intellect, buddhi, will land the heedless man in the midst of the robbers of sense objects. These robbers will haul the master of the chariot, the jiva, along with the horses and the charioteer, into the dilapidated well of samsara, which is characterized by the dense darkness of ignorance and the constant fear of death. Pravritri, Navritri, and Yanas. The works described in the Vedas are of 2 kinds, those that relate to Pravriti and those that lead to Navriti. By following the path of Pravriti, one gets repeated births, whereas by Navriti, one overcomes rebirth and attains to immortality. All sacrifices involving slaughter of animals or requiring an abundance of materials, such as Agnihotra, Darsha, Purnamasa, Chaturmasya, Pusa, Pusuyaga, Somayaga, Vaishvedeva, rites, offering of Bali, all these forms of sacrifice are called Ishta, building of temples of public gardens, wells, tanks, etc., arranging for distribution of water. All such charitable works stand for Purta. Or if all these are done with desire for their fruits and are consequently contributive to mental disquiet, they all fall within pravriti or acts leading to rebirths. If one without desire as offering to the Supreme Being, they take the character of navriti or liberation. The following is Pritiyana or the path of the fathers. The post-mortem states that await one who involved in pravriti or works with desire. The subtle effect of these sacrificial offerings, generating an ethereal body, ascend through the deities associated with smoke, night, dark fortnight, southern solstice, etc., to the sphere of the lunar heaven, the dissolution of the heavenly body due to grief, and the descent through rain to vegetation, food, and semen, ending with birth in the world. These, O King, constitute the Pritiyana, the path of the fathers, passing through stage after stage. As described above, one is reborn. It is only a Dvija or a twice-born one who has undergone all the purificatory rites from conception to cremation and has performed the Vedic rites described earlier that becomes eligible to tread this path of the fathers, but one who is devoted to navriti, that is liberation sacrifices in the senses, rendered blazing by knowledge, all their functions, consisting in Ishta and Purta, as oblations by the process of meditation. The senses should be dissolved in the mind, characterized by imaginative and doubting functions. The mind, all its modes in speech, and the speech in the collectivity of articulate sounds, that is, in Omkara, Omkara in Bindu, Bindu in Nada, Nada in the indwelling spirit, and the indwelling spirit in the Supreme Spirit. The aspirant to Navriti, liberation, passes through the deities representing fire, sun, day, forenoon, the bright fortnight, as well as its end, the full moon and northern solstice, and reaches Brahmaloka. Then he becomes identified in Vishwa, Tejasa, and Prajna, and dissolve the bodies associated with these states, namely the gross body and the subtle body and the causal body, and becomes established in the transcendental fourth, the Turiya. He is then one with the all-pervading Atman. Great men call this Devayana, the path of the divine. He who meditates on the Atman in peace becomes established in that consciousness as the spirit, and is not reborn again and again. Unlike one engrossed in karma, one who has a true understanding of these two paths, the Pitriyana and the Devayana, with the help of the Vedic teachings, will get infatuated even when he is in the body.
Knowledge of non-duality, that which was before the origin of the body and remains as it was, unsublated, is at its dissolution, which manifests both as the enjoyer and the enjoyed, the high and the low, knowledge and the object of knowledge, word and its significance, light and darkness. All these are the knowing one himself. Where there is nothing as the other, different from the self, there is no question of infatuation or fear. The reflection of an object is actually observed as existing, though the eye of logic, it is not there where it is seen. In the same way, the objects experienced are not existences independent in themselves, as it is contrary to fact. Supreme Being appearing to be independent existences so long as the jiva does not realize his oneness with the Supreme. In the being of the Lord, there is not the shadow even of earth and other material elements, neither as a collection of parts, nor as a development, nor as a transformation. They are not in separation from Him, nor in union with Him in a way that affects His entity. They form a mithya, an experience without ultimacy. Even primordial elements, which are wholes, formed by collocations of their subtle ingredients called tanmatras, do not really exist apart from these ingredients. The whole is only something imagined to explain the combination of parts. Now, if the whole is imaginary and unreal, the parts that are supposed to form them also must be unreal. Even though there is no difference in the Atman, the sense of recognition based on difference would persist so long as there is ajnana. Then the question will arise whether the scriptural prohibitions and injunctions based on the sense of difference will not be unreal and not binding. The answer is that they are binding only so long as there is the spell of ignorance. It is just like sleeping and waking experienced in the course of a dream. After the basic dream breaks, they have no relevance. Such is the case with the Vedic injunctions and prohibitions. By the practice of Bhava Dvaita, Kriya Dvaita, and Dvaya Dvaita, in regard to the Atman, the aspirant can overcome the three dreams, the state of waking, the dream proper, and sleep, or the difference of objects, of rights according to competency, and claim to the fruits of actions. Duality is only imaginary and not real in itself. The reality of an effect lies in its cause, as of cotton fabrics in cotton. Cotton, the causal substance, is real, and the fabrics are one with it. To cognize in that way the unity of all existence in the one supreme cause is Bhava Dvaita. Kriya Advaita is the offering of all one's actions by body, speech, and mind in the Supreme Brahman. The recognition that the need for wealth and other means of physical life is the same for oneself and one's close kith and kin. On the one hand, and for strangers on the other, is Dvaya Advaita. Salvation through surrender. O King, except in times of danger, a pious householder should perform his duties, sacred and secular, with unprohibited wealth got by means sanctioned by the scriptures at the proper place and time. A man living as a householder, performing his duties and other Vedic rites in the manner described above, can attain to the Supreme Being even while he is a householder, provided he has deep-rooted bhakti, devotion to the Lord. He, the Supreme Master, by whose grace you, the king, and your brothers were saved from insuperable difficulties, he, by the service of whose feet you were able to conquer the whole world and perform the Ashwamedha sacrifice without obstruction, by surrendering yourself to him, may you attain liberation. Narada's past. In the past Kalpa, cosmic cycle, I was a Gandharva named Upabarhana, held in high esteem by all Gandharvas. Endowed with a charming form, sweet speech, and fragrant odor, I was very dear to women and lived a life of drunkenness and pleasure seeking. Once in a sacrificial festival of the Devas, the Prajapatis summoned all the Gandharvas and Apsaras to sing about the sportive activities of the Lord. Though aware of this, I went there surrounded by women and singing love songs. The Prajapatis noted my insolent conduct, cursed me by their power of tapas, saying, "May you, who insulted all of us, become immediately a low-born one derived of all your power and beauty, or one deprived of all your power and beauty." After that, I was born as the son of the maidservant. In that birth, as I had association with and served holy men established in the thought of Brahman, I became in a later kalpa the mind-born son of Brahma. Devotion to Krishna. I have now described to you the sin-redeeming duties of the state of a householder by which he will reach the same supreme goal as the sannyasins. Indeed, you are the most fortunate people in the world, because holy sages whose tread is said to sanctify places are flocking to your house, knowing that the Supreme Being Krishna is staying at your house, hiding his identity under a human form. Lo, this Krishna, who is for you your dear friend, well-wisher, uncle, son, Atman, worshipful one, servant and teacher, is verily the Supreme Brahman, who is sought after by great men and who is the immediate experience of transcendent bliss. He whose form could not be described by Siva or Brahma, and whose worship is done through devotion, silence, and tranquility, may he be propitious to us. Sri Shuka said, Yudhishthira, the great leader of the Bharatas, was delighted to hear these words of the divine Rishi Narada. Overcome with devotion, he adored both Krishna and the Rishi. Receiving Yudhishthira's worship, Narada took leave of both the king and the Lord, and Yudhishthira was wonderstruck to learn that Krishna was none but the Supreme Brahman. I have thus described to you separately many generations and families descended from the daughters of Daksha, in which have appeared all species of being, like the Devas, Asuras, and men.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Vyasikam Ashtadasho Sahastrayam Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Saptaskande Pralada Anucharite Yudhishthira Narada Samvade Sad Achar Nirnaya Nama Panchadasho Dhyaya. Iti Saptama Skanda Samapta. Hari Om Tat Sat. Shrimad Bhagavatam Ashtamah Skanda Atha Pratamo Dhyaya.
The first four Manvantaras. Swayambhavu, the first Manu. Raja Parikshit said, "We have heard from you about the line of Swayambhuva Manu in detail. We have also heard how, in the course of his Manvantara, the various Prajapatis like Marichi multiplied the species by begetting sons and grandsons by the daughters of the Manus. Now tell us about the periods of the other Manvantaras. O Great One, describe to us, intent on listening, all those periods of Manus in which had occurred many incarnations of the Almighty Sri Hari, which have been glorified by sages. Describe what Sri Hari, the originator of the whole universe, did in early Manvantaras, is doing in the current one, and will do in the Manvantaras to come. Sri Shuka said, in this Kalpa cosmic cycle, 6 Manvantaras, beginning with that of Swayambhavu, are over. Among these, I have described to you the period of Swayambhuva, wherein took place the origin of the Devas and other species of beings. In order to strengthen the cause of righteous life, Dharma, and of divine knowledge, Jnana, the Lord incarnated himself in the 2 daughters of the Manu, named Akuti and Devahuti, as Yajna and Kapila respectively. I have already described to you the doings of the Lord as Kapila. I shall now describe to you, O great King, what the worship of Yajna did. Swayambhuva, the husband of Satarupa, growing averse to all worldly enjoyments, retired to the forest with his wife, adopting the austere life of Vanaprashta. On the banks of the Sunanda, he performed severe austerities, standing on a single leg for 100 years, and chanted as follows: He, the Supreme Consciousness, by virtue of whom there is consciousness in the world, but whom the world does not and cannot make conscious, as he is Swayam Prakasha, the universal self-luminous awareness with the world for his object. He who is awake even when all this world is asleep, him the world does not know, but he knows the world. All things of this world of moving and unmoving objects are pervaded by the Lord. Everything in this world therefore belongs to him. So offering everything to him, enjoy what is left with you by him. Do not covet the wealth of others. Who else but he is the possessor of all the wealth of this world? He, the universal subject, who sees everything but whom none can see. He whose consciousness is ever unfailing, even when the individual modes of consciousness arising in it subside. In him, the support of all, the unaffected being, who is described as the bird of beautiful plumage in the Veda, we seek shelter. He for whom there is no beginning, middle, or end, neither anything to be reckoned as one's own, nor as alien, neither as inside nor as outside, but who nonetheless is the source from which the universe has derived all these features, and who stands forth as the universe. That Param Atman is the truth, the all-inclusive being.
He, the Lord of all, is the inner pervader, having the whole universe as his body, the possessor of infinite names, the truth, the self-revealing consciousness, the being without birth or death, but ever existing. By his inherent power of Maya, he originates, protects, and dissolves countless world systems. But at the same time, by his power of knowledge, he transcends Maya and remains unchanged and unaffected. So the rishis, for attaining to the bliss of worklessness, that is, the state transcending all changes like Ishvara himself, at first do work as an offering to Ishvara. Through such dedicated action, man gradually attains to transcendence of work. Though the Supreme Lord is working always, he is not bound by it, because he is ever satisfied with his inherent bliss. He has no want to be satisfied through work. Those who follow the example of the Lord will also not fall into bondage. I take refuge in the Lord, who performs works according to the purpose and nature of his incarnations, who is all-knowing, who has no particularized ego sense, who is self-satisfied and free from all desires, who has mastery over all, who is not under the command of prompting of any other agency, who is the teacher and pathfinder for all, and who is the source of all dharma. Sri Shuka said, while he was in this way uttering these sacred mantras with a concentrated mind, hungry asuras and rakshasas saw him and came running to eat him up. Seeing them so resolved, the all-pervading Hari, embodied as Yajna and accompanied by his sons, the celestials, known as Yamas, destroyed these demonical beings and protected the heavens. Svarochisa, the second Manu. The second Manu was Svarochisa, the son of Agni. The sons of that Manu were Dyuman, Sushena, Rochishman, and others. Rochana was the Indra then. Tushita and others were the Devas. Urjastamba and others, who were knowers of Brahman, constituted the Saptarshis. The Rishi Vedasiras had his wife Tushita. Of them the Lord incarnated as Vibhu. Vibhu, who remained a celibate brahmacharan all through life, got as followers 88,000 youths who followed his discipline of celibacy. Uttama and Tamasa. The third Manu of Uttama, the son of Priyavrata, O King Pavana, Srinjaya, Yajnahotra, and others were his 7 sons. Pramada and other sons of Vashishta were the Saptarshis and Satyas. Vedasrutas and Bhadras were the Devas of this period. The Indra was Satyajit, the worshipful Lord, then incarnated as Satyasena, the son of Dharma, by his wife Sunrita, along with the Devas known as Satyavratas. As the friend of Satyajit, the Indra of that age, he destroyed a number of untruthful and wicked Rakshasas and goblins. Tamasa, the brother of Uttama, was the 4th Manu. He had 10 sons, Prithu, Khyati, Nara, Ketu, etc. The Devas in that Manvantara were the groups known as Satyakas, Haris, and Viras, while Trisika was the Indra. In the Manvantara of Tamasa, the Saptarshis were Jyoti Dharma and others. O King, the famous son of Vidriti, called Vedritas, were the Devas in this Manvantara. The Vedas, which were practically forgotten in the course of time, were recovered by their power of memory. In that Manvantara, the Lord incarnated himself as Hari in Harini, the wife of Harimedas. By him, the lordly elephant was released from the jaws of the crocodile. Raja Parikshit said, O son of Vyasa, I would like to know from you how Hari saved the lordly elephant who was in the grip of crocodile. Among descriptions of men and things, those wherein the Lord of holy fame is extolled are the most attractive, sanctifying, rewarding, and auspicious. Sutta said, O Holy One, Sukha, the son of Padarayana, being prompted in this way by Parikshit, is to expound the glorious deeds of the Lord, said jealously as follows in that assembly of sages.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitaya Ashtas Khande Manvantar Anucharite Prathamo Dhyaya.
The lordly elephant endangered. Beauty of Trikuta mountain. Sri Shuka said, O king, there was a famous mountain called Trikuta, 10,000 yojanas in height, full of precious things and girt by an ocean of milk, 10,000 yojanas wide. It had 3 peaks of silver, steel, and gold, having in them such a profusion of metals that they all illumined the ocean and the quarters with their glitter. It stood as an ornament to all the quarters, with its precious stones and metals, with its abundance of various types of trees and creepers, and with its waterfalls spreading their sound on all sides. Washed by the waves of the milk ocean, its base was rendered green by the multitude of emeralds and other stones of greenish hue. It had many caves that were used for their sports by various species of beings like Siddhas, Charanas, Chandarvas, Vidyadharas, great serpents, Kinnaras, Apsaras, and others. The echo of the music of the Kinnaras coming from the cave there often provoked the proud lions to roar under the mistaken impression of the presence of other lions in the neighborhood. It was made attractive by its numerous valley full of wild animals of various species, and by woodlands abounding in trees that were the resort of numerous warbling birds. That region had many rivers and lakes of pellucid water, bordered by sand dunes with pearl-like sand. The water and the atmosphere were charged with the fragrance from the bodies of celestial damsels who had their ablutions in the lakes. In one of the valleys of that mountains was a garden belonging to the high-souled and worshipful Varuna named Rituman, which was a field of sports for celestial women. That garden was full of heavenly trees, having an abundance of flowers and fruits. The mountain round about it abounded in trees like Mandara, Parijata, Patala, Ashoka, Champaka, Mango, Priyala, Jackfruit, Amra, Hog plum, Arecanut, Coconut, Date palm, Bija Puraka, Maduka, Sala, Pamyara, Tamala, Rasana, Arjuna, Arishta, Udumbara, Plaka, Vata, Kimsuka, Chandana, Pichumanda, Kovidara, Sarala, Deva, Daru, Draksha, Sugarcane, Ramba Jambu, Padri, Akasha, Abaya, Amala, Bilwa, Kapita, Jambira, Balataka, and many others. In their midst was an extensive lake with golden lotuses. The lake in that region was beautified by the wealth of aquatic flowers like Kumuda, Utpala, Sogandika, and Satapatra, and the atmosphere was filled with buzzing and inebriating honeybees and the sweet sounds of birds. The lake was also full of water birds like hamsas, karandakas, chatravakas, and sarasas, while the crooning jalakukutas, koyashatis, and tatyuhas should be heard everywhere. Shaken by the movements of fish, turtle, and other aquatic creatures, the blooming lotus flowers shed their pollen into the water of the lake, giving it an agreeable fragrance. Its banks were lined with trees like kadamba, vetasa, nala, nipa, and vanjulaka. Its banks were thick with trees and creepers that bore flowers and fruits during all seasons. Trees and creepers like kunda, kurabaka, ashoka, shirisha, kutaja, inguda, kabjuka, swarnayuti, naga, punnaga, jati, malika, satapatra, and madhavi. Lordly elephant in danger. Once a lordly elephant, the leader of his herd, arrived on the banks of this lake with his cows ranging through the forest, and in the course of it breaking into bits the branches of thorny trees and bushes of bamboo, as also groves of creepers clustering over canes and other kinds of reeds. The very smell of him was sufficient to frighten and put to flight all kinds of wild beasts, lions, tuskers, tigers, rhinoceros, serpents, white-faced and black-faced monkeys, chamari deer, and others, while other animals like wolves, wild boars, bisons, bears, and porcupines ran away in fear of him. There were smaller and less conspicuous creatures fearlessly moving about, as he took no notice of them. Scorched by the heat of the sun, that lordly elephant, surrounded by other bulls and cows and followed by calves, moved forward, shaking the earth by its weight. He was pursued by swarms of black bees, inebriated by feeding on the ichor flower flowing from him, and he was himself in the mood of inebriation that was reflected in his rolling eyes. Drawn by the fragrance of the lotus pollen spreading through the air, the thirsty pachyderms with their leader approached the lake quickly. The lordly elephant submerged himself in the water to get relief from heat. Then with his trunk he drank to his fill the clear water of the lake, which was rendered fragrant with the pollen of the golden lotuses and lilies in it. Deluded by the Lord's Maya, he was unaware, like a pitiable and foolish family man, of the imminent danger lurking, as he bathed and fed the cows and the calves with the water he drew in his trunk. O king, as Providence would have it, he found all on a sudden that his foot was in the grip of an infuriated crocodile, stronger than himself. The powerful elephant tried as best as he could to release himself from its hold.
As the exhausted elephant king was crocodile with cow elephants stood around crying loudly in distress, while the males of the herd tried their best from behind to save him, but with no success. In that tug of war from within and from without the water, the elephant and the crocodile spent 1,000 years with unimpeded strength, to the astonishment of the onlooking celestials. Submerged in water and pulled by the leg for such a long and protracted period, the lordly elephant became exhausted in body and weak in his mental resolution, while the contrary was the case with the crocodile, who was operating from his own watery home. The lordly elephant, who identified himself with his huge body, now found himself weak and shut off from all chance of escape from that unforeseen danger. As he thought deeply in that state of utter distress, there arose in him an awakening which made him resolve thus: These, the sorrowing friends of my species, are not able to release me. The cow elephants are still more helpless. Though I am in the grip of this crocodile, the strange hold of destiny, I take shelter in him, the Lord and the refuge of even Brahma and others. He who gives shelter to all who seeks refuge in him from the fear of the powerful serpent of death that is irresistibly encircling them. He, for fear of whom even death operates on all, in him I seek refuge. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansam Samhitayam Skande Manava Ranvane Gajendra Pakayone Itiyo Tritiyo Dhyayaha Ata Tritiyo Dhyayaha Shri Sukha Uvacha. Shri Sukha Uvacha. A hymn on the impersonal. Shri Shuka said, resolving in this way and concentrating his mind, the lordly elephant began to utter the great mantra that he had practiced in his previous births. The lordly elephant said, Om, my salutation to that worshipful one who bestows consciousness to inert nature, who is both Prakriti and Purusha, as also their controller, who is pervading everything and who is the source of all. I seek shelter in that eternally existent one from whom this universe has come, in whom it subsists, who is its instrumental cause, of whom it is a manifestation, and who at the same time transcends that world manifestation both in the causal and the effect conditions. He is the unimpeded awareness and the witness of all, who by his own Maya power has established in himself this universe, which is seen in its manifested condition and unseen in its causal state by others, but is witnessed by himself in both these conditions. He is the basic self-conscious awareness from whom all other centers of self-conscious awareness, jivas, arise. I seek refuge in that being transcending all the highest human conceptions of him. When all the worlds and their protectors and all causal agencies had been dissolved in their primal condition by the inexorable power of time, and only the darkness of dissolution, abysmal in depth and endless in extent, remained, he, the supreme light of consciousness, shone undimmed over that darkness. The ordinary people in an audience do not understand the identity of an actor from his makeup and movements on the stage. In the same way, neither the rishis nor the devas are able to grasp his being in the disguise provided by his own Yoga Maya. How then can an ordinary man understand or describe anything about his inscrutable ways? May that Lord, whom none knows in truth and in reality, protect me, he the most auspicious being, to have an intuitive knowledge of whom sages, free from attachments, practice the sense of oneness and friendship with all beings, observe the vow of unbroken brahmacharya, and live in the solitude of forests. May he, the Lord of all, be my refuge. He who has neither birth nor activity, who is neither name, form, or subjection to the gunas of Prakriti, yet assumes all these through his inherent power of Maya from time to time for the creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe, to that Supreme Being my salutations. He, the Brahman, the formless, who yet assumes infinite forms and performs astounding deeds, to him, the Lord of all, my salutations. He who is self-luminous, consciousness, the witness of all, the Supreme Self, the one beyond grasp of mind, words, and every kind of mental mode, to him my salutations. He who is none the less attained as the indwelling self by those purified by absolute renunciation, who is the dispenser of absolute consciousness and is the nature of absolute bliss, to him my salutations. Salutations to him who, through the assumption of the gunas of Prakriti, appears as the calm, the terrible, and the inert, who is also the one without modifications, the same always and everywhere, and the condensation of pure consciousness. To thee, the knower within the body, to thee, the Lord of all, to thee, the witness of all, to thee, the original being, the source of both Atman, spirit, and Prakriti, matter, my salutations. To thee, the seer of the functions of all the senses, to thee, who makest all concepts and percepts possible, to thee, whose truth nature is made known through its reflection in the shape of the impermanent eye sense, as an image does in regard to its object, to thee, who art the substance behind this shadowy world, my salutations. Salutations to thee, who art the cause of all causes, and who therefore art without any cause. To thee, who art the unique first and absolute cause, who in becoming the multiplicity of effects art unaffected, in the least unlike all relative causes. To thee, the limitless ocean into which all scriptures like the Vedas and Agamas flow and find fulfillment. To thee, who art the bliss of salvation and the one resort for all spiritual aspirants. To thee, who art the spiritual fire hidden in the fire sticks of Prakriti's gunas. To thee, who willest to create when those gunas of Prakriti are agitated. To thee, who art self-manifested in those who are established in the Atman consciousness beyond the purview of the injunctions and prohibitions of the Vedas. To thee, my salutations. Salutations to thee, who blesses ignorant creatures like me by cutting off our binding cords of nescience, who art ever free thyself and ever vigilant in exercising thy mercy to save devotees, and who by a particle of thyself shinest in all embodied beings as individualized self-consciousness, without any impairment to thyself as the absolute being and the absolute will. Salutations to thee, the embodiment of pure consciousness, Jnana Mane, and the Lord of all, who thou, the indweller within all, art difficult of approach by those who are attached to their own body, to relations like wife, children, kith and kin, and to possessions like properties, wealth, etc., who art thyself without any involvement with the gunas of Prakriti, thou functioning through them, and who art immediately intuited in their hearts by those who are free from ignorance. May he, by adoring him, whom the seekers of dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, morality, prosperity, pleasures, and liberation, attain their objects, who even rewards his votaries with something more than they pray for, as also with an imperishable divine body, may he be gracious enough to release me from the grip of the crocodile as well as of samsara. I sing the praise of him whose unique and glorious deeds his surrendered devotees hymn about in a mood of wholehearted and blissful abandon, to the exclusion of desire for every fulfillment, including moksha. Of him, the imperishable, the Brahman, the Lord of Lords, the unclear, to the senses and to the mind, the one that can be gained by the inward communion of devotion, the subtle, the infinite one, the primal and perfect being, and the one who, though the closest to all, is far off to those of ungenerate mind. He, from a very minor particle of whom all the Devas, the Vedas, and the mighty universe of living and non-living beings were given shape with name and form, he out of whom, as sparks from fire and rays from the sun, the evolutes of Prakriti, like the intellect, the mind, senses and bodies emerge, and into whom they dissolve. He who is neither Deva nor Asura, nor man nor brute, nor woman nor neuter, who is neither an attribute nor a product, neither being Sat nor non-being Asat, who is the residue left after total negation, but who is also the all-inclusive one. To him I sing hallelujah. I have no desire in this world of what use in life in this elephant body, wherein veils of ignorance hide the spiritual vision, whom from within and without. It is not from the crocodile threatening my life that I pray for release, but from this obstructive screen of ignorance, hiding the awareness of my spiritual self, an obstructive screen that time cannot undo, but only illumination can. For time will put an end to this physical body, but not to ignorance, which persists until thy grace removes it.
I prostrate myself before him, who is the creator of the worlds, who is of the form of the world, who is none the less not affected by the world, for whom the world is a toy, an object of sport, who is the soul of the universe, who is birthless, all-pervading, and the supreme status. I salute him who is the master and the reward of all yogic disciplines, and who is perceived by yogis who have been freed from the effects of their past karma by the observance of the Bhagavata Dharma, and whose hearts are purified by constant meditation on him. I do homage again and again to thee, who art endowed with the threefold Shakti of irresistible might, who art infinite in power, who makest thyself visible through all objects of the senses and understanding, who art ever ready to protect the devotees who take shelter in thee. But who art not accessible to those who do not care to control their senses. I seek refuge in that worshipful Lord by whose Yoga Maya is generated the I sense, which hides the real self from all in this world, and whose glory and power are endless. Release of the lordly elephant. Sri Sukha said, when the lordly elephant thus invoked the divine without any particularizing attributes, none of the deities like Brahma, who are characterized by such attributes, appeared. It was Hari, who is the soul of all, and who therefore includes himself in all the deities that came to the scene. Quickly to the discus arm, Lord Hari, the indweller in all beings, arrived by the side of the distressed elephant, seated on the Lord's Veda-formed eagle vehicle, and accompanied by large companies of devas who were singing the praise of the Lord. Caught in the powerful jaws of the crocodile and suffering to the extreme limit, the lordly elephant, on seeing Sri Hari arrived on his eagle vehicle with the Sudarshana discus upraised, lifted his trunk with a lotus in it by the way of worship, and said with great difficulty, O Narayana, O teacher of all, O Bhagwan, thou endowed with all powers and excellences, salutations. Seeing him in agonized situation, Sri Hari got down from Garuda in haste, and out of his mercy pulled out the elephant along with the crocodile from the water. Cutting open the mouth of the crocodile with his discus, he released the lordly elephant in presence of all the devas.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Ashtamaskande Gajendra Mokshane Tritiyo Dhyaya Ata Chaturto Dhyaya.
Antecedents of the lordly elephant. Transformation of crocodile. Sri Sukha said, in acclamation of the Lord's deed, revealing his redeeming love for devotees, Brahma, Paramaswara, and celestials, rishis, and Gandharvas rained a shower of flowers. Kettle drums sounded. The Gandharvas sang and danced. The rishis, charanas, and siddhis sang in praise of the Supreme Person. The crocodile, who was none but a leading Gandharva by name, Huhu, turned into that form under the curse of a Rishi Devala, now attained freedom from the curse of sudden by the Lord's touch, and assumed a uniquely wonderful form. Prostrating, he sang hymn in praise of the Lord, the imperishable, the most famous, renowned as the Supreme, and noted for the qualities and deeds for which no extolling is too much. Blessed by the Lord, he circumambulated him and prostrated at his feet. He was freed from all his sins, and as others looked on, he departed to his abode in the sphere of Gandharvas. Antecedents of the lordly elephant. And as for the lordly elephant, He was freed from the bondage of ignorance by the touch of the Lord, and he got a form resembling that of the Lord himself, having 4 arms and yellow wearing cloth. He was in his previous birth Indrayamna, the well-known king of Pandayas in the Dravida country. He was devoted to all observances connected with the worship of Mahavishnu. While staying at an ashrama in Kulachala, Malaya mountain, as an ascetic wearing matted hair, observing silence and practicing control of mind, he was, after his bath, engaged one day in devout worship of Sri Hari, the undecaying being. Just at that time, the great sage Agastya, surrounded by numerous disciples, happened to visit his ashram. The king, who was sitting silently in solitude for his worship, did not do any obeisance or give any reception to the sage, whose anger was provoked by his conduct of this. He thereupon cursed the king thus: "May this evil-minded fellow of undisciplined intellect, who has insulted holy personages in this way, sink into the binding darkness of ignorance. He has shown himself to be stupid like an elephant. I curse him to become in truth like that, an elephant immersed in the dullness of ignorance." Having cursed him in this way, the sage Agastya went away with his followers, and Rajashri Indrayumna consoled himself with the thought that this was a dictate of destiny. Indrayumna was soon born as an elephant, a birth in which there was complete forgetfulness of his spiritual nature. But as a result of his worship of Sri Hari, he had his memory of the Lord restored at the last moment in spite of his elephant consciousness. Greatness of the episode. Thus was the lordly elephant released and given a place among the Lord's attendants. Then, accompanied by him and extolled by the Devas and Gandharvas for his wonderful deeds, Sri Hari went on his eagle vehicle to his unique abode. I have with this finished narrating to you, O great King, the glory of the Lord revealed through the story of the release of the lordly elephant. O leader of the Kurus, those who hear it will spiritually those who hear it will be spiritually elevated. The adverse influence of Kali will have no hold on them, and they will be freed from the evil dream of worldly existence. The twice born who care for their spiritual good and want the elimination of evil dream recite this account early in the morning and after purifying themselves. Highly pleased, Sri Hari, the all-comprehensive and pervading being, declared as follows in the hearing of all. The worshipful Lord said, "Those in their morning prayers remind themselves of me, of you, this lake and this forest with its caves and trees, thickets of bamboo and cane, will be freed from all sins. One should remember these mountains, also worthy of remembrance for the purification of one's mind, are the following. These mountain peaks constituting the station of Brahma, Shiva and myself, the milk ocean where I have my abode, the luminous continent of Sweta Dvipa, so dear to me, Srivatsa, the mark on my chest, Kaustubha, my neck jewel, Vanamala, my floral wreath, Kaumodaki, my mace, Surdarshana, my discus, Panchajanya, my conch, Garuda, my vehicle, Shesha, my subtle part, and Sri Devi, my power inseparable from me. My son Brahma, my devotee Rishi Narada, my part Bhava, and the greatest of the Bhagavatas, Prahlada, my incarnations like fish, tortoise, boar, and others, and the countless acts of spiritual glory performed by these incarnate divinities, and my manifestations consisting of the sun, moon, and fire. The mantra Om, truth, the pradhana or root matter, cows, holy men, and the external dharma, the daughters of Naksha, who married the Rishi Dharma, Chandra, and Rishi Kashyapa, the rivers Ganga, Saraswati, Nanda, and Kalandi, and the white elephant Airavata, Dhruva, and Saptarshis, the Brahmashis, and other holy men. If all the above places, objects, and personages are remembered in the mornings with a firm conviction that they are my parts, those who do so will be freed from all their sins. To those who extol me at the close of night with this hymn, I grant a pure understanding before the end of their lives. Sri Sukha said, with these words, Mahavishnu, the prime mover of all the senses, sounded his divine conch to the great delight of the Devas, and then ascended his eagle vehicle to depart.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitama Ashtama Skande Gajendra Mokshanam Nama Chaturto Dhyaya Ata Panchamo Dhyaya.
Prelude to the churning of the milk ocean. Fifth and sixth Manvantaras. Sri Sukha said, O king, I have now finished narrating to you Sri Hari's bestowal of grace on the lordly elephant, an episode that is very holy and destructive of the sins of those listening to it. Now you hear from me about the Manvantara known as Raivata. The Manu of the fifth Manvantara was Raivata, the brother of Tamasa, the Manu of the fourth Manvantara. His sons were Arjuna, Vidya, Bali, and others. O king, Vibhu was the Indra in that Manvantara. Bhuttarayas were the Devas, and Saptarshis consisted of Hiranya Aroma, Vedasiras, Urdhava Bhava, and others. Subra and Vikunta for his wife. Subra had Vikunta for his wife. In this couple, the Lord incarnated as Vaikunta along with a group of Devas known as Vaikunthas. In answer to the prayer of his consort Rama, he created by his will his abode known as Vaikuntha, which is superior to all the worlds. The divine powers and excellences of it have been described in the account given of the visit of Sanaka and other sages to Vaikuntha. Such descriptions of divine glory are extremely inadequate, for one may hope to exhaust counting the particles of dust on the earth, but not the powers and glories of the Lord. Chakshusha, the son of Chakshusha, was the sixth Manu. His sons were Puru, Purusha, and Sudyamna. The Indra in that Manvantara was Mantradruma. Apaya and others were the Devas, and the Saptrashis were Havishishman, Viraka, and others. In the age, the worshipful Lord incarnated by part of himself as Ajita in Sambhuti, the wife of Vairaja. The Lord then helped the Devas to get Amrita, the immortal drink, by churning the milk ocean, and as the divine tortoise, he bore himself the Mandara mountain as it whirled while the ocean was being churned with it. Curses of Durvasas and after. The Raja said, O learned one, how did the Lord churn the milk ocean and why? For what reason did he support the Mandara mountain as a divine tortoise? How did the Devas obtain the Amrita? What other things were got? Please narrate to me all the wonderful sports of the Lord relating to these questions. My mind, that was being burnt in the fire of samsara, is never satiated by hearing about the excellences of the Lord that are being described by you. Sri Sutta said, O sages, being thus questioned, the worshipful Sukha, the son of Dwaipayana, greatly appreciated the king's question and once began to describe the Lord's glories. Sri Sukha said, once Indra was cursed by the rishi Durvavasa, and as a consequence, he and all the three worlds lost the luck and luster. None of the rituals like sacrifices were able to remedy their state. Besides, the Devas were attacked by the Suras, who killed them in large numbers with their sharp arrows. Indra, Varuna, and other Devas held council to decide what they should do in that situation, but were unable to decide on a plan of action. Thereupon, they all resorted to the assembly of Brahma at the top of Mount Meru, and after prostrating themselves before the divinity, represented the state of affairs to him. Seeing Indra, Vayu, and other celestials without any strength or freshness, and seeing also the world caught up in a spell of gloom, while the power of the Asuras, on the contrary, was waxing, Brahma began to meditate on the Supreme Being with a concentrated mind. Then, with a face brightened, he said to the Devas, we shall all take shelter in that Supreme Being, who first manifested as the Purusha, the first avatara or divine descent. I, Brahma, and Bhava form fraction of that Purusha, the first incarnation of his. And as emanations of a fraction, Kala, here Brahma himself, have come into being a Prajapatis like Marachi and others, who populated the worlds with various species of beings like Devas and Asuras and others that were born of the womb or egg or sweat or by germination from seeds.
Whom he specially cares to destroy or to protect, to neglect or to welcome. Still he assumes the qualities of sattva, rajas and tamas as the times require for the preservation, creation and dissolution of the universe. This is the time when he has assumed the guna of sattva for the protection and prosperity of beings. So let us seek shelter in that Father of the worlds, this being the time for exercising his function of protection. He will be favorable to us Devas, his own people, and do what is good for us. Hymn of Brahma. Sri Shuka said, O great king, saying so, Brahma, along with the Devas, went to the Lord's abode, which is free from the taint of ignorance. There, making his senses controlled and indrawn, and reciting a hymn based on Vedic mantras, Brahma extolled the Lord, who is beyond the power of physical eyes to see but can be understood only through scriptural dicta. Brahma said, "We salute thee, the highest and most adorable being, the one without a beginning or an end, the undecaying, the true, the one beyond words and thought, and therefore beyond argument as well, the one faster than the mind, the partless, and the resident in the recess of the heart. We take refuge in him, who is the witness of the pranas, mind, intellect, and eye sense, who is manifest both as the senses and their objects, who is free from corporeality and its functions like sleep, as also from vidya, knowledge, and avidya, ignorance, characteristic of jivas, who is all-pervading like the sky, and who incarnates himself in the three yugas. I seek shelter in him, who is the truth, and the axle supporting the wheel of the jiva's body-mind in his transmigratory existence. Fleeting like the glow of lightning, the wheel of the jiva's body-mind is largely mental in constitution and is being speeded up by the Lord's Maya. The wheel has got 15 spokes, consisting of the 10 indriyas and the 5 pranas, 3 naves consisting of the 3 gunas of Prakriti, and 8 fellies constituted of Prakriti, Mahatattva, Ahankara, and the 5 Tanmatras. Very close to the jivas stands the Lord as their most intimate well-wisher, the Lord who is the embodiment of pure consciousness, the one untouched by ignorance, the unseen and the subtle, the vast, all-inclusive being whom time and space do not limit. We seek refuge in him, whom the wise seek to reach in their chariot of concentration. This inherent power, Yoga Maya, has infatuated all beings, hiding from them the truth that they are the spirit and not the body. None can overcome that omnipotent power. He alone has mastery over her, who is his own inherent attribute. We prostrate before him, the Lord and Master of all, who though unaffected, pervades everything. Even divinities like us, constituted of sattva, a quality so close to him, are not able of knowing the subtle nature of him as the spirit, though he is clearly presenting himself as existence outside and consciousness within. How could the asuras and men dominated by rajas and tamas then know him? Our salutations to that supreme being. He created this earth, which forms his feet, having its 4 forms of life, the womb-born, egg-born, sweat-born, and seed-born. May he, the Brahman supreme, the great being of unrestricted freedom and infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He whose seminal fluid is constituted of the cosmic waters, from whose potency all the world lords and the 3 worlds are generated and continue to live and flourish. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He whose mind is described by the Vedas as Soma, the moon, which constitutes the food, strength, and lifespan of the celestials, who is the ruler of all vegetation and the factor contributing to the growth of all creatures, may he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He whose face is Agni, fire, who is the bestower of wealth, who enables the performance of Vedic sacrifices, who digests with the stomach the food congenial to the body, may he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He whose eye is the sun, who is the master of Devayana, or the path of spiritual ascent, who is the symbol for the adoration of Brahman, who is the gateway to liberation, who is the immortality as also the dealer of death as time. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He who is the prana, the cosmic energy, whom all of us obey and follow as the subjects obey and follow an emperor, from whom is derived that vayu, the individual prana, which gives strength to the body, senses and mind. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He from whose power of hearing the quarters arose, from whose heart the cavities in the body originated, from whose navel came out the element sky, akasha, which is the support of prana, senses, mind, life, body, etc. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He from whose strength arose Indra, from whose graciousness the Devas, from whose anger Rudra, from whose intellect Brahma, from whose bodily orifices the Vedic meters and the rishis, from whose sex organ the Prajapatis. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He from whose bosom arose Shri, from whose shadow the Pitris, from whose chest Dharma, from whose back Adharma, from whose head heaven, from whose play the Apsaras. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He from whose face arose the Brahmana and the holy Veda, from whose arms the Kshatriya and strength, from whose thigh the Vaishya and dexterity, from whose feet the Sudra and the secular services. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He from whose upper lip arose greed, from whose lower lip satisfaction, from whose nose luster, from whose touch animal satisfactions, from whose brows Yama, the Lord of death, from whose eyelids time. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He whose Yoga Maya, or inherent power, was brought into existence, who has brought into existence the 5 elements, time, karma, the 3 gunas of Prakriti, in fact, the whole of this unimaginably vast universe, Yoga Maya, whom none but the enlightened can overcome, may he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. Salutations to the one who transcends his own powers of manifestation, who is self-fulfilled in his inherent bliss and freedom, who is unaffected by his contacts of the senses created by his Maya, whose sportive activities in the world leave no pollution in him, even as the atmosphere is unsullied by its own movements everywhere. May thou deign to reveal to us, who have taken refuge in thee and are eager for thy vision, that smiling divine form of thine, in a manner that is perceptible to our senses. O omnipotent one, from time to time thou dost assume different forms out of thy own will, and accomplish works that are difficult for us to perform. The works done by desire-prompted persons secure for them some good together with a great deal of trouble, or sometimes it may bring no results at all. But this is not the case with the works of those who dedicate them to thee. Even if an act is insignificant and imperfect, it does not become fruitless when it is dedicated to the Lord. For he, the Lord, is the very soul and dearest well-wisher of the Jiva. The adoration of Vishnu is adoration to all beings, just as pouring water at the root of the tree is like watering all its branches and leaves too. obeisance to thee, the infinite being whose essence and actions cannot be understood through our limited intellectual processes, and who, though now manifesting in a form of sattva, remainest nonetheless essentially untouched by the gunas as their director. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Parahansyam Sanghita Mathyane Panchamodhyaya Ata Shashtodhyaya.
The churning of the ocean. Brahma's subsequent hymn. O King, being thus extolled by the Devas, the worshipful Hari, the Lord of all, appeared before them, brilliant like the light of 1,000 suns. Dazzled by that brilliance, the Devas could not perceive the sky, the quarters, the ground, or themselves. How then could they see the Lord? Brahma and Shiva saw before them that divine form, deep blue in complexion, like an emerald, eyes crimson tinge, like the inside of a lotus, wearing a pure yellow silk, brilliant and stainless, like molten gold, having well-formed and attractive limbs, face and forehead, bedecked with bright gem-studded crown, and ornaments like bracelets, girdle, necklaces, anklets, and the neck jeweled kastuba, with cheeks that reflected the glow of the earrings, adding to the loveliness of the lotus-like feet. Having Sri Devi on the chest along with floral wreaths, and attended by his weapons like Sudarsana that had taken form. Seeing this form, all the celestial prostrated themselves on the floor, and Brahma and Shiva recited a hymn extolling the Lord. Brahma said, Salutations again and again to thee, the great being, who though himself birthless, art the cause of the original, sustentation and dissolution of the universe, who art the ocean of bliss, untouched by the transformation of Prakriti and its gunas, who though subtler than the subtlest atom, art infinite existence unlimited by time and space. O Supreme Being, O Creator, this form of thine is suitable to be worshipped by all who aspire for their own material and spiritual welfare, following the path of communion described in the Vedas and the Tantras. Though it is seen as a limited form, I perceive in this all-inclusive form the three worlds, including ourselves. The whole universe existed in thee, the one free being. In its origin, it exists in thee, in its middle, and it dissolves in thee at its end, just as the pot does with reference to the mud. Thou, the one that transcends even pradhana, constitutes the substance in the beginning, in the middle, and at the end of the universe. Creating this universe through thy Maya or cosmic power, which is always subservient to thee, thou hast entered into the entities created by thee. But those who have the power of introspection and discrimination discern that thou, in spite of thy entrance into the whole creation, art not in the least affected or involved in the process of evolutionary changes that matter undergoes. Just as fire is sought and found in fire sticks, milk in cows, cereals in the soil, water under the ground, and livelihood through toil, so say the wise, the spiritual aspirants seek and find thee, the spirit permeating everything in the body-mind combination and in the other products of Prakriti, through discrimination, intelligence, and introspection, and proclaim their finding to the world. O Lord, thou in whose navel stands the lotus holding the worlds, today we have attained the great relief by the fulfillment of our long-standing desire to have thy direct vision, just as elephants scorched by forest fire are happy on reaching the cool waters of the Ganga. May thou be pleased to fulfill the object with which we, together with all the protecting deities of the quarters, have sought shelter at thy lotus feet. Who has the need to represent that object further to thee, who dwellest both within and without all beings, and therefore knowest the innermost thought of all? We, including Shiva, the Devas, and myself, are maintaining a separate existence from thee, as sparks from fire. What power of understanding have we limited beings? Therefore, do thou decide and do what will be good for the worlds, the Devas, and the holy men. The Lord's instructions. Sri Sukha said, extolled in this way by Brahma, the Lord, who understood the hearts of his votaries, spoke in a voice as deep as a roll of thunder to those celestial who stood before him, with their palms joined in salutation and all their sense powers thrown inward. Though he, the Lord of all the divinities, was by himself capable of solving that problem of the Devas, he, being desirous of enacting the play of churning the ocean, said to them as follows. The Lord said, O Brahma, O Sambhu, O Celestial, hear you all what I have to say for your welfare. You now go and make peace with the Asuras, your enemies. For the present time, it is favorable to the Asuras. You have therefore got to wait until time turns in your favor. Even mutual enemies have to come to terms for the achievement of important objectives. After the objective is gained, they can again relapse into the mutual enmity, like the mouse and the snake. Do not delay in arranging for the production of the Amrita, the immortal drink. One who drinks it, even if he be in the jaws of death, will be turned immortal. Consign to the milk ocean various kinds of shrubs, grasses, creepers, and medicinal plants, and get Mandara mountain for the churning rod, and the serpent Vasuki for the churning string. O Devas, with my help, you will be able to churn the ocean without fatigue. The Asuras will have to stand the hard labor of churning, while the fruits will go to you. You agree to whatever terms the Asura propose. Conciliatory methods are far more successful than those of confrontation. When the ocean is churned, the poison called Kalakuta will come out. You should not be afraid of it. Many objects will come out of the ocean when churned. You should not have any attraction for or desire to possess them, nor should you feel angry if you are prevented from possessing them. Lifting the Mandara mountain. Sri Sukha said, O King, the worshipful Lord, whose will is free and who is endowed with the six majesties, disappeared from the vision after giving the above instruction. Having made prostration to the Lord, Brahma and Shiva departed to their abodes, while the Devas repaired to the region of the Asura leader, Bali. The leaders of the Asuras saw their enemies, the Devas, approaching without any military equipment. They got excited and made themselves ready for battle. But noble Bali, a master of arts, both conciliation and combat, restrained them. The Devas now approached Bali, the son of Virochana and the conqueror of the three worlds. He was surrounded by his splendorous majesty and by his bodyguards consisting of the leaders of the Asura army. The highly intelligent Indra conciliated Bali by sweet words, and after that told him all that the Lord had instructed him to do. Indra's proposals were very welcome, as the Daitya king as well as Sambara, Arashtanimi, and the other leaders residing in Tripura. The Devas and Asura now came to terms and became friends. They jointly put forth all their energies for obtaining the Amrita, the immortal drink. With perverse confidence in their own strength and shouting aloud, they lifted the Mandara mountain from its base with their powerful club-like arms and started taking it to the sea. Tired by carrying its heavy weight for a long distance, Bali, Indra, and the others found themselves thoroughly helpless and dropped it on the very way, unable to move it further. While falling down, the golden mountain pulverized many Devas and Asuras under its weight. In this situation, Sri Hari, who knew how the arms, thighs, and necks of the Devas and Asuras were bruised and broken, made his appearance there, riding his eagle vehicle. By look of his, he healed the wounds of the Devas and revived them from the efforts of the fall of the mountain. With a single hand, he lifted up the mountain as a mere play and put it on Garuda and himself mounting him. He carried it to the sea, surrounded by the Devas and Asuras. On arrival, Garuda, the king of the birds, unloaded the mountain from his shoulder on the seashore and flew away with the permission of Sri Hari.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Ashtamaskande Mritamastha Ne Mandara Chala Nayanam Nama Shashtodhyaya Ata Saptamo Dhyaya.
Vachar, emergence of the poison Kalakuta, incarnation as a tortoise. Sri Sukha said, then they requested Vasuki, the lord of serpent, to act as the churning rope on the understanding that he too would get a share of Amrita, the fruit of the enterprises. With great joy, they wound the serpent round the mountain and began churning. Sri Hari held the head of the serpent rope, and the Devas lined up after him. The leaders of the Suras refused to approve this act of Hari. We are famous by the nobility of our birth and by our actions, and who are well instructed in the Vedas shall not hold the tail, an inferior part of the serpent, thought the Daityas. The Lord saw that the Daityas stood still and silent after cogitating thus. Smiling at this, Sri Hari, along with the Devas, left the head of the serpent, their sides being thus determined, the Devas and Asuras. The offspring of Kashyapa began to churn the ocean with all their might. In the process, the Mandara mountain, the churning rod, began to sink in the water, as it was not supported by anything.
O scion of Pandu's line, though those powerful beings held up the mountain with all their strength, it sank by its sheer weight. very much disappointed to see the effort was of no avail against providence, their faces drooped in utter dejection. When confronted with this providential obstacle, the Lord, whose power is limitless and whose will always becomes true, assumed the form of a wonderful tortoise of huge proportions and entered in. The mountain being thus lifted, the Devas and the Asuras resumed the churning, while that divine tortoise of 1,000 yojanas expanse supported the mountain like another island in the sea. The primeval tortoise of infinite strength bore the mountain on its back and felt its whirling movement as mere scratching, as the Devas and Asuras churned with all the strength of their arms. In the ranks of the Devas and the Asuras, Mahavishnu appeared in the form of a Deva and Asura, respectively, in order to encourage and embolden them to continue the churning. He also entered into the serpent Vasuki as an anesthesia in order to shield it from the torture of the churning. When the movement of the churning seemed to upset the balance of the mountain, Mahavishnu stood on its top, assuming a form as huge as another mountain, and with one of his 1,000 arms pressed down the mountain to its proper place. The celestials, headed by Brahma, showered flowers on him as they stood above and viewed the scene. Appearance of Kala Kuta. The Lord strengthened the resolve of all by his manifestation of his in many ways. Above the mountain, pressing it down, and underneath, supporting it as tortoise, in the hearts of Asuras and Devas as strength, and in Vasuki as insensitiveness. So, with the furious abandon of drunkards, they churned the ocean with the mountain with all their might and main, causing wild consternation among the aquatic creatures. Now the Asuras, who were holding the head of Vasuki, the Polomas, Kaleyas, Mahabali, Ilvala, and others, in course of time became scorched and faded like the sarala tree in a forest fire, on being exposed to the unbearable heat and smoke issuing from the eyes, face, and breath of the serpent Vasuki. The Devas too had their luster effaced by the flaming breath of the serpent, and their face, clothes, wreaths, and coats all turned grey with smoke. Just then the clouds, which were under the Lord's control, rained a shower over them, while a breeze, cooled by the waves of the ocean, fanned them. When no Amrita appeared in spite of churning by the Devas and Asuras, the Lord himself began to churn it very powerfully. Blue in color like a rain cloud, wearing garments that shone like gold and earrings that glowed like lightning, with locks of attractive hair, all scattered, wearing the floral wreath on the chest, and having eyes slightly reddish in tinge, the Lord shone like another mountain, as he churned with the churning rod of Mount Mandara, holding the serpent cord of Vasuki with his 4 victorious arms. From the sea full of aquatic creatures like timi, sea elephants, alligators, and whales, the violent churning threw up various kinds of fish and amphibians until the virulent and notorious poison Hala, called also Kala Kuta, emerged. Its fiercely penetrating and fatal fumes spread everywhere quickly, above, below, and on all sides. O King, terror-stricken and defenseless, the Prajapatis and all the celestials hurried to take shelter at the feet of Lord Sadashiva. They found him established on the Kailasa along with the Devi for the good of the world. He was dear to the sages, because of his practicing meditation conducive to bestowing the bliss of salvation on all contemplatives. They prostrated themselves before him and recited the following hymn. Hymn to Shiva. The Prajapati said, O Lord of Lords, thou great divinity, soul and protector of the worlds, save us from this poison that threatens the life of the three worlds. Thou art the master of the destinies of all beings, of their bondage and liberation. Wise men worship thee as the teacher and remover of the sufferings of those who seek shelter in thee. All-pervading being, when thou, who art pure self-awareness, dost will to create, preserve, and dissolve this universe, thou dost then assume thy power Maya with its threefold aspect of sattva, rajas, and tamas, in association with which thou comest to be known as Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva. Thou art the subtle truth of Brahman, the Lord and the soul of the worlds, out of whom has originated the universe in its unmanifested causal and its manifested gross conditions. Thou art the source of the Vedas constituted of sounds, as also of the worlds. Thou manifestest as prana, sense organs, substances, and qualities. Thou art the eye sense, time, sacrifices, truth, and righteousness. Prakriti with its three gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas are said to exist in thee. Of thee, who art the embodiment of all divinities, fire is the face, the earth the lotus feet, time movement, the quarters, the ears, and the ocean the tongue. O worshipful Lord, the sky is thy navel, the wind thy breath, the sun thy eyes, water thy semen, the power supporting everything high and low, thy ego the moon, thy mind and the heaven thy head. O embodiment of the Vedas, the oceans form thy abdomen, the mountains thy bones, the plants and creepers thy hair, the Vedic meters, Gayatri, Trishtub, Anushtub, Brihati, Pankti, Jagati, and Ushnik, thy seven bodily constituents, dhatus, and all dharmas, thy heart. O Lord, the five secret mantras, Tat Purusha, Agora, Satyojata, Vamadeva, and Ishana, from which the other 38 mantras arose, are thy five faces. The supreme truth called Shiva is verily the self-effulgent being consciousness. The waves of the sea of Adharma, like pride and the rest, are thy shadow. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, the constituents of Prakriti, forming the basis of creation, are thy eyes, and the primordial Veda of metrical composition is the illumining glance of thine, the source of all knowledge and scriptures. O Sadashiva, that light supernal, which constitutes thy real form, is what is called non-dual Brahman. As non-dual Brahman, thou art not accessible to Brahma, Vishnu, Indra, and other divinities, for in that supreme state of thine, there is no touch of gunas of Prakriti. For thee, who could view with indifference even the reduction to ashes of the whole universe of thy own creation by a spark of fire coming out of thy eyes at the time of dissolution, it is no matter of praise to be extolled by reference to acts of thine calculated to eliminate evil, such as the destruction of Cupid, of the Tripuras, of Yama the angel of death, of Daksha's sacrifice, and of the poison of Kala Kuta. There are some who indulge in meaningless criticism of thee, that because thou art always seen with Uma, thou art intensely attached to her, and that because thou movest about in cremation ground, thou art fierce and uncouth. Those who speak like that about thee, who art ever immersed in samadhi, and whose feet constitute the object of contemplation, even for the greatest teachers, absorbed in the bliss of the Atman, are shameless persons who know nothing about thy cosmic sport. Even a divinity like Brahma is not able to grasp the true nature of thy transcendent self, which is beyond the cause and effect relation and the states of grossness and subtlety. How can we, the creatures of thy creature Brahma, hope to extol thee adequately? Our inadequate praise is only an expression of our very limited powers. O great God, we see only this form of thine that thou revealest. We are totally unaware of thy transcendent state, but we know that thou, who art of unscrutable ways, hast assumed this form for the good of the world. Shiva drinking Kala Kuta. Sri Shuka said, seeing the miserable condition of the Devas, the merciful Lord Shiva, the friend and well-wisher of all, felt extremely pained and said as follows to his consort Sati. Shiva said, O Parvani, see the pitiable plight of beings harassed by the poison Kalakuta produced at the churning of the milk ocean. I have to give shelter to them in the effort to save themselves. Affording protection for the weak and the suffering is the only object and justification of lordship. While beings under the infatuating power of the Lord are ordinarily at discord with one another and are bent on mutual destruction, the enlightened holy men who have realized the transitoriness of life seek to give protection to other creatures even at the expense of their own lives. O noble lady, Sri Hari, the soul of all, is pleased with the person who shows kindness to beings. When Hari is pleased, I, along with all moving and unmoving beings, feel pleased. So I am going to drink the poison. May all beings be saved by it. Sri Shuka said, speaking thus to Devi Parvani, the Lord, who is the protector of the worlds, got ready to drink that poison with the approval of the Devi, who knew the Lord's power. Then Mahadeva, the protector of the worlds, collected the spreading poison of Kalakuta in his palms and drank it with a heart full of love and pity for all beings. The poison born of the ocean showed its destructive power even on this divine being, the Lord of the worlds. It turned his throat blue, but it remained there only as a decoration, proclaiming his zeal in the welfare of others. Devoted good men generally feel the suffering of others as their own. Such fellow feeling for others is the highest form of worship of the Supreme Being, who is the soul of all. On hearing about it, high encomiums were bestowed on this act of worshipful Shambhu, the Lord of Lords, by all beings, by Sati Devi, the daughter of Daksha, by Brahma, and by Narayana, the Lord of Vaikuntha. The small portion of the land while drinking was appropriated by scorpions, serpents, poisonous plants, and other poisonous creatures. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam Ashtamaskande Mritamatane Saptamo Dhyaya Atashtamo Dhyaya.
Shri Sukha Uvacha, emergence of Rama, Amrita and Mohini, gifts of the ocean. Shri Sukha said, after Lord Shiva, who had the emblem of a bull for his standard, had drunk the poison, the Devas and Asuras were again cheerful and began to churn the ocean with great enthusiasm. Now came out from the ocean Kama Dhenu, the heavenly cow that yields all that one wants. The rishis, who are specialists in the Veda and the rituals calculated by it, appropriated this cow, so useful for Agnihotra and other Vedic yajnas, which enable one to gain the heavenly realm. For the cow yields milk and butter, required for the preparation of pure harvests, the offerings to the devas made in the sacred fire. Next came out the horse known as Uchi Chairavas, white like moon. The Asura Bali liked to have it. On the Lord's advice, Indra did not entertain any desire for it. This was followed by the emergence of Airavata, the four-tusked elephant that excelled the greatness of even Mount Kailasha, a snow-covered mountain which constitutes the abode of Shiva. Now, the Kaustuba, a gem of the species of Padmaraga, came out of the sea. Hari desired to have it as an ornament for his neck. Next came the celestial tree known as the Parijata, an ornament of the heavenly region. It fulfills the wants of those who approach it for anything, just as you, King Parikshit, have been doing in this world. The heavenly nymphs, known as Apsaras, came next. Adorned with necklaces and dressed impeccably, they were the attraction of the whole celestial realm, with their gaiety, looks, and movements. Emergence of Rama. Next took place the emergence of Rama, who was Shri, embodied and devoted to Mahavishnu. By her brilliance like that of lightning, she illumined the courtiers. Attracted by her beauty, sweetness, tender age, complexion, and sublimity, all species of beings, devas, asuras, and men lost their heart to her. Mahendra brought with her most marvelous sea, Ganga, and other sacred streams, offered that embodiment of beauty, their pure waters, in the bright golden vessels. The earth brought all the herbs and medicinal plants required for the consecration ceremony, while the cows contributed their 5 sacred products, Panchagavya, and the spring season, the flowers special to the month of Chaitra and Vaishakha. The rishis made all arrangements for the bath of consecration. The Gandharvas sang auspicious songs, and dancers danced to the accompaniment of music. From the region of the clouds came the music of variety of instruments, mridanga, drum, samba, tabor, trumpet, conch, flute, and veena. The elephants of the courtiers now poured potfuls of holy water over the Devi, sporting a lotus in her hand, for her ceremonial bath of consecration, while holy men chanted the Vedas. The ocean offered her a pair of yellow souls, while Varuna presented the floral wreath Vajyanti round with intoxicated honey beetles orbit. Prajapati Vishwakarma offered various ornaments. Devi Saraswati a necklace, Brahma a lotus, and serpents earrings studded with precious stones. With a floral wreath surrounded by honey beetles in her hand and her ear pendants reflecting their glow from her cheeks, the deity got up with bashful countenance, seeking a worthy person on whom she could put the garland. Endowed with well-formed and well-proportioned breasts that were decorated with saffron powder and sandal paste, and an abdomen tender and deep-set, she moved about here and there like a creeper of gold, producing a delightful murmuring sound from her anklets. For long did she look for one fit to be her partner, one who was without any imperfection, who was free from decay and death, who possessed everlasting virtues. But she could not find none such among Gandharvas, Yakshas, Asuras, Siddhas, Charanas, and Devas. She cogitated. One who has much of austerity to his credit is seen not to have subdued anger, as in the case of Durvashas. Others, having much knowledge, are found to be victims of personal attachment, as in the case of Sukra. There are still others who are dubbed great, but they have no control over the sex instinct, as in the case of Brahma and Chandra. How can anyone dependent on another, like Indra, be called Ishvara, the Lord of all at all? Some follow Dharma, but are heartless, as Parashurama. Others have renunciation, but it might not bring them liberation, as in the case of Sibi. Some have prowess, like Karta Vidya, but being subject to the destructive speed of time. It is purely illusory. There are still others who are absolutely detached from life and are pure ascetics, like Sanaka. Surely such could not be a fitting partner to me. Some have long life, but are not attractive by nature, as Markandeya. Some are attractive, but their life may be short, as in the case of Hiranyaksha. Some who have both attractiveness and longevity follow ways of life that are repulsive, as in the case of Sri Rudra. But there is one who combines all these, attractiveness, longevity, and auspicious way of life, and that is Mahavishnu. But he is immersed himself, Atma Rama, and may not care for me. Rama chooses Mahavishnu. Cogitating in this way, Rama chooses partner Makunda, Mahavishnu, who alone was according to her heart, for she found him the center of unabating virtues, supreme over all as being the only independent person, unaffected by the impure gunas of Prakriti, but endowed with all auspicious gunas or attributes. Though free from every form of desire himself, she chose him in the conviction that he would not desert one who resigns oneself to him in complete trust. She then put round the neck of Mahavishnu the most attractive garland made of choice fresh lotuses, surrounded by humming honey beetles, and stood looking at him with her eyes blooming by her bashful smile, as if asking for the chest of him to be offered as her residence. The worshipful Lord, the Father of the worlds, assigned his chest the most sublime of regions as a residence for Sri Devi, the Mother of the universe and the source of all power, glory and prosperity. Casting a benignant glance from her residence, there on all her children in the three worlds, including the presiding divinities, she brought about their progress and prosperity. Then the loud sound produced by music, dance, trumpets, mridangas, and conch shells of the celestial attendants of the assembled divinities swelled forth everywhere in the air. The Prajapatis like Brahma, Rudra, and Angiras showered flowers and extolled the Lord with Vedic mantras dealing with the supreme truth and the attributes of Mahavishnu. By the gracious glances of Sri Devi, all virtues were perfected in the celestial, the Prajapatis, and all other beings, and they were established in perfect joy. The Daityas and the Danavas, abandoned by Sri, lost all higher qualities like courage, modesty, and enthusiasm, and propensities like greed gained the upper hand in them. Emergence of Varuni and Amrita. Next appeared Varuni, the presiding deity of liquors, in the form of a lotus-eyed and handsome girl. Permitted by Hari, the Asuras took possession of her. On the Devas and the Asuras, the issue of Kasyapa, churning the ocean further in the quest for Amrita, the immortal drink, there arose from the sea a man with a unique and astounding form. His hands were long and stout, his eyes reddish in tinge. His neck resembled a conch shell. Blue in complexion and young in appearance, he was bedecked with garlands and various kinds of ornaments. Having smooth and curly hair, broad-chested and handsome, he wore a yellow cloth, and his stride resembled those of a lion. In his arm, decorated with bracelets, he carried the pot of Amrita. He was Dhanvantari, an incarnation of a part of Vishnu, who is noted for promulgating Ayurveda, the science of health, and who is entitled to a share in the sacrificial offerings. Seeing him emerge, the Asuras, who entertained desire for all things, took away from him all of a sudden the pot containing the Amrita. When the Asuras thus carried away the vessel of Amrita, the Devas in a great distress took refuge in Srihari. On seeing the forlorn condition of the Devas, the Lord, the granter of the prayers of devotees, said to them, "Do not be sad. By my Maya, I shall achieve your end without anyone knowing about it." Meanwhile, O king, there arose a quarrel among the Asuras, of whom desired to have the Amrita. So each one of them claimed, "I shall have it first, not you." And they began to quarrel among themselves over this question. The weaker among the Asuras, who feared that they might not get any share of the Amrita, felt jealous of the stronger ones holding the pot, and demonstrated, saying, "The Devas whose labor in the enterprise is equal to ours are entitled to an equal share of the Amrita, just as the master of the sacrifice and all priests participating in a Satra Yaga get their due rewards. This is the eternal law."
The Lord incarnates as Mohini. While matters stood thus, the all-powerful Mahavishnu, who was the master of the art of devising means for achieving any end, however difficult, assumed the form of a woman so wonderful that it defies description. Her complexion was like the color of an extremely attractive blue lotus. Every limb of hers was handsome. Her ears, with appropriate ornaments, were exactly alike in formation. She had shining cheeks and a high nose. Her breasts, indicative of her blooming youth, were well-rounded and proportionate, and her abdomen, in contrast, seemed very thin. The humming bees, which were attracted to her face by the fragrance of her breath, often made her eyes shrink in fear. Her luxuriant braids were decorated with blooming jasmine wreaths, while necklaces adorned her handsome neck, and armlets her attractive arms. Her hips, extensive like an island, were draped with a silk cloth, over which there was an encircling girdle of great brilliance, while well-fashioned anklets added to the beauty of the slow and attractive movements of her feet. By her frequent glances, accompanied by the movements of the brows caused by her bashful smile, she roused gusts of passion in the minds of the Asura leaders. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Ashtamaskandhe Bhagavan Mayo Palam Bhanam Nama Ashtamo Dhyaya. Ata Navamo Dhyaya. Sri Shuka Uvacha. Asuras deprived of Amrita. Mohini accepted as distributor. Sri Shuka said, while the Asuras, abandoning all ties of friendship and adopting the ways of robbers, were engaged in a mutual wrangle for wresting the vessel of Amrita, they saw the handsome maiden approaching them. Agitated by lust at her sight, the Asuras rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Ah, what a beauty! What a complexion! What a blooming youth!" They had addressed her, saying, "O lotus-eyed beauty, tell us who you are, whence you come, and why. Whose daughter are you, O lass of handsome thighs? Your charm seems to churn our heart by excitement. We know for certain that you are still a maiden, untouched by anyone from among the Devas, Asuras, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Charanas, or the world lords, not to speak of men. O girl of attractive eyes, is it that the merciful Creator has sent you here to enthrall the minds and senses of all beings? O slender wasted beauty! All of us who are mutually related have now become bitter enemies because of a competition to get possession of a common object. Settle that quarrel and bring peace among us. We are all the descendants of Kashyapa and therefore brothers. We have worked alike for churning the ocean and getting Amrita. Now be pleased to divide the Amrita among us in a way that would look just and avoid later disputes." On being thus requested, the Lord Hari, who had assumed this maiden's form, replied as follows, casting bewitching glances from the corners of her lovely eyes. The Lord said, "O descendants of Kashyapa, how is it that you approach me, putting so much trust in one who is but a harlot soliciting men? Wise men never trust wanton women. It is said that no lasting relationship can be forged with women who are ever in quest of new sex experiences and with wolves that are ever hungry." Sri Shuka said, "Their faith in her being reinforced by these teasing words, the asuras laughed as a token of their deep confidence in her, and handed over the Amrita to her. Hari received the vessel of Amrita and said with a smile, "If you undertake to abide by my actions, irrespective of whether you consider them right or wrong, I shall agree to divide the Amrita amongst you." Without realizing the implications, the Asuras agreed to the proposal of the charming maiden. As preparation for the sacred act of taking Amrita, the Asuras fasted for a day. Next morning, they performed their oblations in the fire, fed all living beings high and low, received the blessings of holy men, put on new dress and ornaments, and sat on seats of kusa grass arranged with the blade tips directed eastward. Both the Asuras and Devas sat facing eastward in readiness in a hall decorated with lights and flowers, and rendered fragrant by burning incense. Asuras befooled. O king, into the hall now entered that handsome woman with vase-like breasts, holding the Amrita jar in hand. A brilliant cloth of silk draped the lower part of her body. Her tread was slow, and her eyes unsteady as if under inebriation, and the sweet sounds of her tinkling anklets announced her slow movement. As the Devas and Asuras smiled and looked carefully at that female form, assumed by the deity to match Shri herself, they were stupefied with excitement to see her face illumined by ear ornaments and beautified by her handsome cheeks, ears and nose, and her torso from which the end of her clothes covering the breasts had slipped down. It will be as unwise a policy to give Amrita to and confer immortality on the Asuras as on the cobras, who are both naturally cruel-hearted. So the Lord did not distribute the Amrita among these naturally depraved Asuras. The Lord made different seating arrangements for the two parties and assigned to them seats in their respective rows. In order to hoodwink the Asuras, the Lord moved about in the rows of the Asuras with the Amrita vessel in hand and sweet words in his mouth, while he arranged to actually distribute that rejuvenating drink among the Devas who were sitting at a distance. O king, all the while the Asuras sat silently, honoring the agreement not to raise any dispute. Besides, their minds were fully taken up with infatuation for the maiden, and they also disliked to get the opprobrium of quarreling with a woman. Their lustful attachment to her was so great that they were afraid to do anything that might cause a breach in their relationship. Their respect for her was also a restraining factor, so they remained silent without making any adverse remarks. But an Asura named Swarbhanu, otherwise known as Rahu, went into the midst of the Devas, disguised as one of them, and drank a share of Amrita. But his identity was soon discovered and revealed by the sun and the moon deities, between whom he had sat. At once Hari cut off his head with his sharp discus. As the Amrita had gone only up to the neck above and not come into contact with the trunk, this lower portion of his body fell dead while the head remained immortal. The head, which thus gained eternal life, was converted by the Lord into a planet. Rahu, who entertains antagonism to the moon and the sun deities for betraying him, assails them as eclipse on certain full moon and new moon days. After the Devas had finished drinking the Amrita, the wonderful Lord, the protector of the worlds, assumed his real form in the view of the Asuras. In this way, though the Devas and the Daityas started on a common enterprise at the same time and place, and with the same motive, plan, and objective, they got divergent results in the end. The Devas getting the Amrita to consume, and the Asuras nothing of it. By resignation to the Lord and devotion to him, the Devas achieved this easily, but the Asuras failed in the final result because they had no reliance on him. Whatever service or sacrifice men perform with their life, wealth, work, mind, and words, for the sake of themselves and their dear ones, all these will be in vain in the last resort, because all such efforts are directed towards entities separate from the divine. But all that becomes immensely fruitful if the service is done to him or to others with the knowledge that those served are all the Lord's manifestation. It is like pouring water at the root of a tree, which is equal to watering the whole tree. Watering the leaves and branches serves no purpose. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Ashtamaskande Mrita Matane Navamo Dhyaya Ata Dashamo Dhyaya. War between the Devas and the Asuras. Battle scene described. Sri Shuka said, "In this way, O king, the Daityas and the Danavas, in spite of their putting forth effort peacefully and enthusiastically, failed to achieve their object because they had no devotion to Vasudeva. After churning out the Amrita and enabling the Devas, his own devotees, to consume it, the Lord departed on his eagle vehicle in the presence of all. Now, seeing the prosperity of the Devas, their enemies, the sons of Diti, the Asuras, became jealous beyond the point of control and went to war with them. Thereupon all the Devas who were resigned to the Lord Narayana and whose strength had been augmented by taking Amrita, took up arms and put up a defense against the attack of the Asuras. A fierce battle, tumultuous and hair-raising, took place between the Devas and the Asuras on the shore of the ocean. The ranks of the two enemies closed together in battle, and the warriors struck fiercely at one another with swords, arrows, and various other kinds of weapons. The sound of martial music with instruments like conch shell, trumpets, mridangas, drums, and damarus, augmented by the roar of the regiments of elephants, horses, chariots, and foot soldiers, all together produced a terrific din. In the battle, chariots closed on chariots, elephants on elephants, horses on horses, and infantry on infantry. They fought sitting on various kinds of vehicles and mounts, some on camels, some on elephants, some on donkeys, some on gawas, some on bears, some on...
Some others had vultures, herons, cranes, and falcons as vehicle. Still others rode on whales, sardbast, buffaloes, rhinoceros, oxen, govayas, and arunas. Still others were riding on jackals, rats, chameleons, hares, men, goats, krishnasaras, swans, and horses. Both sides closed up on battle front. Those described above and several others sitting on various kinds of birds living on land and waters, and on creatures shaped in curious ways. The battlefield was picturesque with clean and white royal umbrellas, banners of various design, ceremonial fans of peacock feathers, and fly whisk having handles studded with precious gems. It was impressive also by such features as the fluttering cloths and turbans of the warriors exposed to wind, the lust of armors and ornaments, and the sheen of weapons in the brilliant sun. O son of Pandu, the two armies of Devas and Asuras looked like two oceans with rows and rows of aquatic creatures arrayed in confrontation. Combats and duels. Bali, the son of Virochana and the leader of the Asuras, was seated in a unique aerial vehicle called Vaihayasa, made by Maya. The vehicle was equipped with a kind of a weapon and was possessed of features that are unimaginable and difficult to describe. It moved as one wanted. Its movements could sometimes be seen and sometimes not seen. Surrounded by the commanders of the army and amidst an array of peacock feather fans and fly whisk, he shone like the moon arising in the horizon. Among the Asura leaders who stood by Mahabali in their respective vehicles were the following: Namuchi, Sabara, Bhana, Viprachiti, Ayukmukha, Dvimurda, Kalanabha, Prahiti, Heti, Ilvala, Sukuni, Bhuta Santapa, Vajradamshtra, Virochana, Hayagriva, Sankushiras, Kapila, Meghandubi, Taraka, Chakradrik, Sumbha, Nishumba, Jamba, Ulkala, Arishta, Arishtinemi, Maya the master of Tripura, Nivatakvachas, Kalakyayas, and Polamas, being deprived of the state of Amrita and condemned to share only the trouble, those had all come to battle, and filled with the idea of defeating the Devas, as they had done many times before. Indra, the slayer of Bala, was all wrath to see these enemies inebriated with war lust, roaring like lions and lustily blowing their loud corn shells. Just as the morning sun ascends the mountain of sunrise with rivers flowing on the sides, Indra mounted his white elephant, Iravata, which belonged to the species of elephants of the quarters. Equipped with various weapons and seated in many kinds of vehicles, the Devas and the various guardian deities of the quarters like Vayu, Agni, and Varuna stood by the side of Indra. On closing up, they began to first send at one another shafts of virulent abuse that elevated vulnerable parts of one's being. The individuals came from both parties, calling contestants by name, began to challenge one another for duels, and such warriors now came forward and engaged themselves in fight. Indra fought with Bali, Guhu with Taraka, Varuna with Heti, and Mitra with Prahiti. Yama fought with Kalanaba, Vishwakarma with Maya, Twashta and Sambhu with Sambara, and Savita with Virochana. Namachi fought with Aparajita, the Ashwins with Vrishaparva, and Surya with the 100 sons of Bali, having Bhana as the eldest. Soma fought with Rahu, Vayu with Pulama, and the powerful Devi Bhadrakali with Sumbha and Nisambha. Shiva fought the Jamba, Agni, with Mahesha, the Marichis, the sons of Brahma, with Ilavala and Vatapi. Kamadeva fought with Dharmasha, the Saptamatris with Ulkala, Sukara with Brihaspati, and Sani with Narakashsura. The Maruts fought with Nivatakachvachas, the 8 Vasus with Kalakyas, Vishvadevas with Polamas, and Rudras with Krodavasas. With their hearts fixed on victory in the duel, the Asuras and the leaders of the Devas closed in combat and struck fiercely at one another with sharp arrows, swords, and javelins. They chopped off the heads of the opponents with various weapons like busandis, discuses, maces, lances, spears, javelins, firebrands, tridents, axes, scimitars, balas, iron clubs, hammers, and bindipalas, catapults. The army constituted of elephant regiments, chariot regiments, cavalry, and infantry, as also of men, riding other kinds of mounts, gradually came to present a scene of warriors, with limbs cut off and bodies mutilated, and with flagstaff bows, armors, and ornaments shattered to pieces. The clouds of dust raised by the tread and rolling of chariot of wheels covered the skies, the quarters and the sun, but soon settled down on the earth, being wetted by the jets of blood that were being sprayed into the sky. That battlefield was covered with scattered crowns and ear ornaments, with heads showing angry-looking eyes and bitten lips, with severed arms of huge size, having ornaments and weapons, and with thighs resembling the trunks of elephants. Headless trunks seemed in their last struggle to continue rushing at enemies for attack with upraised arms, as if spotting them with the eyes that were still in their fallen heads. Bali's magical warfare. Bali stood to strike Indra with 10 arrows, his elephant Iravata with 3, the guards protecting the elephant's legs with 4, and its keeper with 1. Laughing, Indra, of abounding skill and courage, cut off those arrows with counter missiles even before they came anywhere near him. Unable to brook the superb feat of Indra, Bali now took a powerful javelin, shining like a firebrand, but Indra cut it to pieces, even when it was still in Bali's hands. Bali then struck with several kinds of weapon, one after another: trident, spear, javelin, tomara, iron club, and Rishti's double-edged sword. But the highly skilled Indra shattered them all to pieces. O powerful king, Bali now took the magical warfare of Asuras and disappeared from sight. Soon a mountain appeared above the ranks of the Devas. From that mountain, trees set ablaze by the forest fire and rocks with sharp edges began to fall and pulverize the Deva army. Also began a reign of pythons, fanged vipers, scorpions, lions and tigers and wild boars that caused devastation among the elephants. Rakshasa women, stark naked and carrying tridents, appeared in hundreds, while Rakshasas came in waves crying, "Cut, pierce," etc. Powerful winds brought in extensive cloud, producing the deep roll of thunder and the brilliance of lightning and pouring rains of flaming cinder. The fire created by the magic of Asura, fanned by the powerful winds, became as fierce as the fire at the cosmic dissolution and threatened to burn up the whole army of the Devas. Next was seen everywhere the terror-inspiring ocean in space, stirred by fierce winds into raging waves and deep whirlpools. The Lord's appearance. When the Asuras, experts in magical devices and in concealed movements, released their magical skill as described, the leaders of the Devas felt utterly distressed. O King, Indra and the others did not know how to ward off these magical attacks. So they meditated on Mahavishnu, the protector of all the worlds, and the worshipful Lord made his appearance there. The Devas saw him arrive, riding on his vehicle Garuda, with his feet attractive like tender shoots of leaves, resting on Garuda's shoulders. Wearing a yellow cloth, with eyes like fresh lotus petals, and armed with weapons in his 8 arms, he shone in the luster of Shri, situated on the chest, the jewel Kastubha on his neck, the pendants on his ears, and the priceless diadem on his head. When the Lord came to the spot, all the magical phenomena produced by the black art of the Asuras vanished immediately, as phantoms of dream disappear when a person wakes up. Remembrance of Hari is a means of freedom from all dangers. When the Asura Kalanimi, riding a lion, saw the Lord Mahavishnu on the back of Garuda, he whirled the trident and threw it at him. The Lord, who saw it falling on Garuda's head, caught hold of the trident with the utmost ease, and striking with it, he killed the Asura on his mount. Next, he cut off the heads of the 2 powerful Asuras, Mali and Sumali, with his discus. Immediately, Malayavan came forward and aimed a mighty blow with his mace at the head of Garuda. But before the mace descended, the Lord decapitated this Asura too.
80. Shrimad Bhagavatam Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sankitayam Ashtamaskande Deva Asura Sangrame Dashamo Dhyaya Ataika Dasho Dhyaya.
Sri Sukha Uvacha. The triumph of the Devas. Contest of Indra and Bali. Sri Sukha said, by the infinite grace of the Lord, Indra, Vayu, and the other Devas recovered their mental and physical power and struck their opponents again with volleys of arrow. The powerful Indra, now engaged, raised his thunderbolt weapon against Bali, the son of Virochana. Seeing that all the people raised a cry of alarm, ah, ah, in derision of the bold and well-equipped Bali, who was moving about in the battlefront, Indra said with the thunderbolt weapon in his hand, "O fool, did you think that by your jugglery you could defeat us, the masters of illusory devices, just as trickster plunders children after blindfolding them? I shall hurl still further down from their present situation those foolish persons who attempt to capture and surpass the heavenly region by their magical tricks. You fool of a perverse sorcerer, I shall have your head cut off today with my thunderbolt weapon of 100 joints. If you can, defend yourself with all your tribes." Bali replied, "People engage themselves in war under the prompting of their collective karma, brought together by the power of time, and to everyone engaged, fame, success, defeat and death can occur by turns according to that karma. Therefore, neither victory nor defeat, impermanent is permanent with any party.
Wise men find the regulating influence of time in all these matters. They, therefore, are not elated or depressed in success or failure. You seem to be ignorant of all this. We do not, therefore, attach much importance to your piercing words of abuse. You who think yourself to be the master of your destiny without taking the factor of time into consideration will be the object of pity for wise men. Sri Shuka said, having thus rebuked the powerful Indra with piercing and deadly words, Bali, who was equal to any heroic warrior, followed his speech with a volley of arrows drawn up to the ear. This rebuff given by the truth-speaking Bali was too much for Indra to bear, as the application of the goad is to an elephant. Indra, the destroyer of foes, now struck Bali with his never-failing thunderbolt weapon, whereupon Bali fell on the ground along with his aerial vehicle, like a mountain whose wings have been clipped. Attack and fall of Jamba. Jamba, a friend and well-wisher of Bali, now rushed to the aid of his fallen friend to do whatever service he could to him. Seated on a lion, he rushed to Indra with a mace in hand and delivered a powerful blow on Indra and on his elephant mount Airavata below its neck. The elephant Airavata sustained severe injuries by the stroke of the mace and fell down on its knees in utter distress. Thereupon Matali, the charioteer of Indra, brought his chariot to which 1,000 horses were attached. Indra now left the elephant and got into this chariot. Jamba, the great Asura leader, while appreciating with a smile the timely action of Matali in bringing the chariot, nonetheless darted a flaming spear at him. The weapon caused unbearable pain to Matali, which he somehow stood with the help of all the fortitude at his command. Roused to great anger, Indra now cut off the head of Jamba with his thunderbolt weapon. Attack of Namuchi, Bala, Paka. Hearing about the death of Jamba from the sage Narada, his relatives Namuchi, Bala, and Paka arrived at the spot immediately. After subjecting Indra to a volley of abusive words, they showered on him arrows as clouds rain on mountains. Bala swiftly attacked and wounded at one stroke the 1,000 horses of Indra's chariot. The Asura Paka simultaneously released numerous arrows at Matali and at the chariot with its several parts. He aimed all these arrows at the same moment, which was the most wonderful feat in that battle. Namuchi shot at Indra 15 powerful arrows with golden shafts and raised a howl that resembled the rumbling of a rain-laden cloud. All the Asuras together hid Indra, his charioteer and chariot in a thick veil of arrows, making them invisible like the sun covered by the clouds in the rainy season. Thereupon, attacked by the enemy to the point of defeat, leaderless and distressed in the extreme, the Devas and their following began to cry aloud like a company of merchants on board a wrecked ship. But soon enough, Indra came out of that cage of arrows together with his chariot, its charioteer, flagstaff, and the horses, and like the sun at the end of night, illumined the sky, the earth, and all the quarters by his brilliance. Seeing that his army was being harassed on all sides by the enemy, Indra in great wrath took the thunderbolt weapon to kill them. With that weapon, having 8 sharp edges, Indra cut off the heads of Bala and Paka, creating great fear in the minds of their friends and relatives who witnessed the scene. Namuchi was very much inflamed with anger and sorrow at the death of the above Asura leaders, and now made an all-out effort to kill Indra. Armed with a lance of very hard iron, embellished with gold decorations and bells, he charged, roaring out in great wrath like a lion, "You are dead." That weapon, released by him and advancing rapidly, was cut in the sky itself into innumerable bits by Indra with his arrows. Then he struck at Namuchi's neck with his vajra, the thunderbolt weapon, with a view to put an end to him. But lo, though struck by Indra with all his force, the weapon could not hurt even the skin. It was indeed a wonder that the powerful vajra, which killed even the mighty Vritra, was rebuffed by the mere skin of Namuchi's neck. When the thunderbolt weapon was thus repelled by the enemy, Indra was filled with great fear and thought, "The power of prarabdha, the operative karma, is great, indeed very great. Otherwise, how could this astounding phenomenon, the failure of the thunderbolt weapon, take place? It was with this weapon that I once clipped off the wings of the mountains, which used to move about on their wings and fall down here and there due to their weight, causing destruction in human settlements. It was with this weapon that I destroyed Vritra, who was the embodiment of the power of Twashta's austerities, as also other powerful asuras, whose skin even could not be scratched by other powerful missiles. That thunderbolt weapon has now been found ineffective when used by me against this most insignificant fellow of an asura. Even the superior Brahmic power of Rishi Dadichi, which this weapon is, has proved to be worthless. It is a mere stick, which I shall not touch hereafter." Victory of Indra. When Indra was thus lamenting, grief-stricken, he heard a divine disembodied voice telling, "This asura cannot be killed by anything that is dry or anything that is moist. I had given this asura the boon that he could not be killed by any weapon made of dry or moist substance. So, O Indra, think of some other means of dealing with this enemy." After hearing this divine voice, Indra meditated with a concentrated mind and came to find in foam a suitable weapon that is both dry and moist. It was thus with foam, which cannot be called exclusively dry nor exclusively watery, that the powerful Indra finally cut off the head of Namuchi, drawing the praise of Munis and the rain of flowers they showered on him. The chiefs and the Gandharvas, named Visvavasu and Paravasu, sang. The kettle drums of the celestials sounded, and the Apsara women danced in great joy. Meanwhile, the other Deva leaders like Vayu, Agni, and Varuna killed the opponents with showers of arrows, as the lion kills deer. Seeing that the whole tribe of Asuras was about to perish, Brahma now sent the sage Narada to intervene, and the sage stopped the Devas from continuing that destructive war. Narada said, "By depending on the protective arms of Narayana, you have got the Amrita. And by the gracious glance of Sri Hari, you have been blessed with plenty and prosperity. Now stop the battle. Sri Shuka said, honoring the words of the Rishi, the Devas controlled their anger and stopped the battle. To the accompaniment of the panegyrics sung by their camp followers, all the Devas returned to their heavenly abode. With the permission of Narada, the remaining Asuras went to the western mountain of sunset, carrying with them Bali, who was in a precarious condition from the impact of the thunderbolt weapon. Then all the Asuras whose bodies had not lost the head and limbs were revived by the Acharya Shukra, who had knowledge of that art. Touched by Shukra, Bali too got back the power of the senses and memory. Though defeated, he did not grieve, as he was a philosopher, knowing the evanescent nature of the world and the life in it. Iti Shrimad Bhagavat Gita Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Ashtamaskande Deva Asura Samgrame Eka Dasho Dhyaya Ata Dwadasho Dhyaya. Incarnation as the Mohini. She was curiosity about Mohini. Sri Shuka said, Sri Parameshvara, who has a bull as his vehicle, heard that, assuming the form of a woman, Mahavishnu deluded the Asuras and helped the Devas to consume Amrita. Desirous of meeting him, Lord Shiva started on his bull to the spot where Madhusudana was. He was accompanied by the Devi and surrounded by his retinue of goblins. Bhava, along with Uma, was warmly welcomed and worshipped by the Lord and was seated on a worthy seat. Parameshvara also honored him in return and then addressed Hari with a smile expressive of wonder. The hymn by Shiva. Sri Mahadeva said, O Lord of all Devas, thou all-pervading being, Lord of all, and the world embodied, thou art the source and soul of all beings, as also their controller. He who is the origin, the middle, and the finale of this manifested universe. He who is also the changeless being, to whom such states as origination, continuation, and end are inapplicable. He who is both the subject I and the object this, both the enjoyer and the enjoyed, that Brahman, the truth, the pure consciousness, thou art. The sages who have no desire for enjoyment and care only for liberation, abandoning attachments for everything in this world and in the hereafter, devote themselves to the contemplation of thy feet. Thou art the full, the immortal, the immaterial, the sorrowless, and the changeless being. Thou art pure bliss, the being that is all-inclusive, yet transcendent. Though thou art thus the absolute, thou art also relational, the cause of the universe, that in which it arises, subsists and dissolves, the soul of all beings and their Lord. All beings depend on thee, but thou on none.
Thou art the one without a second, manifesting at the same time as the world of cause and effect and remaining as the non-dual unrelated substance. It is like the one gold manifesting as various objects made of it, and as their cause the substance of gold, There is no difference as far as the causal substance is concerned in both its conditions. It is due to ignorance that people speak of the substance in the forms taking shape from it as different. In the same way, the duality attributed to thee, who art really without any limitation, is due to ignorance born of the play of the gunas. The Vedantins speak of thee as Brahman, the all-inclusive absolute being, and the Mimakasakas as Dharma. The Sankhyas looked upon thee as the supreme being transcending Prakriti and Purusha. The Pancharatrins call thee the Purushottama, the transcendent divine being with 9 powers. And the Yogins looked upon thee as the great Purusha, eternally free and independent. Neither I, nor Brahma, nor the Sattva-born sages like Marichi, who are all under the spell of thy Maya, are able to know much even about thy creation. There is no need then to speak about the state of asuras and men who are given to impure ways of life. Only thou, being pure intelligence and the soul of all, are endowed with the knowledge of thy own works of creation, preservation, and dissolution of the worlds, and of the working of all creatures and the problem of their bondage and liberation. For just as air has entered into all moving and unmoving bodies and into all space, even so thou indwellest everything as the all-pervading spirit. Shiva's vision of Mohini. I have had occasions to see many incarnations of thine in which thou didst manifest assuming qualities like love of devotees. But now I wish to see thee in that womanly form with which thou didst charm the asuras and enable the devas to consume the Amrita. I have a great desire to see that form, and I have come here for that purpose. Sri Shuka said, on being so requested by the trident-armed Parameshwara, the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu replied with a deeply meaningful smile to that Lord of the mountains. The worshipful Lord said, when the pot of Amrita was lost, I had to help the devas to get it back by exciting the asuras into a mood of delusion. O, the greatest of divinities, I shall show you that form which has excited sex passion in people and commanded the respect of those who are inclined in this direction. Sri Shuka said, saying this much, the Lord disappeared, and the Parameshwara stood there with Uma, casting his glances in the 4 directions. Presently he saw before him a garden full of trees in bloom and with shoots of tender leaves of pink color, and in the midst of it an attractive lady playing ball. She had the noble appearance of a high-born lady, was dressed in silk, and had a golden girdle around her waist. As she took each step with her tender legs while pursuing up and down movements of the ball, now stooping, now lifting up her body, it appeared that her slender middle region would break under the weight of her tremulous breasts and the precious pearl necklace on her neck. The pupils of her long and quivering eyes moved excitedly and fast in pursuit of the unpredictable ball straying in different directions, and the beauty of her face was enhanced by her bluish curls and by the luminous reflection of her ear pendant on her smooth cheeks. The inherent charm she displayed as she held her loosening cloth and braids with her handsome left hand while striking the ball with the other was sufficient to blind the whole world with excitement. Shiva under infatuation. That divinity was completely carried away as the damsel cast at him a glance accompanied by a bashful smile, soft yet clearly visible on being watched while at a game of ball. Agitated in the mind by the woman's sidelong glance, and his own return to look at her, he forgot himself, his consort Uma standing by, and his followers, the goblins. Now, the ball sped away to some distance from her hand, and as she was following it, the wind, it seemed, carried away her light wearing cloth along with the decorative girdle she had over it, thus exposing her view of Sri Rudra. Seeing her attractive glances and enchanting beauty, Sri Rudra is said to have gazed at her with extreme longing, especially seeing that she was requiting his attention. His discriminative power plundered by her, and his sex passion distressingly stimulated, he ran shamelessly towards that charming damsel, in spite of his consort Uma watching him. Seeing him approaching, the damsel felt all the more bashful in her nakedness, and flitted about laughing from tree to tree to take cover behind them. But Sri Rudra pursued her as a bull elephant its cow, being enslaved by Cupid and deprived of all control over his senses. Chasing her, Rudra caught hold of her hair and embraced her even without her consent. Caught in Shiva's embrace like a cow elephant in the bull's she, who was none but the Lord's Maya embodied, struggled in his arms and released herself by force. In spite of her heavy hips, she ran here and there quickly with dishevelled hair. Rudra now closely followed the footsteps of the running Mahavishnu of wonderful deeds. It looked as if Rudra, who was already under the Cupid's influence, was now routed and completely under the enemy's domination. As he followed her as an excited bull does a cow in heat, his potent semen dropped on the ground. O king, wherever on the earth the semen of the great divinity dropped, those places became silver and gold mines. Shiva thus pursued her wherever rishis were staying, on the banks of rivers and lakes, in woodlands, forests, and mountains, as if to demonstrate to them by example the need for guarding against exposure to sexual charms. When his semen was ejaculated, he realized how the Lord's Maya had completely stupefied him. He now recovered from that infatuation. Shiva was not at all struck with wonder at the unusual events, for he well understood the unique power of Mahavishnu, the soul of the world, and that of his own in relation to him. How he, the Lord, is the director, and himself only the directed. Reflections on the incident. Seeing Shiva serene, freed from any shock of sin, Mahavishnu, who now assumed his real form, was very much pleased and spoke to him. The Lord said, O great divinity and my dear friend, it is a very fortunate circumstance that in spite of being completely infatuated by my deluding power in the form of the charming damsel, you have by your own discrimination been able to overcome it and recover your natural state of desirelessness. Who except you is there amongst those of subdued senses that can have after having once come under its spell, overcome my Maya, which generates various passions like desire, anger, greed, etc. in the heart? This Maya of mine, constituted of the three gunas, which I as Purusha assume partially under the stimulation of time, shall never more overpower you. Sri Shuka said, being thus blessed by the Lord, who has the decorative mark of Srivatsa on his chest, Sri Rudra, along with his following, circumambulated the Lord and departed to his abode. O scion of Bharata's line, when Shiva reached his abode, and while many rishis hymned his praise, he turned to Bhavani, his consort, who had become a part of his being, and said to her, did you observe the power of the Maya of the birthless one, the Supreme Lord? I am of all arts and free. I am the master of all arts and free. Yet I was enslaved and infatuated by his Maya. What then will be the condition of ordinary jivas bound by their karmas? On my coming to normal consciousness, after 1,000 years of samadhi, you asked me the question on whom I had been meditating. Now, that one is this primeval being. Time has no place in him, and Vedic ritualism cannot take one to him. Sri Shuka said, I have now finished describing to you the might of Mahavishnu who supported the Mandara mountain on his back on the occasion of the churning of the ocean. No efforts of one who repeats or hears again and again this account of the Lord's deeds and excellences will ever go in vain. He will be released from the vicious cycle of birth and death. I salute the Lord who fulfills the prayers of devotees that take refuge in him, who, assuming a false female form, filled the asuras with infatuation and enabled the devas to consume the ocean-born Amrita. The devas who sought refuge at his feet, which only bhakti can reveal, and which the faithless and the impious men can never reach. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Ashtamaskande Shankara Mohanam Nama Dwadasho Dhyayah. Atha Trayodasho Dhyayah. Shri Shuka Uvacha. The last 7 Manvantaras. Vaishvata Manvantara. Shri Shuka said, Hear now from me about the offspring of the present Manu, the son of Vishwaswan, or son, and famous under the name Shraddha Deva. He is the 7th Manu and is popularly known as Vaishvaswata Manu, after the name of his father Vivaswan. O great warrior, he had 10 sons, their names being Ishwaku, Nabhaga, Drishta, Saryati, Narishyanta, Nabhaga, Dishtha, Karusha, Prishadra, and Vasuman. The devas of his rule are the Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Vishvedevas, Maruts, Ashwina Devas, and Ribhus. Purandhara, the leader of them all is the Indra. The Saptarshris of this period are Kashyapa, Atri, Vashishta, Vishwamitra, Gautama, Jamagdagni, and Bharadwaja. The Lord then incarnated himself in the form of Vamana as the son of Kashyapa and Aditi, as the youngest of the Adityas. I have given with this a brief description of the 7 Manvantaras that have taken place. I shall now describe to you the future Manvantaras along with the divine incarnations that are to take place then. 2 daughters of Vishwakarma by the name of Sanjana and Chaya were the wives of Vishwaswan. I have told you about this earlier in the 6th Khanda. Some say he had a 3rd wife named Bhadhawa. Some others think that Bhadhawa is only another name for Sanjana. Vishwaswan had 3 sons by Sanjana, Yama, Yami, and Shraddha Deva. Now hear the names of his issue by Chaya. They had a son, Sarvani, a daughter named Tapati, whose became the wife of Samvarana, and another son, Sanaishchara. The Ashwins are his sons by Bhadawa. Savarni, the 8th Manu. O king, when the time for the 8th Manvantara comes, this Savarni, the son of Vishwaswan, will be the Manu. He will have his sons Nirmoka, Virajaska, etc.
In this Manvantra Tara, Sutapasa, Viraja will be the Devas, and Virochana's son Bali will be will become Indra. In the 7th Manvantara, Bali gave the whole of this earth as gift to Mahavishnu, who begged of him for 3 strides of earth. As a reward for this, Mahabali will become Indra in the 8th Manvantara. In the end, he will abandon the state of Indra and attain oneness with the Lord. Though at first bound as a prisoner by the Lord, he was, out of the Lord's love and appreciation of him, sent to Sutala, a region more splendid than heaven, and is living there even now with all the glory of Indra, the master of heaven. During this 8th Manvantara, Galawa, Dipitman, Parasurama, Aswathama, Kripa, Rishyasringa, and my father, Veda Vyasa, will be the Saptarshis. All of them are now engaged in austerities in their own ashrams in different places. The all-powerful Lord will then incarnate himself as Sarvabhauma, the son of Devaguya, by his wife Saraswati, and will take away the heavenly region from the then Indra Purandara and bestow it on Mahabali. 9th to the 14th Manvantaras. The 9th Manu will be Daksha Sarvarni, the son of Varuna. Bhutaketu, Deeptaketu, and others will be his sons. Para, Marichagharba, etc. will be the Devas then. Adbhuta will be the Indra, and the Saptarshis will consist of Dyutiman, and others. The Lord incarnate by a part of himself as Rishabha, the son of Ayushman, by Ambudhara, Adbhuta, under the protection of the Lord, will become Indra over the 3 worlds. Upashloka's son will be the 10th Manu, the great Brahma Savarni. Bhurichena and others will be his sons. Avishman, Sukriti, Satya, Jaya, Moti, etc. will be the Saptarshis. Suvasana, Virudha, etc. the Devas, and Sambhu, the Indra. The Lord will then incarnate as Vishwaksena in the house of Vishwashrik by his wife Vishuchi, and will help Sambhu, the Indra of that age. Dharma Savarni, possessed of great mental powers, will be the 11th Manu. He will be having 10 sons, beginning with Satya Dharma. The Vihangamas, Kamagamas, and Nirvanaruchayas will be the gods. Vaidhrita will be the Indra, and the Charunas and others will be the Saptarshis. In that age, the Lord will incarnate himself under the name Dharmasetu, the son of Aryaka, and his wife Vaidhrita, and will protect the 3 worlds. O King, the 12th Manu will be Rudras Sarvani, and he will be having 10 sons, the first 3 being Deva 1, Upadeva, and Deva Shrestha. In that age, Ritadama will be the Indra, Harita and others the Devas, and Tapomurti, Tapasvi, Agnidarka, and others the Saptarshis. Incarnating by a part of his under the name Swadharma, as the son of Satyas Has and his wife Sundrita, The Lord will protect the worlds during this Manvantara. Deva Sarvani will be the 13th Manu, and Chitrasena, Vichitra, and others will be his sons. Sukarma, Sutrama, and others will be the Devas. Divaspati will be the Indra, and Nirmoka, Tatwadarsa, and others will be the Saptarshis. Under the name Yogeshwara, a part of the Lord will then incarnate as the son of Devahota by Brihati and help the Indra of the age, Divaspati. Indra Sawarni will be the 14th Manu. Urugambira, Buddhi, etc. will be his sons. Pavitras, Chakshushas, etc. will be the Devas. Suchi will be the Indra, and Agni, Bau, Suchi, Sudha, Magda, etc. will be the Saptarshis. Sri Hari will then incarnate as Brihadbhanu, the son of Satrayana, by Vitana, and encourage the sacrificial cult. O King, I have now described to you the 14 Manvantaras, including those of the past, the present, and the future, all of which put together will be 1,000 Chatur Yugas, a unit of 4 ages. This is one kalpa, constituting 1 day time of Brahma.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayama Ashtama Skande Manvantara Asura Vanam Nama Trayodasho Dhyaya Atha Chaturdasho Dhyaya Rajo Vacha.
What is a Manvantara? Functions of Manus. The Raja said, O Holy One, please tell me on what works or duties were these Manus commissioned by the Lord during the periods of their supremacy. Sri Sukha said, O King, the Manus, the sons of Manus, the Saptarshis, Indras, Devas, etc., all function subordinate to the commands of the Lord. The function of the Manus and others is to maintain the world order and its progress under the direction of divine incarnations like Yajna and others of whom I have spoken to you earlier. At the end of a period of 4 yugas, Chatur Yuga, the Saptarshis, by their tapas, would rediscover the Vedas, most of which would have gradually been swallowed by time by the end of that period. By the revival of the Veda, the eternal Dharma would be kept up. O King, the Manus, inspired and directed by Mahavishnu and endowed with great powers of self-control, would in their time set Dharma in motion on all its 4 feet. The sons of Manus, followed by their descendants, as also by the Devas receiving the Yajna offerings, and the associates joined in this work of maintaining the world order. Indra, who could be in the enjoyment of the vast resources of all the 3 worlds assigned to him by the Lord, would protect these worlds and give them an abundance of rain. Sri Hari, in all these ages, would impart spiritual wisdom by assuming the form of enlightened ones, ritualistic duties by assuming the role of masters of them, and the path of yoga by appearing as great master yogis. In the form of Prajeswara, he created this universe as Indra. He slew the Dasyus, and as time brings all things and beings to an end. Though the Lord is described and praised by various scriptures and philosophies, man, with the perceptive power of his mind dulled and destroyed by Maya, is not able to perceive him directly. A Mahakalpa is the full lifespan of Brahma, lasting for 2 paradas. In that, there are divisions called intermediate kalpas, Vikalpa, each of which stands for a day of Brahma. What has been said relates to the Vikalpas, each of which, wise men say, has 14 manvantaras, periods of supremacy of Manus.
Iti Srimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Ashtamaskande Chaturdashodhyayah Atha Panchadashodhyayah Rajo Vacha.
Mahabali's ascent. Bali invades Indra's heaven. The Raja said, "Why did Sri Hari, the Lord of all, ask Mahabali for 3 feet of earth like a miserable beggar? And why, after getting what he wanted, did the Lord bind him with cords as a prisoner? I desire to know how the one who is self-fulfilled and without any wants, who is the recipient of all sacrifices, could take to begging, and also how he could put fetters on an innocent person like Bali." Sri Shuka said, "O king, Mahabali, who was killed and deprived of all his prosperous realm by Indra, was revived by his teachers and Bhrigus, including Sukra. In return, Bali served those teachers with great sincerity and liberality. The Bhrigus, the clan of eminent Brahmanas, headed by Shukra, were very much pleased with Bali, who was desirous of conquering the heavenly region. These great rishis administered to him the consecratory bath and made him perform the yajna known as Vishwajit, in which one must give away all one's possessions. Out of the sacrificial fire came out a divine chariot inlaid with gold and yoked to horses, which vied with Indra's steeds in color, and having a flag with the emblem of a lion. Also came out a never-exhaustible quiver and an armor of heavenly workmanship. Bali was presented with an unfading garland of flowers by his granddaughter Prahlada, and a conch by the rishi Shukra. Being thus equipped with all armaments with the help of these rishis, Bali circumambulated them and made obeisance to them and also to Prahlada, and then took his leave. He now shone like the Ahawani Yagni, the Vedic sacrificial fire of the household, as he seated himself in his chariot given by Rishi Shukra of Bhrigu's line, with all equipment like bow, quiver, sword, and armor, and with his personal decorations like garlands, shining armlets of gold, and sparkling earrings. Bali, bent on the conquest of the most splendorous heavenly region of Indra, led his big Asura army, whose march caused tremors on the earth and the intermediary regions. That army was full of Asura chiefs, who were equal to him in wealth and power, and who were so heroic that they seemed ready to drink up the sky and with their mouths, and to burn the quarters with their looks. Description of heaven. The heaven of Indra was so full of attractive features that it made the very deity of splendor lusterless. It had famous gardens and parks like Nandana, great centers of natural beauty, wherein were celestial trees whose branches bent under the weight of tender leaves, flowers, and fruits, with their consorts, and humming-bees inebriated with honey. It had lotus lakes, abounding in many kinds of water birds like swans, cranes, chakrawakas, and karadawas, and providing facility for water sports for hilarious celestial women, attended by their male companions.
That city, built by Vishwakarma, was surrounded like a moat by the holy Ganga of heaven and by high walls resplendent like fire and having on their tops battlements for use in times of war. It had doors with shutters of plated gold, towers of crystal, and highways well laid with proper alignment, all planned by the celestial architect Vishwakarma. It had many assembly halls, courtyards, and subsidiary roads, and its several crossroads were lined by high mansions with balconies and sit-outs made of coral and studded with diamonds, resplendent like rays of fire, girls with perpetual youth and beauty, and dressed in spotless garments, moved about everywhere. There the wind deity is ever present to welcome visitors, as it were, with a gentle breeze rendered fragrant with the sweet smell of fresh Saugandhika flowers fallen from the braids of celestial women. Through the gold inlaid windows of the mansions through which the celestial women were seen to pass up and down came out thick and grey clouds of smoke from burning frankincense spreading onto the roads. Everywhere there were decorations of pearl strings, flagstaffs inlaid with gold and studded with precious stones, many banners of variegated colors and sizes, and balconies decorated with buntings. The atmosphere was filled with the sound of peacocks, doves, and humming bees mingled with the sweet and auspicious music of celestial women occupying the mansions of the city. Every other attraction was overpowered by the sonorous heavenly music in which was combined the booming sounds of various instruments like mridanga, conch, drums, and time-keeping cymbals with the sweet strains of veena, muraja, rishti, and flute, and with the songs of demigods accompanying the dances of heavenly danceuses. This realm is never attained by persons who are violators of the moral law, evildoers, oppressors of others, and persons who are cruel, conceited, licentious, or greedy. Siege of Heaven, Indra's Retreat. Mahabali, the commander of the Asura forces, now besieged the city of Indra with his army. He blew his mighty conch presented to him by his Acharya teacher, generating fear in the minds of the women of the heavenly realm. Seeing all these military preparations of Mahabali, Indra, with all the devas, approached their teacher and said, "O honored sir, our old enemy, Mahabali, is making another effort to conquer us. It is impossible for me to bear with his conduct. How has he become so powerful again? No one will now be powerful enough to meet him in battle. It looks as if he is going to swallow the whole world, lick up the regions, and burn up everything by his look. He is as fierce as the fire that comes out of the mouth of Sankarshana at the time of the cosmic deluge. Please tell me how our enemy has acquired this irresistible might. How did he get this power of body and mind and the courage that have emboldened him to attack us?" The teacher said, "O Indra, I know that the cause of the enhancement of the powers of your enemy is that the Bhrigus, his teacher, Shukra, and his disciples, who are great experts in the Vedic law, have imparted their own Brahmic power to him. Neither you nor other celestials like you can stand before him, as men cannot before Yama, the deity of death. Only Sri Hari can face him. Therefore, you all abandon the heavenly region now and go into hiding until the time turns against the enemy and tends to his downfall. Now, because of the power of holy men behind him, he has benefited immensely, and his power is at its zenith. In course of time, disrespect shown to these men will in itself be the cause of his downfall, as well as of all his followers." Thus, after the deliberation with their wise teacher of great insight, the Devas left their heavenly regions disguised in different forms and disappeared from there. When the Devas thus disappeared, Bali, the son of Virochana, took possession of the heavenly citadel of the Devas and making it his capital, controlled by the three worlds. Shukra, who loved his obedient and victorious disciple Bali, made him perform 100 horse sacrifices for the retention of the power and status he had gained. By the efficacy of these horse sacrifices, Bali's reputation spread everywhere in all the three worlds, and he shone like the moon everywhere. With a complete sense of fulfillment, Bali enjoyed the power and opulence he had gained through the power of holy men. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Ashtamaskande Panchadashodhyayah. Atha Shodashodhyayah. Shri Shuka Uvacha. Kashyapa's instructions on Payovrata. Aditi's petition to Kashyapa. Shri Shuka said, Aditi, the mother of the Devas, was very much afflicted and felt helpless when her children had all to desert her. As they abode, the heavenly region was wrested from them by the Asuras. Once Kashyapa, the great patriarch, came to her ashrama after a very long interval spent in the state of samadhi. He found that his wife Aditi and the whole ashrama was without any trace of joy. After being worshipped and honored, he took his seat and addressed his sorrow-stricken wife as follows. I hope nothing evil has happened to holy men. I hope the path of dharma has not been adversely affected. I hope the world, though subject to death, is free from calamities. O mistress of my household, the household is the institution that yields the fruits of yoga, even to persons who do not follow the path of yoga. Has anything adverse overtaken the pursuits of the ideals it provides? Dharma, religion, artha, wealth, and kama, desire. Or have at any time guests gone away from your home without being properly received and attended to by you on account of your preoccupation with household affairs? A house from which guests have to go away without being offered even water is verily a foxhole and nothing more than that. O noble lady, during my absence, had you at any time, under the stress of some excitement or diversion, forgotten to make the daily oblations in the sacred fires? For the holy men and the sacred fire for which the householder is expected to tend and worship are the faces of the Supreme Lord Vishnu, who has manifested himself as the various deities. Are all your sons doing well, O lady of courageous mind? For I infer from the signs about you that you are in an unhappy state of mind. Aditi said, O Lord, the holy men and others including myself are all happy, and the rules of dharma are in force. The homes are serving the threefold purpose of acquiring religious merits, wealth, and happiness. By the greatness of your name, all the sacred fires, guests, servants, mendicants, etc., are properly served and satisfied. O worshipful one, how can there be any dissatisfaction for me when you, a Lord of creation, are there at hand to advise me on questions of dharma? O son of Marichi, all these creatures with dominance of sattva, rajas, or tamas are your offspring, born of your mind and body, O mighty one. You are all-powerful through your austerity, are all alike to all, including the asuras. You are, however, bound to support those who show special veneration to you. Therefore, O Master, who is endowed with great power born of vows, deign to think of the welfare of one like me who has been serving you. We, including the Devas, my children, have been deprived of our position and wealth by our enemies. We seek your protection. Powerful enemies have expelled me from my residence in heaven. after depriving me of my wealth and status, and I am submerged in the ocean of sorrow. O holy ones and bestower of happiness, deign to think of ways and means by which my children, the Devas, will be restored to their power and prosperity, and our welfare reassured. Sri Shuka said, on being so petitioned by Aditi, the sage Kashyapa smiled and said in wonder, "Oh, wonderful is the power of Mahavishnu's Maya. This world is bound by ties of affection. Where is this material body which is not the Atman, but on which the Atman consciousness is superimposed? And where is the Atman that transcends material nature? Who and whose are husbands, sons, or relatives? Such ideas of relationship are pure delusion. Seek refuge in Vasudeva, the Supreme Being, the pervader of everything, the repository of all divine majesties, and one approachable to all, and the Lord of all. The Lord who is merciful to the afflicted will fulfill your desires. Devotion to Sri Hari will bring all round good and welfare, not so the worship of other divinities." Description of Payovrata. Aditi said, "O Great One, what form of worship of the Lord of the universe should I adopt? In what ways would my prayer be granted by him, and whose will always come true? Instruct me in that form of service by which the Lord will be quickly pleased with me, who, along with my children, am extremely grief-stricken." Kashyapa replied, "Once, when I was eager to do the work of creation, I put this identical question to Brahma. The instruction that Brahma then gave me about the observance for winning the favor of Keshava, that I shall make known to you. A person should observe Payovrata, the vow of subsisting only on milk for 12 days in the bright fortnight of the month of Falguna, and worship the lotus-eyed Lord with supreme devotion. Preliminary worship on the 14th day of the dark fortnight, that is, the day previous to the commencement of the vow. A person should be, if available, get mud that has been dug up by a wild boar, and applying it all over the body, take bath in a river. He should also utter the following mantra: O earth goddess, thou wert lifted from Rasatala by the Lord as the primeval boar for providing a stable residence for all creatures. Salutation to thee, O goddess, destroy my sins. After performing one's daily and contingent rituals, one should worship the Lord either in the image or on consecrated ground with ritualistic design, or in sun, water, fire, or one's teacher. The following mantra of invocation should be uttered: Salutation to thee, the worshipful Vasudeva, the inner pervader of all, the great radiance, the resident in all beings, the witness of everything. Salutations to thee, who art the gross and the subtle, Purusha spirit, and Pradhana matter, the knower of the 24 evolutes of Pradhana, and the promulgator of the Sankhya doctrine. Salutations to thee, who art the bestower of the fruits of yajna, and also of the form of yajna, as described in the Vedas, having the 2 bricks Prayadiya and Udayaniya as the head, the 3 Savanas as legs, the 4 Vedas as horns, and the 7 meters as hands.
Salutation to thee, who art both Shiva, the good, and Rudra, the fierce, who holdest the Shakti, who art the master of all arts and learning, and who art the lord of all elements. Salutations to thee, the Hiranyagarbha, the prana, the soul of the universe. Salutations to thee, the one with power of yoga as his form, who is the promulgator of the yoga discipline. Salutations to thee, Hari, who art the primeval divinity, who art the witness of all, and who art the Rishi Narayana. Salutations to thee, whose form is of a blue complexion like an emerald, and art accompanied by Sri Devi, the art of the Lord of the Trimurti, and who art dressed in yellow raiment. Thou art the best of boon givers. Thou art the one whom everyone should choose. All men of steady intellect, desirous of the ultimate good, worship thee. May he, whom the Devas and Shri adore, desirous of enjoying the fragrance of his lotus feet, may that worshipful Lord be propitious to me. Invoking Sri Hari, the controller and director of all the senses, with this mantra, he, the Lord, should be honored and worshipped with water for washing, etc. After offering sandal paste and garlands, and the all-pervading Lord should be bathed with milk. Next, he should be offered clothes, sacred thread, decorations, argaya and padya, sandal paste, incense, light, etc., accompanied with the utterance of the 12-lettered mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. If a person has sufficient means, he should make an offering of rice cooked in milk with ghee and jaggery, and offer the same in fire, uttering the above mantra. Next, water offering should be made, and betals presented. The food offerings made to the Lord should be given to some devotees, or one may eat it oneself. Afterwards, the 12-lettered mantra should be uttered 108 times. Then one should do circumambulation and prostration. The worshipper should place the offered flowers, etc., on his own head and put the deity to rest. At least 2 holy men should be fed with the offered payasa. The principles of worship. Permitted by these guests, he can take what is left of the offered food in the company of his friends and relatives. He should observe continence that night, and from the next day, that is, the first day of the vow, he should, till the end of it, get up early in the morning, bathe, and with concentration perform the ceremonial milk bath for the deity in his image as described earlier, and offer worship. The devotee, who is intent on worshipping the Lord in this way, should subsist only on milk, make oblations in the fire, and feed the holy men every day. The observer of Payovrata should daily follow this routine of worship, homa, and feeding for 12 days. For these 12 days of the bright fortnight, the worshipper should be continent, avoid luxuries like sleeping on a cot, and bathe at the 3 sandhyas, dawn, noon, and sunset of the day. He should avoid all talk except about the Lord, and give up all sensuous indulgences, whether they be petty pleasures or rare luxuries. He should not injure creatures, and should practice intense devotion to the Lord. Next, on the 13th day of the bright fortnight, he should arrange for the performance of the bath of the deity with Panchamrita by experts in rituals as laid down in the scriptures. Without stinting money, he should prepare offering of rice, boiled in milk, and arrange for grand and elaborate worship of the Lord, sitting on the back of Garuda. With great concentration of mind, that food offering, cooked in milk, should be made to the Lord, and afterwards one should partake of the remnant, which is very holy and attracts the grace of the Lord. The learned, the acharyas, teachers, and the officiating priest should be honored and rendered happy with presents of silk, ornaments, and cows. Pleasing them is equal to the worship of Sri Hari himself. Pure and well-prepared food must be given to the acharya, the priests, and other brahmanas who might have assembled there. Proper dakshina, ceremonial parting gifts, must be given to the acharya and the priests. All assembled on the occasion down to the lowest outcast, must be fed to satisfaction. When food is served and eaten by the sick, the blind, the beggars, etc., one should understand that it is the veritable worship of the Lord. After all are thus fed, one may take food with one's relatives. In the daily worship of the Lord, there must be a place for dance, songs, instrumental music, hymns, etc. I have now described to you the way of divine service called Payovrata, in which I was instructed by Brahma. O fortunate lady, you too worship the Lord Keshava with a concentrated mind, full of pure Payovrata. This is called comprehensive yajna and comprehensive vow, sarvajna and sarvavrata. It is the essence of all austerity and of all charity, because it is pleasing to the Lord. That by which the Lord is pleased is verily austerity. It is charity and self-restraint. That alone is jnana, and the famous yoga disciplines of yama and niyama, control of the senses and the mind. For to please the Lord is the end of all spiritual disciplines. So, O noble lady, observe this discipline of Payovrata with faith and concentration. The Lord will soon be pleased, and with you and grant you the desired boons.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Ashtama Skandhe Ditiya Yo Vratakathanam Nama Shodashodhyaya. Atha Saptadashodhyaya. Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Aditi's vision of Ma Vishnu. Ma Vishnu appears to Aditi. Shri Shuka said, O king, as advised by her husband Kasyapa, Aditi observed this vow of Payovrata for a period of 12 days without any slackening of attention. She practiced meditation on the Supreme Being with a concentrated intellect. With the intellect as the chariot and the mind for the reins, she controlled the restive horses of the senses. Fixing the mind one-pointed on Vasudeva, the worshipful Lord and the soul of all, she observed the Payovrata. O dear one, the worshipful Lord, the origin of all, soon appeared before her in a form dressed in yellow cloth, and having 4 arms sporting the conch, discus, and mace. Seeing him before her, she got up from her seat and in great joy, and made a respectful prostration before him, stretching her body at full length on the ground. Trembling with emotion born of his vision, with horripilation all over the body, and with eyes brimming with tears of joy, she stood silently with joined palms, unable to praise him with a hymn. Aditi's hymn. That Devi Aditi stood there silently for some time, as if she was absorbed in drinking through her eyes that form of the Lord, the master of all yajnas and all that exists. Afterwards, O the noblest among the Kurus, she somehow controlled her mind and began to praise the Lord in a voice choked with emotion. Aditi said, O thou bestower of the fruits of all yajnas, O thou who art in the form of yajna, O thou undecaying being, O thou of holy feet, O thou about whom it is sanctifying to hear, O thou whose names are the most auspicious things to hear, O thou who hast embodied thyself to save thy surrendered devotees from all evil, deign to do what is good to us. Thou art the protector of all stricken with sorrow and suffering. Salutations to thee who art the form of the world, who hast assumed 3 gunas out of thy own will for the creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe, who by thy limitless effulgence of consciousness hast scattered the darkness of ignorance, who art ever immersed in thy own spiritual essence, and who destroyest all the obstacles and sorrows of devotees, longevity, beauty of form, endless wealth, realms like heaven, earth, and patala, all the great powers that the practice of yoga brings, the attainment of dharma, artha, and kama, the realization of the state of non-duality, all these, O infinite being, accrue to one towards whom thou art pleased. What to speak then of minor blessings like conquest of enemies? Bestowal of boon on Aditi. Sri Shuka said, O king, on being extolled by Aditi thus, the lotus-eyed Lord, who is the possessor of all majesties and who indwells the hearts of all, said to her as follows. The Lord said, O mother of the celestials, I am very well aware of your long-standing prayer for the restoration of your sons to their rightful position and prosperity, of which they have been deprived by the Asuras. Your desire is to see that these proud and evil-minded Asura leaders are defeated in battle and to find yourself amidst your victorious sons. You desire also to see the grief-stricken wives of the warriors of the opposite camp weeping by the side of their husbands dead at the hands of your sons headed by Indra. Your desire to see your sons relaxing in sports in heaven after having recovered their lost fame, wealth, and prosperity. O lady, those Asura leaders are now almost invincible, because they are now protected by holy men, who are endowed with great divine powers and are very favorably disposed towards them. Still, I shall think of some way of fulfilling your desire, for my worship done with faith must yield the result due to it. Desirous of the protection of your children's interests, you observed the Payovrata in adoration of me, and you have invoked me by a hymn. Residing in the power of austerity of Kasyapa, I shall be born by a part of mine as your son. O good-natured lady, meditating on this form of mine as dwelling in your husband, the Prajapati, live with him. You should not reveal these matters to others, even if questioned. Matters of divine significance have to be protected from publicity if they are to fructify. Sri Shuka said, saying so, the Lord disappeared then and there, and Aditi, feeling highly satisfied that she would have such a rare blessing as the birth of Hari as a son, returned to her husband with a sense of fulfillment. Kasyapa had already come to know through Samadhi what had happened to Aditi. The seer of truth that he was, Kasyapa felt simultaneously in his Samadhi that a part of Sri Hari had entered into him. He transmitted into Aditi that virility of his acquired through a long period of austerity, as the wind transmits its energy into forest trees to produce fire by friction. Knowing that the fetus in Aditi's womb was none but the Supreme Lord, Brahma extolled him by a divine hymn full of his esoteric names. Brahma's hymn. Brahma said, O worshipful Lord, O thou of mighty stride, salutations to thee. Salutations again and again to thee who are devoted to devotees, and who manifest in the gunas of Prakriti in thy creative activity. Salutations to thee who wert born in the womb of Prishni, who was this very Aditi in a previous birth. Salutation to thee who holdest the Vedas within thyself. Salutations to thee who art the creator of all. Salutations to thee who holdest the three worlds in thy navel lotus. Salutations to thee who shinest, transcending the three worlds. Salutations to thee who indwellest in all beings, including brute creations. Salutations to thee, Vishnu, the all-pervading one. Thou art the origin of the universe. Thou art its middle when it is manifested, and thou art its end too. Thou art spoken of as the Supreme Being, the repository of infinite powers. Just as a mighty river carries away every kind of object in the sweep of its current, so dost thou, as time draw everything to the end. Thou art the source of both the O Lord, for us Devas, who have been deprived of our position, thou art the only support, just as the boat is to one who is being drowned in water.
इति श्रीमद्भगवते महापुराणे परमहंस्यां संहितायाम् अष्टमस्कन्धे वमना प्रादुर्निर्वे सप्तदशोऽध्यायः अथाष्टादशोऽध्यायः श्रीशुक उवाच
Vamana of Bali sacrificial hall. Incarnation of Vamana. Sri Shuka said, the Lord, whose deeds and prowess were thus extolled by Brahman, again manifested himself through Aditi with a form characterized by lotus eyes, yellow, wearing cloth, and 4 arms holding conch, mace, lotus, and discus. He was of pure blue complexion. His hallowed, lotus-like face shone in the brilliance of his fish-marked earrings he wore. The Srivatsa mark on his chest, bracelets, armlets, brilliant diadem, girdle and anklets were his other decorations, beautified by the floral wreath thronged by buzzing honeybees and by the Kaustubha gem on his neck. Sri Hari scattered away all darkness from the Prajapati's ashrama by his brilliance. Then the quarters and the oceans became serene. All men rejoiced, while all the seasons turned simultaneously favorable. In the heavens, on the earth, in the intermediate region, on mountain tops, among animals, and among holy men, there was jubilation everywhere. The Lord was born at an auspicious time called Abhijit, on the holy day called Shravana Dwadasi, during which the moon dwelt in the constellation called Shravana. The position of all the planets, said Nakshatras, declared the exalted future of that birth. O King, it was midday of the Dwadasi, 12th day of the 4th night, when the Lord was born. So say wise men. That Dwadasi was known as Vijaya Dwadasi, the boon of conch, Panawa, Mrindanga. The drums of various kinds filled the air, mingling with the swelling harmony of Turiya and a variety of musical instruments. The Apsara woman danced in joy while the Gandhavas sang. Beings of all species, Devas, Munas, Pitris, Agnis, Siddhas, Vyadaras, Kimpurushas, Kinnaras, Charanas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, Garuda, and other birds and serpents, all showered flowers over the ashrama of Aditi. Aditi was wonderstruck and filled with joy to see the Supreme Person born of her womb. The Prajapati too was filled with joy and wonder to see him embodied as his own son through his mysterious power of Maya. Hari, who is pure consciousness, not perceptible to the senses, had assumed a divine form characterized by brilliance, special decorations, weapons, etc., in order that his divine identity might be recognized by his parents and others. Having accomplished this, all of a sudden, before the very eyes of his parents, he now transformed the divine form into that of a short-statured Brahmacharan, Vamana, just as a stage actor changes his impersonation. Seeing the Lord in the form of the Vamana, the sages were delighted, and with Kasyapa Prajapati as their leader, they had his postnatal ceremonies conducted. After his Upanaya was performed, the sun deity Savita initiated him into the Gayatri mantra, while Brihaspati invested him with the sacred thread and Kasyapa with the grass girdle. The earth deity gave him the skin of a black deer, Soma, the master of forests, the staff, Mother Aditi his loincloth, and the sky deity an umbrella. Brahma gave him the water vessel, the Saptarshis Kusar grass, the goddess Saraswati. O great king, a string of beads for japa. To him whose Upanayana was thus completed, Kubera gave a begging bowl, and the supreme goddess and the mother of the universe, Sati Uma, gave him Bhiksha, holy alms. That Brahmacharan, who was honored in this way by all, outshone by his Brahmic brilliance even that assembly of Brahmachis. He heaped the fuel, lit the fire according to rites, placed twigs around it, worshipped the fire, and offered sacred twigs into it. Vamana at sacrificial hall. He now heard that the powerful Mahabali was engaged in the performance of an Aswamedha sacrifice under the direction of the rishis of the Brigu family headed by Sukra. The Vamana, who was endowed with all majesties, therefore started for the sacrificial campus of Mahabali. As he walked, the earth seemed to get tremors at every step he took. Brigu and the other priests conducted the sacrifice in the northern bank, and the Narmada, at a place called Brigu Chakcha, saw the Lord come up close to them like the rising sun at dawn. O king, before the brilliance of Vamana, the master of the sacrifice, and the assembled rishis paled into a mere shadow, and they began to wonder whether the august visitor was the sun deity, or the fire deity, or the sage Sanat Kumara, come to witness the sacrifice. When the Bringus and their disciple Bali were thus cogitating in their mind, the worshipful Lord Vamana entered the sacrificial hall, holding in his hands an umbrella, a water vessel full of water, and a staff. Hari, in the assumed form of the Brahmacharan, had a girdle of munja grass, an upper garment of the black antelope skin worn in the fashion of Yajnopavata, the matted locks on the head. As he entered, the Brigus and the disciples of the fire deity, overwhelmed by the radiating glory of Vamana, stood up automatically to receive him. Bali's reception of Vamana. The master of the sacrifice, Mahabali, offered him a seat, delighted to see that handsome and attractive visitor, whose limbs and body were well formed and proportionate. Then he welcomed him with all courtesy, honored him, washed his feet, and worshipped him, who sports in the hearts of those who are devoid of all attachments. Bali, who was well versed in the rules of dharma, poured on his own head the water with which he had washed the Vamana's feet. For so sacred is that water from his feet that even Maheshwara carries it on his head with deep devotion in the form of the holy Ganga. Bali said, "Welcome to you, O Holy One, and my salutations. I look upon you, honored sir, as the special embody of tapas, austerity, which forms the glory of Brahmarshis. Your arrival at my house today has brought satisfaction to my ancestors and purification to my dynasty, and this sacrifice that I have undertaken has become perfect in all its limbs. O Holy One, the sacrificial offerings that I make in the sacred fires will be true and perfect, because I, the sacrificer, has been freed from all my impurities by the water from your feet. This part of the earth too has been sanctified by the contact of your handsome limbs and the tread of your feet. O Brahmacharan, I presume that you have come here seeking something. Whatever you want, ask that of me, and it shall be yours. I shall grant you anything you ask for, whether it be cows, gold, house, hearty meal and drink, a damsel to wed, prosperous villages, horses, chariots, or anything else you fancy.
इति श्रीमद्भगवते महापुराणे परमहंस्यां संहितायाम् अष्टमे स्कन्धे वामना प्रादुर्भावे बाली वामना सन् वदेष्ठादशोऽध्यायः। अथैको निर्वंशोऽध्यायः। श्रीशुक उवाच।
Vamana's supplication. Vamana's eulogy of Mahabali. Sri Shuka said, hearing this cordial and righteous speech of Mahabali, the son of Virochana, the Lord was very much pleased, and he replied. The worshipful Lord said, those cordial and righteous words truly befit the tradition of one like you, who has, as advisor in matters spiritual, a teacher like Sukra of Brigu's line, and an ancestor like Prahlada, noted for his devotion and poise of mind. In this line of yours there has never been a man undignified enough to refuse the request of a holy man, or miserly enough to fail to honor the promise of a gift. Your royal family had never in it a member who showed reluctance to give a suppliant what he wanted, or to one who tucked tail in the field of battle. Just like the moon in the sky, Prahlada shines in your house in his matchless and stainless glory. Hiranyakasha, who was born in this family, could not get an opponent worthy of his steel when he traversed this whole earth, mace in hand, challenging everyone. Even Mahavishnu, who had to face Hiranyaksha when he undertook to lift up the earth, overcame him only with such great difficulty that he hardly considered himself the victor. Hearing of Hiranyaksha's destruction, his brother Hiranyakasipu was roused to great anger and went up to Vaikunta, Vishnu's abode, to avenge his brother's death by destroying his killer. Seeing him advancing like Yama, the god of death, with a three-pronged trident in hand, Mahavishnu, the arch-strategist and dissembler, thought thus, whether I go, he comes pursuing me as the god of death follows creatures. So in order to avoid him, I shall enter into his heart, for being a thorough extrovert, he is not likely to look within. O chief of Asuras, deciding like this with trepidation in his heart, Mahavishnu made his form subtle enough to be sucked in by the Asura's breath, and entered into him through his nose. So when he failed to find Vishnu, in spite of a vigorous search of the whole of the empty Vaikunta, he yelled in fierce anger and raged all the universe, the earth, the heaven, the sky, the quarters, the oceans, the four worlds, high and low, in search of Vishnu, but could not find him anywhere. Not seeing him anywhere, he said to himself, I have searched the whole world, but my brother's killer is not to be seen. He must have gone the way of no return. Death is the limit of animosity between embodied beings, for anger thrives on the ignorant born. I sense, which we maintain with regard to the body, and when the body of a person is destroyed, there is no longer any relevancy for anger towards that person. and your father, the son of Prahlada, being endowed with great reverence for holy men, gave up his life to the Devas, who went to him begging in the guise of holy men, though he knew these were Devas and not holy men. You too are following the dharma shown by householder Rishi, like Sukra, but by your own heroic ancestors. The 3 feet of earth. Therefore, O King of Suryas, from you, the most noted among generous persons, I seek a small strip of land, just what is measured by 3 paces of mine. O King, I do not seek anything more than this from you, who are noted for your generosity and who are the master of all the worlds, for one should receive as gifts only what is absolutely necessary. He requires no sin thereby. Bali said, O you stripling of a Brahmana boy, your words are no doubt noble enough to get the approval of wise men. So meaningful and dignified they are, but you still show signs of immaturity, a childishness in outlook, for you do not seem to know your own interest.
After having extolled and pleased me by words, I, who am the master of the whole world, and have got the resources to make a gift of a whole continent, you ask of me a mere pittance of 3 feet of earth. Such a person must indeed be stupid. It is my principle that one who comes to me for a favor should have no occasion to depend upon another in the future. Therefore, O boy, ask of me land sufficient to maintain you for life. The worshipful Lord said, O King, even all the pleasing objects of the universe will not be enough to satisfy a man who has no mastery over the senses. A person who is not satisfied with 3 feet of earth will not be satisfied by getting the whole of Jambudvipwa with its 9 regions. He will afterwards aspire to get all the 7 dweepas, continents. We have heard that even emperors like Prithu and Gaya, who were the masters of the 7 continents, were not satisfied with the wealth and pleasure which their power and position made available to them. A man who is satisfied with what chance gives him lives happily, but a man who has no mastery of his mind is dissatisfied even if he gets all the 3 worlds. The chief cause of man's entanglement in samsara is his insatiable longing for wealth and pleasure. It is contentment with what comes by chance that helps the attainment of liberation. The spiritual aura of a holy man is enhanced in its radiance if he lives satisfied with what chance brings. On the contrary, dissatisfaction with possessions and enjoyments stifles it as water damps fire. Therefore I shall take only 3 feet of earth from you, who are the most noted of generous men, and capable of granting all the desires of a suppliant. With this 3 feet of earth I shall feel fully satisfied. Wealth becomes a cause of happiness when it is just enough to meet one's bare needs, neither less nor more. Sri Sukha said, hearing this, Mahabali laughed, and deciding to give what Vamana wanted, he took his water vessel and said, you may take what you have asked for. Sukra's remonstrance. But now the sage Sukra, the most learned among men, coming to guess the plan of Vishnu, said as follows to his disciple Mahabali, who was just about to make a gift of land to the Lord. Sukra said, O son of Virochana, this is none but the eternal being, the worshipful Mahavishnu. He has incarnated as the offspring of Aditi and Kasyapa for achieving the purpose of the Devas. I do not consider it correct for you to have promised to give him 3 feet of land without any awareness of the adverse consequences of it. The Asuras are on the verge of a great catastrophe as a result. Hari, who has come in the disguise of a brahmacharan, is going to deprive you of and present to Indra all that you have, your position, sovereignty, wealth, splendor, fame, and the merits of Vedic study. This brahmacharan can assume a cosmic form and can measure the whole universe with 3 strides of his. O fool, having thus given away all your possessions to Vishnu, how will you manage to get on? With 1 stride he will cover the earth, and with the second the heaven, while his body will fill the interspace. Where will there be space for a 3rd step? It will thus be impossible for you to give what you have promised, and you will get the due for one breaking his promise, namely, prolonged consignment to hell. Charity that will jeopardize one's livelihood is not praiseworthy. For all disciplines, like gifts, yajna, austerity, and other duties are prescribed for one who has the means to live in this world. He is a happy man in this world and the next, who allots his wealth for the following 5 purposes, namely for the discharge of one's religious and altruistic duties, for spreading one's name and fame, for augmenting one's income, for pleasure, and for helping one's friends and relatives. Falsehood in worldly life. O King of Asuras, hear from me what many Vedic passages have to say on this question of truth and untruth. What one accepts solemnly, saying yes, is truth. What is rejected, saying no, is untruth. Truth is the flower and fruit of the plant of an embodied being. When the plant is alive only, it can bear fruit and flowers on it, not when it is dead. The root of the body is untruth, that is, its origin and sustenance are through human passion. So will this body perish when it is completely disconnected from untruth. There is no doubt about it. And therefore it has to be concluded that what the Veda condemns is untruth, that is superfluous for the maintenance of life. The syllable Om, indicating I give, means that one's wealth flows out of oneself, and to that extent one gets deprived. Now, if one says Om, or gives away only a little of one's possessions, he will become poor by that much only. With the remaining, he can somehow support himself. But if he says Om to a suppliant in regard to all his possessions, that is, gives a blank check to a person in need, then he will have nothing left to fulfill his own needs. Life will become impossible for him. So, to stick to untruth, that is, to refuse to give away everything, is the way to preserve one's existing wealth and to draw that of others to oneself. But one should not stick to this way always, because it will bring the disrepute of being a miser or a greedy man, and a man who is subject to ill fame is as good as dead, even if he is breathing. Gifts have therefore to be given, but very discriminatingly. Besides, it is said that to tell an untruth under the following circumstances is not sinful. These conditions are: to please and attract a woman, in jest for the purpose of finalizing a marriage, for preserving one's livelihood, to save oneself from death, to save a holy man or helpless creature, and to save another from death or great danger.
इति श्रीमद्भगवते महापुराणे परमहंस्यां संहितायाम् अष्टमस्कन्धे वामनप्रादुर्भवे एकोनविंशोऽध्यायः। अथ विंशोऽध्यायः। श्रीशुक उवाच।
The revelation of Vamana. Sukra's advice rejected. Sri Sukha said, O king, hearing the speech of Rishi Sukra, his family teacher, Mahabali, the master of the sacrifice, sat quiet for a moment and then said with determination, he said, what you, worshipful sir, said about the dharma of the householder, that his actions should not adversely affect his worldly interests, happiness, name, and livelihood, is no doubt right. But how can I, a grandson of Prahlada, behave like a cheat and refuse to give this holy brahmacharan what I have promised? The earth deity has declared, save a liar, I can put up with anyone else. So according to the earth deity, there is no adharma greater than lying. Nothing is more frightening to me than disappointing a holy man. Neither poverty, nor loss of position and power, nor death, nor even hell. In this world, wealth and such other earthly acquisitions are all lost to one at death. Then what harm is there in giving them up for a good cause, even when one is alive? Then give a portion and retain the rest of your wealth for comfortable living. If such a suggestion is made, my answer is, of what use too is a partial gift, if it is not going to satisfy a holy man? For the benefit of the world at large, great personages like Dadichi and Sibi gave up their very lives. Then why should one feel any hesitation to give up such small things like the earth and other possessions? O learned one, time might consume this earth, the possession that the Asuras have been enjoying by virtue of their valor, which has made them strangers to anything like retreat in battle. But time shall not so consume the reputation in which they are held everywhere. O holy sage, there are quite many in this world who give up their bodies in the field of battle without retreating. But those who are ready to give their wealth to worthy persons or causes with genuine faith and unselfish dedication are few and far between in this world. For an enlightened man with a kind heart, the suffering involved in satisfying the needs of even an ordinary suppliant is an embellishment. That being so, how much more glorious is it to satisfy illumined personages like. So I shall give this brahmacharan what he has asked for. O sage, in yajas and yajnas, you who are experts in those rites, make sacrificial offerings to Mahavishnu with great reverence and devotion. That being so, if, as you say, this brahmacharian is that Vishnu, irrespective of whether he has come as a benefactor to give us boon, or even as an enemy to destroy us, I shall certainly give him whatever he has asked for, not barring the whole earth even.
Even if by adopting some improper and unrighteous means he were to tie me up, me who am absolutely innocent, even then I shall not injure him, as he has come assuming a garb of holiness out of fear. If he is really Mahavishnu, the one of extensive fame for holiness, he wants to add to that fame by conquering me. Then he will kill me in battle and take over the earth. If on the contrary he be an impostor, he will be killed by me in the battlefield. Sri Shuka said, thereupon, by the prompting of the Lord within, Rishi Shukra, the teacher of the Asuras, cursed his truthful and courageous disciple Bali, who rejected his advice without attaching much seriousness to it. The curse ran thus: you who consider yourself very learned but are really ignorant and arrogant and have disobeyed my order shall soon be deprived of all your wealth and glory. The high-souled Bali, however, did not swerve from truth even under the threat of his teacher's curse. He worshipped Vamana according to rites and offered him the earth with libations of water. Bali's wife, Windyawali, bedecked with necklaces of pearls, now came forward and placed there a golden jar full of consecrated water for the rites connected with the gift. Mahabali, the master of the sacrifice, took the water vessel, washed the feet of Vamana in great joy, and sprinkled on his own head that world's sanctifying water with which the Lord's feet had been washed. Revelation of cosmic form. Then, in appreciation of the absolute integrity and straightforwardness of Mahabali, in fulfilling his promise, a rain of flowers was showered on Bali, the Asura king, from heaven by a host of jubilant celestials, Devas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, Siddhas, Charanas, and others. Kettle drums and other instruments were sounded again and again. Gandharvas, Kinnaras, and Kimpurushas sang, praising Bali thus: even knowing that he will lose his all, this great hero has accomplished the impossible task of making an offering of all the three worlds to his enemy. That form of Vamana, which included in itself the whole of Prakriti, now expanded in a wonderful manner, revealing within it all that exists: the earth, sky, quarters, heaven, the 14 worlds, oceans, brute creations, men, celestials, rishis, and everything else. In that most glorious divine form of the Lord, Bali, along with his priests and members of the sacrificial assembly, saw the whole universe included in this manifestation of the gunas, constituents, of Prakriti, like the gross elements, indriyas, objects, mind, and the embodied beings. Mahabali saw that cosmic form of the Lord, the nether worlds and the undersurface of his feet, the earth in his foot, the mountains in his ankles, the birds in his knees, and the wind in his thigh. In that all-comprehending form of his, Bali saw Sandhya in his garments, Prachapatis in his genitals, the Asuras including himself in his lips, the sky in his navel, the 7 seas in his abdomen, and the stars in his chest. Oh, dear one, he saw Dharma in his heart, Rita, cosmic order, and Satya, truth, in his breasts, the moon in his mind, the goddess Shri with the play lotus in his chest, and the Vedic meters and all sounds in his neck. He saw Indra and the Devas in his arms, the quarters in his ears, the heaven in the crown of his head, the clouds his hair, the air in his nose, the sun in his eyes, and the fire in his face. He saw the Vedas in the speech of that Supreme One, the deity Varuna in his tongue, the Vedic commandments and prohibitions in his eyebrows, day and night in his eyelids, anger in his forehead, and greed in his lips. He saw lust in his sense of touch, water in his semen, adharma in his back, yajna in his strides, death in his shadow, maya in his laughter, and plants in his hair. That hero saw rivers in his blood vessels, rocks in his nails, Brahma in his intellect, and the Devas and Rishis in his senses. Thus he saw in this universal form everything moving and unmoving in the universe. Worlds measured in 2 paces. Seeing this whole universe in the cosmic form of the Lord, the support of all, the Asuras felt much depressed and dispirited. Along with that form of the Lord were visible Sandarsana, the discus of irresistible might, the bow of Saranga, with its twanging sound like a thunderclap, the sea-born conch Panchajanya, whose blare resembled the roll of thunder, the powerful mace of Vishnu called Kamodaki, the sword called Vidyadhara in its moon-marked scabbard, the quiver that never got empty of arrows, and Sunanda and other principal attendants of his, besides the guardian deities of the quarters waiting upon him. Waited on by all these there stood the Lord, shining in the brilliance of his sparkling diadem, armlet and fish-marked earrings, as also of the Srivatsa mark, Kaustabha jewel, superb girdle, yellow garment, and fragrant flower wreath that attracted large numbers of honeybees, ready to measure and take over the 3 worlds by his 3 steps. He measured the whole of Bali's earth with 1 step. He occupied the skies with his body, and the quarters by stretching his arms. The heaven was hardly sufficient for his 2nd stride, and for the 3rd stride there was nothing left of Mahabali's possessions. For the 2nd step that the Lord took extended beyond the Swarga to all the higher realms like Mahaloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, and reached up to Satya Loka. There was nothing more to measure.
इति श्रीमद्भगवते महापुराणे परमाहंस्यां संहितायाम् अष्टमास्कन्धे विश्वरूपादर्शनां नाम वंशोऽध्यायः। अध्याय का वंशोऽध्यायः। श्रीशुक उवाच।
Bali in bondage, Brahma's worship of Vamana. Sri Shuka said, Brahmana saw the luster of the toenails of the Lord, whose feet had touched the Satyaloka, submerging the brilliance of that realm of his. So Brahma went forward to do honor to those feet of the Lord, accompanied by rishis like Marchi, lifelong brahmacharans like Sana, Dana, the yogis of other sages who had burnt up the dirt of karmic tendencies in themselves by the fire of knowledge ignited by yoga, by devotees who by their contemplation of the Lord's feet through bhakti had attained the Satyaloka, and by the presiding deities of the Vedas and Apavedas, law codes, facilities like logic, the Puranas, Itihasas, and Samhitas. In that worship all joined who by virtue of their devotion to the Lord had attained to Brahmaloka, a realm to which ritualistic worship alone cannot elevate one. Then Brahma, who was born of the navel lotus of the Lord, worshipped his feet with flowers as they, the feet, came higher and higher up to his realm. O king, the water that Brahma poured from his water pot on the measuring feet of the Lord became the heavenly Ganga by virtue of the purity it attained by the contact of the Lord's feet. Falling down through the skies, it sanctified all the 3 worlds, just like the Lord's holy fame itself. Brahma and other divinities now offered ingredients of worship at the feet of Vamana, who had by this time withdrawn his cosmic form, which revealed his divine majesty. They offered him scented water to wash his feet, wreaths of sweet-smelling flowers, unguents like specially prepared sandal paste, fragrant incense, light, rice, yawa, durwa grass, etc. They celebrated the occasion with the singing of hymns and lyrics, extolling the Lord's doings and excellences, as also by joyous exclamations and the sounding of various musical instruments like kettle drums and conch. The Lord of the Bears, Yamabawan, who was noted for his speed, celebrated this occasion of the Lord's triumph by announcing the joyous news all over the universe by beat of drums. Discomfiture of Asura army. Seeing that under the guise of measuring 3 paces of earth, all the possessions of their master had been taken away, and that at a time he was observing the vows of sacrifice, the Asuras became furious and began to say, "This pretender is not a holy man. He is none other than Vishnu, the master of all artifices, and dissembling, presenting himself here in the disguise of Brahmacharan for the achievement of the purpose of the Devas. This enemy of ours, come as a suppliant in the guise of a Brahmacharan, has managed to wrest all the possessions of our master, who on account of this sacrifice has abandoned all violence. A firm adherent of truth, a respecter of holy men, and very kind and merciful by nature, it is impossible for our master to tell an untruth even ordinarily, and more so when he has been consecrated for the performance of a holy rite like the sacrifice. So it is our duty now to serve our master by killing this enemy." Saying so, the Asura following of Bali took up arms to fight Vamana. Without Bali's direction or permission, these Asuras, armed with tridents and spears, rushed at Vamana to kill him. Laughing at these Asura leaders rushing for an attack, the attendants of Vishnu stopped them with weapons in hand. The attendants of Vishnu, Nanda, Sunanda, Jaya, Vijaya, Prabala, Bala, Kamuda, Kumudaksha, Vishwaksena, Garuda, Yayanta, Shrudadeva, Pushpadanta, Satwata, and others, who had each the strength of 10,000 elephants, began to decimate these Asuras. Remembering the curse of his preceptor, and seeing the great slaughter among his followers at the hands of the emissaries of Vishnu, Mahabali stopped his agitated followers from fighting. He said, "O Rahu, O Nemi, hear what I say. Stop fighting and retreat. Times are not now propitious for us. Besides, no effort can overcome him who determines the destinies of all beings and distributes enjoyments and sufferings to all creatures according to their deserts. The same Bhagavan, the Supreme Being Mahavishnu, who favored us in the past and wrought the downfall of the Devas, has now reversed his attitude. At present, the cause of the Devas attracts his favor and ours his disfavor. Man cannot overcome or defeat time by any of these means: army, competent ministers, intelligence, fortifications, medicinal drugs, and mantras, or by the 4 techniques of diplomacy. In the past, when time was in your favor, you had defeated these followers of Hari many a time. The very same men are now raising cries of victory after defeating us in battle. When time is again in our favor, we shall conquer these very people. Therefore wait patiently for the coming of that favorable time." Binding of Bali. Sri Shuka said, "O King, thus admonished by their master, the leaders of the Asuras, who were under the attack of Vishnu attendants, left the field of battle and fled to Ratsatala, the netherworld.
Then on the day when the rite with the soma juice was to be performed at the sacrifice, Garuda, the king of all species of birds, bound up Bali with a celestial cord of Varuna, knowing the intention of his master, Lord Vamana, that his great devotee Bali should gain everlasting fame thereby. When Bali was thus bound up by the all-powerful Mahavishnu, loud cries of alas rose from the earth and the skies and from all directions. O king, to Bali, who was thus deprived of his possessions and put in bondage, but who had nonetheless not lost his presence of mind and his worldwide reputation, the Lord Vamana said, O Asura, you promised to give me earth measured by my 3 paces. With 2 paces I have measured all the worlds. Show me the space for the 3rd pace. Your possessions extend up to the limits that the sun and the moon with the stars illumine, and up to where the clouds shower rain. In your very presence I, the all-pervading being, have measured the whole of the earth with 1 pace, and filled the sky and the quarters with my body. And with the 2nd pace I have measured the heavens. Thus all your possessions have been measured. For you who cannot give what you have promised, the proper place is evidently hell. For this reason you have now to enter hell with the congratulations of your Guru, who has condemned you to this fate. For one who deceives a suppliant by refusing to give what is promised, all his hopes go in vain. Heaven is far away for him, only downfall is near at hand. Now for a long number of years enjoy the fruits of hell, the fruit of the deception you practiced in the pride of your wealth and power.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Ashtamaskande Vamana Pradhurbhave Balini Grahe Namaika Vangshodhyaya Atha Dvavangshodhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Bestowal of grace on Bali. Bali stands tests unmoved. Sri Sukha said, O king, even though thus deceived and in many ways induced to climb down from his ideal of truth and generosity by the Lord, the Asura Bali remained unmoved in the resolution to stick to truth, and replied without any trace of mental dejection. Bali said, O divinity of worldwide fame for holiness, if thy idea is to make my plighted words to be false, I am equally resolved to make them true. My speech shall never end in deception of the kind thou hast practiced. Be pleased to place thy 3rd step on my head. The disrepute of being a liar and a dissembler is more of a terror for me than hell, downfall, bondage, insurmountable sorrow, poverty, or any torture of a more intense kind than that thou mightest afflict in me. I consider that a punishment inflicted by a most venerable personage like thee is to be welcomed more than shunned, as it leads to the supreme welfare of the individual concerned in the long run. The punishment that parents and other well-wishers give cannot achieve the purpose of thy punishment, which consists in one spiritual elevation. Thou art the supreme teacher of us, Asuras, too, indirectly, for thou hast given us enlightenment through downfall, us who otherwise would ever have been under the blinding infatuation caused by prosperity. By the concentration produced by deep-rooted antagonism to thee, Many an asura has obtained the same goal reached by yogis who concentrate on thee through exclusive devotion. I am not very much ashamed or aggrieved by the fact that I have been subdued and tied up with Varuna's cords by thee of many great and glorious deeds. My grandfather, Prahlada, who was completely dedicated to thee, who had established his reputation for devotion, and whom thy devotees considered a great soul, was subjected to many ordeals by his own father, who was moved by antagonism to thee. My grandfather thought in this way: what is the good of keeping up in this body, which has to die in the end in spite of all care one takes of it? Of what good are sons who are only plunderers of your wealth, and of relatives who are only enemies in friendly guise? Of what use is a wife who is the cause of greater and greater involvement in samsara? Of what use is a home for one who is threatened with death at any time? All these preoccupations only help the ebbing away of the short span of one's life. Thinking thus, my grandfather, a saintly personage of exceeding greatness and vast knowledge, abandoned association with his own people for fear of spiritual degeneration, and took refuge at thy feet, a firm shelter free from all fear, in spite of thy being the destroyer of asuras. It is a fortunate circumstance that Providence has brought me close to thee, the natural enemy of asuras, after depriving me of my prosperous state. For it is wealth and prosperity that stupefy the mind of man and make him forget the truth that he is forever in the jaws of death. Prahlada's arrival and plea. Sri Sukha said, while Bali was speaking thus, his grandfather Prahlada, the darling of the Lord, arrived at the spot shining like the newly risen full moon. Bali now saw before him his own grandfather, resplendent with auspicious glory, lotus-eyed, tall, dressed in yellow robes, brilliantly black like antimony, long-armed and very handsome in appearance. Being bound by Varuna's cords, Bali could not do full obeisance to his grandfather as usual, so he bent down his head in salutation, with tears in his eyes and his face downcast. On seeing the Lord Mahavishnu, waited upon by his attendants like Sunanda and Nanda, the high-souled Prahlada approached him with head bowed in devotion, and fell down prostrate at his feet, with tears in his eyes and horripilation all over his body. Prahlada said, the glory of Indrahood was bestowed on him by thee alone. Thou hast now deprived him of it. This will be for his good in the long run. It is a great blessing bestowed on him. For he has now been bereft of prosperity, which often infatuates a man and brings about spiritual insensitivity. The blindness of pride consequent on prosperity affects even a man learned and established in self-control. Who is the man that can keep level-headed in prosperity and stick to the spiritual path? Salutations to thee, Narayana, the witness and Lord of all the worlds. Brahma's plea. Sri Sukha said, O king, Brahma was now about to speak to the Lord, the destroyer of Madhu, in the hearing of Prahlada, who was standing there with joined palms. But he was interrupted by Vintyavali, the faithful wife of Bali, who was in the throes of fear to see her husband bound up. Bowing down before Lord Vamana, and with face downcast, she spoke to the Lord. Wintyawali said, O Lord, for thy sport thou hast created these 3 worlds. Men of perverted intelligence consider themselves master in this world which belongs to thee. Such people who shamelessly consider themselves masters and free agents, what have they got as their own to offer thee, who art who art the one agent, the one Lord, and the one destroyer of this whole universe? Brahma said, O Creator and Lord of all, O Supreme Being who indwells everything, all the possessions of Bali have been taken away. He does not deserve to be bound. Deign to release him from fetters. The whole of this earth, the higher worlds attained through karma, all his wealth and power, and his own body, all these he has offered to thee as gift without any regret. By making an offering of water followed by some tender shoots of durwa grass, with faith and purity of mind, devotees attain to the highest state, the Vaikuntha. How then can he, Bali, who has made an offering of all the 3 worlds at thy feet, without the least hesitation, deserve this suffering and humiliation? On Bali's greatness, the Lord said, O Brahma, whomever I really wish to bless, I first take off his wealth. For wealth makes a man proud and arrogant, as a result of which he is led to insult the world and myself. Subject as the jiva is to his own karma, he transmigrates by the compulsion of karma from species to species, and from body to body, until at some distant date he gets a human body, by my grace. If you find a man free from pride and arrogance, in spite of being in favorable circumstances, in respect of birth, works, age, beauty of form, learning and wealth, know that it is only by my grace. However, a person who is devoted to me never gets infatuated, even when favored by high birth, prosperity, etc., which generally generate pride and arrogance in others and block all their spiritual progress. Such was the case with great devotees like Dhruva, Prahlada, and others. This Mahabali, who is the leader of the Daityas and Danavas, and an ornament enhancing the reputation of his people, has conquered even my Maya, which is difficult for anyone to overcome. For he has remained absolutely unruffled and unconcerned, even in the face of total downfall and persecution. Even though reduced to poverty, expelled from his position, put in fetters by the enemy, deserted by friends, and scolded and cursed by his preceptor, Mahabali, firm in his vow of truth, did not break his promise. Even the false interpretation of Dharma given by me could not budge him an inch away from the righteous path. I am giving him who is entirely resigned to me a boon, which is difficult to get even by a celestial. He will become the Indra in the age of Manu Sarvani. Till then, let him live in the realm called Sutala, in which there are many handiworks of the heavenly architect Vishwakarma. Those who live there shall, due to my gracious concern for them, be free from every kind of difficulty, worry, disease, weakness, lethargy, defeat, and the like. So, O Mahabali, great ruler, may you prosper, along with all your friends, relatives, and dependents. Go to the Sutala, which even the residents of Swarga long to reach. None will be able to overpower you there, not even the guardian deities of the worlds. And if any Asura dares to challenge you, that person will be destroyed by my divine discus. Sudarshana, I shall be affording protection to you and your people residing at Sutala. You will ever feel my presence there, residing there amidst Daityas and Danavas. Whatever asuric tendency you may happen to contract from them will all be weakened and obliterated immediately by the consciousness of my divine majesty.
Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Ashtamaskande Vamana Pradur Bhave Bali Vamana Sandvade Nama Dvavangsho Dhyaya Atha Trayo Vangsho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha. Bali's exit and after. Hymns of Bali and Prahlada. Shri Shuka said, to the Supreme Being who spoke thus, the high-souled Bali, the object of admiration for all good and righteous people, replied in choked voice and in a mood of surging emotion of bhakti, with his palms joined in adoration and his eyelids dropping with the heavy downpour of blissful tears. Bali said, thy grace is generally bestowed on those who surrender themselves to thee, but lo, thou hast been pleased to bestow on me that grace, although I have hardly taken the first step to self-surrender, namely, making a devoted prostration to thee. By merely taking a resolve to make thee a prostration, I, an Asura, and the meanest of them, have been vouchsafed a blessing which even the guardian deities have never had till now. Shri Shuka said, saying so, Bali, who was now free from bondage, made prostrations to Hari, Brahma, and Parameshwara, and went joyfully to Sutala with his followers. In this way, the worshipful Lord restored the heavenly region to Indra and fulfilled the prayer of Aditi, and as the brother of Indra, Upendra, he protected the three worlds. Seeing Bali, his grandson, and the preserver of the continuity of his line, freed from bondages and favored by the Lord, Prahlada said as follows with fervent devotion. Prahlada said, a blessing of this kind has never been the privilege of Brahma, nor of Shri, nor of Shiva, nor of any others. For thou, who art the object of adoration of divinities like Brahma, whom the whole world reveres, hast undertaken to be the gatekeeper of us Asuras, offering us protection from all others. O granter of protection, Brahma and other divinities enjoy the rulership of the worlds by virtue of the power they have gained through the service of thy lotus feet. But it is a wonder that even we Asuras, born of evil wombs and given to evil ways, have become the objects of thy condensation. Thy mercy is indeed unconditioned and limitless. Wonderful is thy play consisting in the manifestation of this infinitely vast universe through the sportive functioning of thy Yoga Maya. So too is it a mystery how thou, the Saviour of the whole universe, and even sighted towards all, could have a nature favouring some called thy devotees, and some others who are said to be antagonistic, and who regard thee. This is not partiality, for thou art like the Kalpataru, the wish-yielding heavenly tree, in thy love of devotees. for the Kalpataru is open to all to resort to and gets its favor. If some do not do so, the Kalpataru cannot be blamed as partial to those who resort to it and gets its favor. It is equally open for others also to do so. The Lord said, Prahlada dear, may you be happy and prosperous. You too go to Sutala. There you can be happy with this grandson of yours and benefit all your relatives. There you will see me every day with mace in my hand guarding this place. The bliss arising from this vision of me will shatter your bondage of ignorance. Vamana crowned as Upendra. Sri Shuka said, endowed as he was with pure knowledge, Prahlada, the leader of the Asura forces, accepted the Lord's order with complete submission. Along with Bali, he then worshipped and circumambulated the Lord and left for Sutala with his consent. Then Hari, known also as Narayana, addressed Sri Shukra, who was seated among the sacrificial priests. The Lord said, O Holy One, please perform what is required to expiate the breach of ritual that has taken place in your disciples' yajna by these incidents. Even the look of a Holy One is sufficient to rectify such faults in rites. The sage Shukra said, O Lord, how can there be any flaw in the rite when thou, the operator of all sacrifices, the bestower of the fruits of all sacrifices, and the embodiment of all sacrifices, has been devoutly worshipped and propitiated by the offerings of all his possessions by Bali, the master of this sacrifice. Whatever defects arise in a rite out of the mantras uttered, rituals followed, time, place, recipients of gifts, etc., it is all corrected by the recital of thy names. What then to speak of the perfection that would be effected by a worship consisting in the total offering of all one's possessions to thee? O all-powerful One, still I shall certainly carry out the command that thou hast given, for the highest good of man consists in carrying out thy commands. Sri Shuka said, accepting the command of Hari, the learned Rishi Shukra, with the help of other rishis, did the rites necessary to complete the obstructed sacrifice of Bali. Thus, O King, Hari restored the heavenly region to Indra, his brother, by begging it of the enemies of Indra who had captured it from him. All the divine personages assembled there, Brahma, the lord of all Prajapatis, the Devas, Rishis, Pitris, Manus, Daksha, Brigu, Angiras, Sanaka and his group, Shri Parameshwara, etc., altogether crowned Vamana, who had incarnated for fulfilling the wishes of Kashyapa and Aditi, as also for the good of the whole world, as the overlord of all the worlds and of the guardian deities of different regions. For the welfare of all beings, they made Vamana known also as Upendra, or the brother of Indra, the overlord, as he had the power to protect and espouse the cause of spiritual values and institution like the Vedas. The Devas, Dharma, holiness, welfare, auspicious vows and rites, Swarga and liberation. O King, all creatures alike were full of joy on this occasion. Along the path of the Devas, Devayana, Indra now entered heaven, preceded by the august Vamana, blessed by Brahma and accompanied by the guardian deities of the regions. Recovering the three worlds, now under the protection of Upendra's arms, Indra attained to unending wealth and prosperity and enjoyed them without any fear. All the visiting divinities, Brahma, Parameshwara, Sanaka and his group, Bhrigu and other rishis, Pitris, Siddhas and the Devas in their chariots, returned to their respective abodes, singing on the way with great devotion about the glory of the Lord, as revealed in these wonderful achievements of his, and also expressing their great regard and admiration for Aditi, the mother of Vamana. The Lord's greatness. O Parikshit, the delight of your clan, I have narrated to you in full the incidents connected with the Lord's incarnation as Vamana, which erases the sins of those listening to their recital. Infinite in his glory, he who seeks to find out the limits of it should have first exhausted counting the particles of dust constituting the earth. Of such inconceivable might and excellences is he. Rightly has Vashishta, endowed with the insight for discovering spiritual truths, declared, "Where is the man born till now that has sounded the depth of his greatness? And surely there is none that will be able to do so in future, too." He who hears the account of this incarnation of Hari, the Lord of all divinities, and the one of wonder-evoking deeds, will attain to the highest goal open to the Jiva. If at whatever rite or work devoted to the Devas or Pitris or men, this account of the Lord's incarnation is expounded or recited, that rite or action will become complete and perfect, its defects, if any, being made good by the spiritual efficacy of the Lord's names and deeds. Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Ashtamaskande Vamana Vatara Charite Trayo Vangshodhyayah Atha Chaturvangshodhyayah Rajo Vacha.
The incarnation is
The incarnation as fish. The Raja said, "O worshipful one, I would like to hear about the first of the incarnations of Hari, of wonderful deeds assuming the form of the majestic fish. Why did the Supreme Lord assume, as if he were under the bondage of karma, such a tamas-dominated form as that of a fish, looked down upon in the world as low and repulsive?" Sutta said, when King Parikshit said, as above, to Shuka, the son of Badarayana, the latter narrated to him the story of the Lord's incarnation in the form of a fish. Sri Shuka said, "The Lord assumes a form and incarnates himself for the all-round good of helpless ones, of holy men, of devas, of righteous people, and of the Vedas, as also for safeguarding the four ends of life, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. Though, like the air, the Lord pervades all beings considered high or low according to their stage of evolution. He, being non-material, is not affected by the qualities of the minds and bodies of the objects he pervades. Towards the close of the previous kalpa, there was a Naimitika Pralaya, periodical deluge, caused by Brahma's sleep at the close of his day. During that Pralaya, all the three worlds were flooded by water. This being his night, Brahma was sleepy and was about to retire when the Vedas dropped out of his mouth. An Asura named Hayagriva, who was standing nearby, snatched away the Vedas. Coming to know about this high-handedness of Hayagriva, the all-powerful Lord took the form of a fish, Satyavrata, as the mysterious fish. In that kalpa, there was a pious king named Satyavrata, who was deeply devoted to Narayana and was performing austerity, subsisting only on water. It was the Satyavrata who was born as the son of Vishwaswan and made a Manu in this kalpa under the well-known names Shraddha Deva and Vaishwaswata. Once, when this Satyavrata was performing rites with water, Jalatarpana, in the river Kritamala, an unusual kind of tiny fish was found in the water he held in his cupped palms.
Thereupon Satyavrata, the king of Dravida country, let down the water he held in his palms, and together with it the fish too. The fish then appealed to that merciful king in the most piteous manner. O king, you who are noted for your mercy towards the poor and the suffering, why are you consigning a poor creature like myself into this water, while I have to be in constant dread of other aquatic creatures who subsist on their own kind? The king then decided to give protection to that fish without any inkling that it was the Lord come in the form of a fish to bless him. Touched by the piteous appeal that the fish made, the merciful king brought it to his ashrama, putting it in his water vessel. Within one night, the fish grew too big to be accommodated in the water vessel. Unable to remain there, it said to the king, "It is impossible for me to put up with the difficulty of staying in this water vessel. So please give me a spacious water receptacle in which I can stay in comfort." So the king removed it from there and put it in a big vessel. But within a few seconds after being consigned there, it grew to the size of 3 cubits. The fish thereupon said, "Even this, O king, is not sufficient for me to be comfortable. I have taken refuge with you. Give me a much bigger place." O king, Satyavrata now consigned it to a pond, but this fish of unending growth soon filled the pond with its body. The fish therefore said, "For me, a creature requiring a wide expanse of water, the very limited water area of a pond is insufficient to stay comfortably. Put me into a big lake where the water will not dry and where I am protected from the attentions of alligators and other denizens of the water." Being so requested, the king transferred the fish from one lake of perennial water to another, as it filled up every lake in a short time. Finally, he put it into the sea. When the fish was put in the ocean, it said to the king, "O heroic king, it behoves you not to put me in the ocean where I am likely to be eaten up by whales and other powerful creatures. So please do not let me down in the ocean." The fish reveals its identity. To the fish who was thus mystifying him with fine words, the king said, "Who are you in this form of a fish, giving us so many surprises? We have never seen or heard of any aquatic creature with such divine powers as you seem to possess. We have filled up a lake of 100 yojanas in one day. Surely you must be the worshipful Hari, the Lord Narayana, who has assumed the form of a fish for the good of the worlds. O thou, the Supreme Spirit, salutation to the Master of creation, preservation, and dissolutions. Thou art the soul and the goal of us who have taken refuge in thee. All the forms that thou hast taken as incarnations are for the good of the worlds. Pray, what is the special object of taking this form in this present incarnation? I would like to understand that. O lotus-eyed one, the service rendered to thee, the soul and friend of all, will never go in vain, unlike dependence on limited beings with the consciousness of their physical individuality. For as a fruit of my devotion to thee, thou hast now revealed the most wonderful form of thine to me. Announcement of the deluge. The Lord of the universe, who is ever loving to his wholehearted devotees and who had now assumed the form of a fish in order to sport in the water of the deluge, as also to bless his devotees, said as follows to the Rajarshi Satyavrata. The Lord said, O king, on the seventh day from today, all the three worlds, the earth, the intermediary region, and the heaven will get submerged in the water of periodical deluge, Naimiktika Pralaya. When the worlds have got submerged in the waters of Pralaya, a ship sent by me will come near you. You will then get into that ship with all the seeds of trees and vegetation collected earlier and with representatives of all species of creatures and also accompanied by the Saptarshis. Without any difficulty, you will be able to navigate in that darkness of Pralaya, guided by the brilliance of that Saptarshis. When the boat will be rolling heavily in the stormy seas, I shall be appearing there, and to my antenna the boat may be tied. The rope will be used for purpose being the serpent Vasuki. O pious king, with you and the rishis in it, I shall pilot the ship through Pralaya waters until Brahma's night is over and the Naimiktika Pralaya ends. During that time, as answers given to questions, I shall reveal the truth of all my comprehending essence or glory known as the transcendent Brahman. Thus instructed, and with my blessings besides, you shall realize the truth of Brahman in your heart. Saying this to Satyavrata, Hari disappeared from view, and Satyavrata, for his part, waited for the time of the deluge mentioned to him by the Lord. Making a seat of durva grass with the pointed ends of the grass turned eastward, Satyavrata sat on it facing northeast and meditated on the feet of Sri Hari incarnated as a fish. Now appeared heavy rain clouds sending torrential rains, helped by which the ocean swelled and deluged the whole earth. As King Satyavrata thought of the Lord's words, the ship appeared on the scene, the king carrying all the seeds of plants and animals and accompanied by Sapta Rishis boarded the ship. The Rishi now told the king with a joyous heart, O king, meditate on Keshava, the Lord Mahavishnu. He will save us from all the difficulties and work for our welfare. As the king meditated, Mahavishnu now appeared as a fish of golden color, having only one antenna and endowed with a body of a lakh of yojanas in size. As directed by Sri Hari earlier, the king had the ship attached to the antenna of the fish using the serpent Vasuki as a cord for tying. With great joy in his heart, he began to sing the praise of the Lord in a hymn. Satyavrata's hymn. Raja Satyavrata said, men whose knowledge of the Atman has been effaced by the beginningless nations and who, as a consequence, are subject to intense sufferings in samsara, sometimes surrender themselves to thee by thy grace alone, and thereby attain to thee. May thou, that granter of liberation, be our teacher. Bound by the impressions of his past karma, the ignorant man continues to perform karma with the idea of gaining more and more enjoyments, but the ultimate result of all such self-centered work is more misery. This self-centeredness, the canker within, can be overcome only through the service of thee, the world teacher. May he be pleased to destroy in us that knot of the heart, namely the identification of the self with the body. Gold and silver cannot be purified merely washing, but only by being heated in fire. So also karmas by themselves cannot purify one's being. Thy service alone can be the fire for burning up the darkness of corruption that has entered the soul of man and for restoring its luminosity. Work can form only a limb of that devotional service. May He, the Eternal One and the Lord of all, greater than all other teachers, by whose service the impurity of the mind is erased, the spirit is restored to its natural condition, bring us enlightenment. I take refuge in Thee, the Supreme Being, whose abounding grace bestowed on devotees is of such potency that even an infinitesimal fraction of it cannot be matched by the combined help that may be offered by all the deities, teachers, and other competent persons put together. Ignorant men accepting other ignorant men as guru is like one blind man taking another blind man to guide him. Desirous of attaining to our spiritual goal, we have adopted as our guru thyself, the self-luminous awareness which, like the sun, reveals everything else and also endows the senses with self-consciousness and luminosity. Inferior teachers give instructions for the attainment of worldly good, by pursuing which men continue to be endlessly entangled in the cycle of births and deaths. Thou, however, instructest one in the knowledge of the Spirit that is eternal and incorruptible, and helps one to attain to one's original state without difficulty. Thou art the friend of the worlds, their well-wishers, their dear Lord, their soul, and the granter of their prayers. Yet the blind worlds, full of worldly desires, do not know Thee who art residing in the very heart. I take shelter in Thee, the Supreme Deity, the Lord of all and the noblest one to be restored to, for being instructed in the knowledge of the Atman, which should shatter the darkness of ignorance in me by the light of Thy words. Cut asunder the knot of ignorance which bind the body with the spirit. Reveal to me Thy true form. Sri Sukha said, to the king who spoke thus, the Lord, the prime evil one, in the form of a fish, gave spiritual instruction while sporting in the waters of Pralaya. He imparted the subtle truth of the Atman in his fullness to the royal sage Satyavrata in the shape of a sacred Purana Samhita known as Matsya Purana, in which doctrines of Jnana, Bhakti, and Karma are discussed. Seated in the ship constituted of the earth, the king, along with the rishis, heard the exposition of the truth of the Atman and the eternal Brahman, which drove away all doubt from his heart. When that pralaya ended, the Brahma awoke from sleep. Sri Hari gave him the Veda, having destroyed Hayagriva and recovered the Veda from him. It is this King Satyavrata, endowed with knowledge and experience of truth, who has become Vaishwavata Manu in the present Kalpa out of Mahavishnu's grace. Those who hear this great narrative dealing with the conversation between King Satyavrata and Mahavishnu incarnated as fish will be freed from sins. A devotee who daily adores the Lord with the recital of the account of this incarnation of his will have the fulfillment of all his wishes and he will ultimately attain the supreme goal. I salute him who is ultimate cause of all the guise of the incarnate fish, who restored the Vedas to Brahma, killing the Asura, who had taken it away when it fell into the pralaya waters from the mouth of Brahma, who had become weak by the onset of sleep at the start of pralaya, and who instructed the Satyavrata in the truth of Brahman.
Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Vaya Sikhyam Ashtadha Sahasratam Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Ashtamaskande Satya Vatara Chiratanu Varnanam Nama Chaturvangsho Dhyayah Ityashtamaskande Samapta Hari Om Tatsat. Shrimad Bhagavatam Navama Skanda Atha Pratamo Dhyaya Rajo Vacha. The story of Sudyumna. Manushrata Deva and his issue. Raja Parikshit said, I have listened to the description of the various manvantaras you gave, as also of the exploits of Sri Hari of infinite prowess in those periods. I have heard from you that the royal sage Satyavrata, the king of the Dravidya country, obtained spiritual illumination through the service of the Supreme Being in the previous kalpa, that he became the Vaishvaswata Manu, the son of Vishwaswan, in the present kalpa, and that Ishwaku and some others were his sons. O Holy One, I wish to hear about the line of Ishawaku and other sons of the Manu, and the life stories of great devotee kings born in their families. Narrate, O Blessed One, the accounts of those great ones to us, who are always eager to listen to such narratives. Tell me about the great doings of the members of these families, famous for their piety, of members who are past, who are now alive, and who are to come in the future. Shuta said, when thus questioned by Raja Parikshit in that assembly of Vedic savants, the worshipful Shuka, who had an understanding of dharma in all its phases, including the highest, said as follows. Sri Shuka said, O hero, I shall tell you about the important families of the Manu's line. To narrate it all exhaustively is not possible even in 100 years. The Supreme Purusha, who is the indweller of all beings, high and low, alone existed at the end of the kalpa, this whole universe having dissolved in his being. Nothing besides him existed. From his navel came out a golden lotus, in which appeared the self-created and four-faced Brahma. From Brahma's mind was born Marichi, and from him Kashyapa was born. To him Vishwaswan was born of Daksha's daughter Aditi. Vishwaswan had by his wife Sanjana a son named Shraddha who became the Manu, that self-controlled one, also known as Vaishvaswata Manu, begot 10 sons by his wife Shraddha. They were Ishwaku, Nrika, Saryati, Dishtha, Drishta, Karushaka, Narishyanta, Prishshadra, Nabhaga, and Kavi. Daughter Ila becoming son Sudyumna. Before the birth of Ishwaku and others, the Manu Shraddha Deva was without offspring. The holy sage Vashishta, endowed with great powers, had a sacrifice to Mitra and Varuna performed by the Manu for the sake of offspring. The Manu's wife Shraddha, who was observing Payovrata, approached the sacrificial priest and prayed that she would like to have a daughter born to her. Directed by the Adhvaryu priest, the Hota or the sacrificing priest, meditating with a concentrated mind, made an offering with the mantra Vashat for the fulfillment of the wish of Manu's wife. Though the Manu was performing his sacrifice, desiring a son, the difference in the Hota's prayer resulted in the birth of a daughter, who came to be well known as Ila in later times. But the Manu was not happy to have a daughter, and so said to his teacher Vashishta, "Is none to pleased a mood." O worshipful one, how did it happen like this? It is a tragedy indeed that rites done by Vedic savants like you all should produce contrary results. How can this aberration take place in regard to a mantra? You are all experts in the knowledge and application of mantras. You also have the qualification of having mastery over the senses, and also the austerity and freedom from sins. How then can results contrary to the desired one come about as if the Devas have begun to be untruthful? Hearing these words of the Manu, our grandfather Vashishta came to know about the change in the prayer resolution, the sankalpa, made by the sacrificing priest. He said as follows to him, the son of Ravi: "This difficult situation has arisen because of the deviation of your sacrificing priest. But I shall, by virtue of my power, gained through austerity, see that you get a male issue according to your wish." O king, deciding like this, Vashishta, the far-famed and powerful rishi, invoked Narayana, the primordial being, with hymns and prayers in order that Ila might become a man. Being propitiated, Hari, the all-powerful Lord, the master of all, gave him the desired boon by converting the female Ila into a strong and noble male named Sudyumna. Sudyumna's reconversion into a woman. O king, one day attended by some of his high officers, Sudyumna got upon a horse of Sindhu breed and went to the forest on a hunt. Equipped with his attractive bow and unique shafts, and protected by his mail, he went northwards pursuing a deer. That prince entered into the forest in the valleys of Meru, where the all-powerful Shiva was sporting with Uma. As soon as he entered that region, the accomplished warrior Sudyumna found himself transformed into a woman and his horse into a mare. All his followers too found a similar sex transformation in themselves also, and, much puzzled and distressed at this, began to look at each other. Raja Parikshit said, "O worshipful one, how did a region with such properties come into existence? Who was responsible for this arrangement? Please tell me about it, as I feel very curious to know all the details." Sri Shuka said, Once some very austere rishis, whose radiance dispelled the darkness in the quarters and also drowned the brightness of all other bodies, went to this region for meeting Shiva, the master of the mountain. Seeing them, Ambika, who was then sitting without any dress in the lap of Shiva, got up in great bashfulness and put on her dress. The rishis too, seeing the engrossment of the divine couple in sexual enjoyment, turned away and went to the ashrama of Narayana at Padari. Thereupon, in order to please his consort, Shiva declared that any man who entered that forest would be converted into a woman. From that time onwards, men avoided that forest. So Sudyumna and his followers now moved from forest to forest in the form of women. Birth of the Pururavas and his ascension. In the course of his wanderings in the forest, along with the other women, Sudyumna, now a very handsome lady, was noticed by the august Buddha. As she moved about his ashrama with the other ladies, Buddha fell in love with her. That handsome lady also longed to have Buddha, the son of Chandra, moon deity, as a husband. They had a son named Pururavas. We have heard that this Sudyumna, the son of Manu, thought of his family teacher Vasishta for help while he was thus in the state of a woman. Vasishta felt great pity at the fate of Sudyumna, and to restore his manhood to him, prayed to Lord Shiva. Being propitiated, the Lord Shiva was anxious to do what was pleasing to the rishi and what would be fulfilling his own words also. He therefore said as follows: Your protege Sudyumna, who is dear to you as a son, will be a man for a month and a woman in the next. Under this arrangement, let him rule the earth. Having got back his manhood partially at least, Sudyumna continued to rule the earth, but his subjects were not reconciled to the idea of a king who changed sex periodically. His 3 sons, Utkal, Gaya, and Vimala, who were very virtuous, became kings of countries in the south. After a long rule, Sudyumna, who was the ruler of Pratisthana, entrusted the rule of his kingdom to his eldest son, Pururavas, and went to dwell in the forest as an ascetic. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Navamaskande Ilo Pakhyane Prathamo Dhyayah Atha Dvitiyo Dhyayah Shri Shuka Uvacha. The lines of the other sons of Manu. Story of Prishadhara and Kavi. Shri Shuka said, when his son Sudyumna retired to the forest, Manu, Vaishwasvatha, identical with Shraddha Deva, took to the practice of austerities on the banks of the Yamuna for 100 years for having more progeny. Afterwards he adored Sri Hari with a sacrifice for progeny and got 10 worthy sons with Ishwaku as the eldest. Prishadhara, one of Manu's sons, was appointed by his father as the guardian of cattle. He spent his nights awake, sword in hand, guarding the cattle against wild beasts. One rainy night, a tiger entered the cow pen, and the cows, which were lying down, got up and began to run about here and there in fear. The powerful tiger caught hold of one of the cows, which began to low aloud in pain and fright. Hearing its cries, Prishadhara came running. He took his sword and slashed at the neck of the tiger. But as it was pitch dark and even the stars were invisible, he beheaded the red-hued cow, mistaking it for the tiger. The end of the sword had wounded the tiger's ear also, and the animal, frightened by it, ran away, shedding blood all the way. In the morning, heroic Prishadhara, who had thought that he had killed the tiger, discovered to his great sorrow that it was the red-hued cow that he had slaughtered. His acharya now cursed him that for the sin of killing the cow, though it be unawares, he would become a Shudra, much lower than even a fallen Kshatriya. Prishadhara accepted the curse with palms joined in salutation. He observed the vow of continence for life. a state dear to ascetics. Friendly to all and aware of divinity in all, he attained to the state of an ekantin, one for whom the Supreme Being, Vasudeva, the worshipful, the soul of all, the one without any stain, was the only object of love. He was without any attachment, serene in mind, established in the control of all senses, without any possession, and habituated to maintain his body with whatever he got by chance. Resembling a senseless man or a blind man or a deaf man, he wandered all over the country, with his mind always established in the Supreme Being and satisfied with the knowledge of him, and ever steeped in his bliss. While travelling like this, he entered a forest one day. He saw there a fierce forest fire raging. He threw his body into it and attained to the Supreme Brahman. He had no issue. Kavi, the youngest of Manu's sons, showed signs of renunciation of all worldly enjoyments from his very boyhood. He renounced all relatives and kingdom very early in life. He went to the forest, meditated on the effulgent Purusha in the heart, and attained to the supreme state of that divine. He too had therefore no issue. Lines of Karusha and Drishta. From Karusha, another son of the Manu came into existence, a race of Kshatriya called Karushas, who had ruled over the northern regions and who were devoted to holy men and dharma. From another son of the Manu, named Drishta, a race of the Kshatriyas called Drashtas arose. They, however, became transformed into Brahmanas because of their noble qualities. Nriga had a son, Sumati. His son was Bhutaj Jyotis, and his Vasu. To Vasu, Pratika was born, and to him Oghavan. Oghavan had a son of the same name and a daughter named Oghavati, who was married to Sudarshana.
Line of Narish Yanta. Narish Yanta's son was Chitrasena. His son was Driksha. His son Vidvan. His son Kurcha. And his son Indrasena. From Indrasena was born Vitihotra. From him Satya Ravas. From him Uruswara. And from him Devadatta. From Devadatta was born Agni Vaisya, who was an incarnation of the deity Agni, and who became famous also under the names of Kanina Jatukarnya. From him arose a line of famous Brahmanas named Agni Vaisyas. O king, with this I have finished the line of Narishyanta, and I shall now deal with that of Dishtha. Lines of Dishtha. As the son of Dishtha was born, a Nabhaga, different from the famous man of the same name, he became a Vaishya by profession. His son was Palandhana, and from his Vasapriti was born. Vasapriti's son was Pramsu, his son Pramati, his son Kanitra, his son Chakshusha, and his son Vimishsati. From Vimishsati was born Ramba, whose son was Kaninatra, noted for his adherence to Dharma. His son was Karandharma. Avikshit was his son, and his son was Maruta, who became an emperor, and it was at the yajna of this Maruta that Samvata, the son of Agniras, and a famous yogi, officiated as priest. Never has there been a yajna as grand as Maruta's. All the utensils and the outfits used in those rites were made of gold and looked brilliant. Indra had a juice of soma to drink in admiration. The priests too got dakshinas to their satisfaction. The celestials called maruts serve foods, and the sacrificial assembly consists of Vishwadevas. Maruta's son was Dama, his son Raja Vardhana, his son Sudhirvriti, and his son Nara was also known as Saudhirvriteya. Nara's son was Kevala, his son Bhandhuman, his son Vegavan, his son Bhandu, and his son Trinabindu. Trinabindu, who possessed various praiseworthy qualities, married a noted Apsara woman named Alambusa. By that woman he had many sons and a daughter named Aidavida. Aidavida married the sage Vishravas, who was highly intelligent and had learned from his father the way of making oneself invisible. They had a son named Dhananda Kubera. Trinabindu had a son Visala. Sumya Bandhu and Dhumaraketu. Of them, Visala, who propagated his line, founded the city of Vaisali. Visala's son was Hemachandra, his son Dhumaraksha, his son Samyama, who had two sons, Devaja and Krishava. Krishava's son was Somadatta. By adoring the Supreme Lord with Ashwamedha sacrifices, he attained to the highest state and became adored of even the masters of yoga. Somadatta had a Sumati, and he, Chanamajaya, his kings ruled. Sri Saryati at Chiavana's ashrama.
Next.
His king rules at Vaishali and continued to maintain the fame and traditions of Trinabindu. The lines of
इति श्रीमद्भागवते महापुराणे परमहंस्यां संहितायां नवमास्कन्ध्यायः अथ तृतीयोऽध्यायः श्रीशुक उवाच.
The line of Saryati. Saryati at Chayavana's ashrama. Saryati, the son of Vaishwavata Manu, was one who was versed in the Veda and its real purport. It was he who explained all their rites and all the mantras on the rituals that were performed on the second day of Satra, conducted by members of the clan of Agni Ras. He had a daughter named Sukanya with eyes beautiful like the lotus. One day he went into the forest with her and visited the ashrama of Chaivavana. While moving about in the forest with attendant maids, viewing the trees, she came across a white anthill in which she saw two gleaming points of light like glowworms. Prompted by fate, that girl in her childish curiosity took a thorn and poked at the brilliant spots in the anthill. At once much blood began to flow out. Immediately after this incident, all the troops and the rest of the royal retinue found their excretory functions obstructed In great astonishment, the royal sage Saryati said to his men, "Have any of you done anything harmful to the sage Chayavana of Brigu's line? It is clear from this experience of ours that someone in our party has committed something violating the sanctity of this ashrama." Sukyana thereupon confessed to her father how unknowingly she had pricked 2 points of light with a thorn. The words of his daughter alarmed Saryati very much. With considerable effort, he pacified the rishi Chayavana, who had covered over by the white hill. Divining the mind of the rishi, the king offered his daughter in marriage to him, thus freeing himself from a dangerous situation. However, he took leave of the sage and returned to his capital with a peaceful mind. Chayavana's rejuvenation. Sage Chayavana, who became Sukanya's husband, was a person with a highly choleric temperament. The intelligent Sukyana, through her insight into the working of his mind and her alertness, was able to please him with her devoted and careful service. Sometime after Satyas, the physicians of heavenly region, visited the ashrama of Chayavana. After properly honoring them, the sage said to them, "You are physicians of great knowledge and power. Can you make me a youth? You are now offered so much use in yajnas. I shall arrange for your getting it. If you can transform me into a youth of attractive appearance, pleasing to young women." The celestial physicians agreed to the proposal and said to the sage, "Please plunge into this lake made by the Siddhas." Saying so, the Ashwins dipped themselves into that lake, taking with them that decrepit and old sage whose body was disfigured by folds, grey hairs, and protruding bones and patent blood vessels. Soon after, 3 persons emerged from that lake. All the 3 were alike, young, decorated with lotus garlands and earrings, dressed in shining attire and in every way attractive to the eyes of women. Looking at the 3 luminous like the sun and looking alike, Sukanya was not able to distinguish her husband Chayavana from among the 3. She therefore sought the grace of the Ashwin. Pleased at the lady's faithfulness to the husband, the Ashwins helped her to pick out her husbands, and then, bidding farewell to the sage, went away in the aerial car to the heavenly regions. A surprise for King Saryati. Sometime after, Saryati went to the Chayavana's ashrama in connection with a sacrifice and was astonished to find with his daughter a person luminous like the sun. Only his daughter doing obeisance to him, he not only uttered no word of blessing, but spoke as follows in a mood of annoyance and displeasure. "Your conduct is a surprise to me. Have you deceived your husband?" "Have you deceived your husband, the sage Chayavana, who commands the respects of the whole world? Wretch, dissatisfied with that aged sage as your husband, you seem to have taken a straight traveler as your lover. Oh, you who are born in a noble family, how is it that your mind has gone in this ignoble direction opposed to your family traditions? Your conduct is a matter of disgrace for our whole ancestry. For deserting your husband, you have taken to a lover, you have degraded to the families of your father and husband to the level of the sinful."
To her father, who was speaking thus, she replied, smiling in a very pleasing mood,
"Oh, father, this person is none other than your son-in-law, the scion of the family of the Brigus." She then told her father everything about how and from whom her husband attained to youth and physical beauty. And the king, astonished and delighted on hearing the story, embraced his daughter with great affection. The sage Chyavana made the heroic king Saryati perform a somayaja, in which, on the authority of his inherent strength, he broke tradition and made an offering of soma to the Ashwins, who were not eligible for it. Excited with anger at this honor shown to Ashwins against all rules and customs, Indra raised his thunderbolt weapon to slay Chyavana. But Chyavana, of Brigu's line, caused Indra's hand holding the Vajra to be paralyzed. Thereafter, all began to offer the cup of soma to the Ashwins, who were hitherto denied the soma offering on the ground that they were physicians. Kudmi, grandson of Saryati. The king, Saryati, had 3 sons, Uttanabharhi, Anartha, Bhurishena. Of these, Anartha had a son named Revata, a queller of foes. He built the city of Ashastali in an island in the sea, and from there he governed Anartha and other countries. He had 100 sons, the eldest of whom was Kakudmi. Kakudmi went to the assembly of Brahma together with his daughter Revati in order to ascertain to whom he was to give this daughter in marriage. Though he could get free access to Brahma's assembly, he could not get an early opportunity to consult Brahma on this point, as a music program was on at that time. When that item was over, he saluted Brahma and informed him of the object of his visit. Brahma thereupon said to him, smiling, "O king, all those whom you have in mind have been effaced by time long ago. No one hears nowadays even of their descendants, their sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons. Since your coming here, a period of 27 Chaturyugos have passed. Now there lives on earth Baladeva, who is Mahavishnu incarnated as a personage of great prowess. You may give this jewel of a girl in marriage to that illustrious personage. He is a partial incarnation of the Lord who, through his name and sportive actions, works for the welfare of all, and whose mission it is to rid the world of its unbearable burdens." Being so commanded by Brahma, the king went back to his capital after offering his worshipful obeisance to him. When he reached his capital, he found that it had been abandoned by his brothers, who had fled in different directions on account of the fear of Yakshas. The king, after bestowing his daughter on Balarama, of great prowess, went to Narayanashrama at Badhari for engaging himself in austerities.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyan Sanhitayan Navamaskande Tritiyo Dhyaya Atha Chaturtho Dhyaya.
Story of Ambarisha. Nabhaga claiming patrimony. Sri Shuka said, Nabhaga, a son of Manu, had Nabhaga as his son. Nabhaga's other sons partitioned all the ancestral property, while Nabhaga, the youngest and the most learned of the brothers, was still in the Guru's house undergoing education for an unusually long period. They therefore thought that he would be a lifelong brahmacharan and would never come to claim his share. But he eventually returned and claimed his share, whereupon, since nothing was left undivided, his brothers gave their father as his share. He asked, "O brothers, where is my share?" The brothers replied, "We forgot you when partitioning. You may therefore take our father as your share." But the father told him, "O son, Don't accept this offer. They are deceiving you, for I am not a property to be enjoyed. Now the wise group of sages known as Angiras have started a satra, a long-drawn sacrifice. O my learned son, though they are men of learning, they are put to great anxiety because they do not know the mantras to be chanted at the close of every 6 days in connection with the rites pertaining to Vishvedevas. Though they be great men, you go and help them by chanting the 2 shuktas connected with Vishvedevas. When at the end of the satra they ascend it to heaven, they will give you all the wealth remaining after the satras. Hearing this, the son did accordingly. These sacrifices, before being transported to heaven, gave him, Nabhaga, all the remaining wealth at the site of the satra. When he was about to take possession of that wealth, a man of dark complexion, Rudra, coming from the north, claimed as his own whatever wealth remained on the sacrificial campus. Nabhaga, the grandson of Manu, thereupon told him that the rishis had gifted that wealth to him. To settle the dispute, Rudra said that they could refer the matter to Nabhaga's father himself. On inquiry, Nabhaga, the father, said the rishis had once made the arrangement that whatever is left in the campus of the yajna belongs to Rudra, so this too has to go to him. Nabhaga thereupon made prostration to Rudra and said, My father said all that is left in the sacrificial field really belongs to you, so I prostrate to you, requesting you to forgive me for my transgression. Then Rudra said, As your father spoke according to Dharma, and as you have spoken the truth, I am pleased to instruct you, a know of the Veda, in the knowledge regarding the eternal Brahman. Besides, I am giving you all this, my rightful possession, consisting of the residuary wealth of the sacrificial field. Please accept it. Saying so, Sri Rudra disappeared from sight. Whoever studies this account with faith and concentration in the mornings and evenings will become learned and become a knower of the Vedas. He will attain to his spiritual destiny. Of Nabhaga was born Ambarisha, the noted devotee and holy personage who could not be affected even in the least by the curse of Durvasas, which none can ordinarily resist. Ambarisha's devotion. Raja Parikshit said, O worshipful one, I desire to hear the story of that high-minded royal sage Ambarisha, whom even the weapon of an ogre, unleashed by Durvasas, could not affect in the least. Sri Shuka said, Ambarisha was the master of the whole world with its 7 continents, with inexhaustible wealth and of comparable price. But he knew that all this worldly wealth is short-lived and dreamlike in nature, and also that it leads only to spiritual blindness. As he had the highest devotion for Vasudeva and the holy men devoted to him, he could regard this whole universe representing all wealth as nothing but a clod of earth. He trained his mind to be ever engrossed in the thought of Krishna's feet. His words in recounting the excellencies of Krishna, his hands in cleansing his places of worship, and his ears in listening to the sacred accounts dealing with Krishna's actions. He devoted his eyes to looking at the holy images of Mukunda, his sense of touch to contacting his great devotees, his sense of smell to imbibing the fragrance of tulasi leaves enhanced by the contact of the Lord's lotus feet, and his sense of taste in the consumption of food left after offering to him. With his feet he ever circumambulated the holy temples of the Lord, and with his head he constantly bowed down to him, present everywhere. He partook of the delicious offerings made to the Lord, not for satisfying the cravings of his desire nature, but as a part of his devotional service calculated to enhance his attachment to the Lord. Thus practicing his presence in everything, he offered all his actions to that Supreme Being, the bestower of the fruits of all yajnas and the controller of all the senses. Cultivating this attitude of mind and following the advice of ministers who were established in this devotional ideal, he governed the whole earth. In the desert region, facing the flow of the river Saraswati, he adored the Supreme Lord with several Aswamedha sacrifices, conducted by priests like Vasishashtha, Asita, Gautama, and others, and performed with an elaboration of all ancillary rites and of liberal gifts made possible by his enormous resources. In Ambarisha's sacrifice, all the sacrificial priests and members of the sacrificial assembly were dressed in splendid raiments and resembled celestials, with eyes unwinking because of the wondrous display before them. But he had no desire for the heavenly felicities which sacrifices bring. Not only he, but even his attendants and associates, who were always hearing and reciting hymns on the Lord's sportive activities and were steeped in the bliss of it, cared not for heavenly regions, which the celestials long for. For those who have the intuition of the Lord within feel no attraction even for objects desired by siddhas, as all such external attainments are made insipid by the side of the bliss of the self. By practicing devotion, by performing his ordained duties with perfect attachment, and by austerities the king propitiated Sri Hari, and by his grace overcame all attachments to the world. He therefore attached no importance to home, comforts, son, relatives, army consisting of regiments of elephants, chariots, horses, and foot soldiers, to the unending wealth of ornaments, gems, and weapons, and a treasury with inexhaustible resources. Sri Hari, being pleased with his unswerving devotion, offered him his own weapon of Sudharsana, which gives protection to devotees like him always, and is a terror to hostile armies. Ambarshisha's vow of Dwadasi. Being desirous of adoring Krishna, the king, along with the queen, who was well matched with him in devotional spirit, observed the Dwadasi vow, characterized by the breaking of the full day's fast. Towards the close of the period of vow, they observed fast for 3 days in the month of Kartika. During this period, they bathed in the Yamuna and worshipped Hari in Madhuvana. They adored Hari with the highest devotional exaltation and intense concentration, performing the great ceremony of holy bath, Mahabhisheka, in accordance with the ordained rules and procedures, accompanied with a wealth of materials and utensils. They offered him and his desireless devotees worship with sandal paste, flowers, arghya, etc., costly clothes and jewelry. He sent as gifts to the abodes of the holy men 60 crores of cows, young in age, gentle by nature, beautiful in appearance, and great in milking quality, all decorated with wrappings of costly cloths, and provided with golden encasements for horn and silver shoes for hooves. Then, after feeding holy men with delicious food and getting their blessings and permission to break his fast, he was about to do so when there arrived as guest no less a personage than the worshipful sage Durvasas, the threat of Durvasas. After honoring the guest by a cordial welcome, offering of seat, presentation of arghya, etc., the king prostrated himself before him and requested him to have his midday meal there. The sage accepted the invitation joyfully and went to the Yamuna for his noonday rites. He immersed himself in the water of the Yamuna, meditating on the Supreme Being. The king waited for the return of the sage till only half a muhurta, a few minutes, was left of the 12th day of the fortnight, Dwar Dasi, to elapse, before which he was to break his fast according to the rules of the vow. He was observing. Caught in this dilemma in respect of a sacred duty, he conferred with some learned persons as to what he should do.
He asked them, "If I break my fast now, I shall be violating the rules of hospitality to a holy man by eating before feeding him. If I do not take food now, I shall be violating the rule requiring the breaking of the fast on the 12th day itself. What shall I do in this situation for my good and avoiding sin?" Then he concluded, "I shall break my fast by drinking mere water." Learned men say that drinking water can be considered both as taking food and not taking it too. O leader of the Kurus, thus after drinking some water and dwelling on the Lord mentally, King Ambarisha stood there awaiting the arrival of Durvasas. Now Durvasas returned after his noonday rites from the banks of the Yamuna, and was respectfully welcomed by the king. The sage was, however, able to know through his mental power that the king had already broken his fast by drinking water. To the king, who was standing before him with joined palms, Durvasas, who was as angry as he was hungry, said with his body shivering and his face distorted by the arching of his brows in extreme anger, "Atrocious! Look at the transgression of this man, who is cruel, unbalanced by pride of wealth, without an atom of real devotion to Vishnu, and behaving as if he were a law unto himself. You invited me to come as your guest, but without feeding me you have taken food. I shall show you the consequences of it immediately." So saying, Durvasas, who was burning with anger, pulled out a lock of his matted hair and generated out of it a fiend, Kritya, as fierce as the fire at the time of cosmic dissolution. Even seeing that fiery spirit rushing at him, sword in hand, and causing tremors on the earth, Ambarisha did not budge a step from where he stood. Sudarsana, the discus of the Lord that had already been appointed as the protector of his devotee by him, now burnt up the threatening Kritya as the forest fire consumes a serpent. The flight of Durvasas. Frightened by the failure of his effort and by the apparition of the Sudarsana rushing towards him, Durvasas now began to run in all directions for his own safety. The spreading flames of the fire coming from Sudarsana pursued the sage as a forest fire does a snake, compelling the sage to take shelter in the cave of Mount Mahameru. But the Sudarsana of irresistible might pursued him wherever he rushed for safety. The quarters, the sky, the heaven, the ocean, the earth, and the 14 lokas. When he failed to get shelter anywhere, he went to Brahma, the creator, and prayed for protection, saying, "O Master, O Creator, save me from Sri Hari's power, the Sudarsana." Brahma said, "He is the time spirit, by a mere vibration of whose brows this whole universe, including my realm of Satyaloka, passes into dissolution at the close of the Dviparadas, when his divine play closes. How can we protect you who have offended a devotee of that being? He is the one whose commandments we all, including myself, Bahava, Daksha, Bhrigu, and Prajapatis, the Lord of Bhutas and Devas, accept with bent head, and implement for the good of the world? How can we protect you who have offended a devotee of that being? Thus abandoned by Brahma, Durvasas, who was being constantly threatened by the Sudarsana, next went to Kailasa and took shelter at the feet of Sri Rudra. Sri Rudra said, "He by whose will innumerable universes, Brahmandas, like the one in which we are involved, emerge and get dissolved continuously. Against him, we are not capable of doing anything. I, Sanat Kumara, Narada, Brahma, Kapila, Sabhari, Devala, Dharma, Asuri, Marichi, and other men of knowledge and perfection are all subject to his Maya, and are without any understanding of the nature of that Maya. His weapon, Sudarshana, is beyond my power to control. So you go for shelter to Sri Hari, who alone can help you in your present predicament." Filled with despair, Durvasas then proceeded to the realm of Vaikuntha, where the Lord Sri Nivasa, along with Sri, has his abode. Scorched by the heat of Sudarsana, he fell down trembling at the feet of the Lord and said, "O Achyuta, O Ananta, O lover of devotees, O Lord of all, O protector of the worlds, deign to save me, even though I am a grave transgressor. Without knowing thy powers, I did wrong to a devotee of thine. Deign to order what atonement I should do for the same, for thou canst certainly save me, as even those undergoing suffering in hell are saved by the utterance of thy name." The Lord's advice. The Blessed Lord said, "O sage, it is if I am not free, subject as I am to my devotees. Being fond of my devotees, my heart is under their sway. I do not value myself or even Shri, who is ever associated with me, as I do these holy men who have accepted me as their supreme goal. How can I abandon these men who have sought refuge in me, abandoning their wives, children, relatives, house, wealth, this world and the next? The holy men who have deep-rooted affection for me and respect my presence in all alike win me over as a faithful wife does a dutiful husband. Having attained to life's fulfillment through my service, they do not care for the four forms of mukti, salokya, attaining to his realm, samipya, being near him, sarupya, having his form, and sayujya, being one with him, which are theirs by virtue of their service of me. How little would they then care for the perishable attainments of the world? Holy men are verily my heart, and I verily am the heart of holy men. They do not know anything but me, and I of anything but them. O learned one, I shall tell you a way out. Listen to it. Go for help to Ambarisha himself, against whom you used black magic. The black magic done against a saintly person would cause the ruin of the person who resorts to such practices. Austerity and learning are beneficial to spiritual aspirants, but in the hands of a haughty and perverse person, they can prove to be the contrary. So, O learned one, you return to Ambarisha, the son of Nahabhaga, and seek his pardon. You will then be at peace.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Navamaskande Ambarishi Charite Chaturtho Dhyaya Atha Panchamo Dhyaya.
Durvasa submits to Ambarisha. Ambarisha's prayer for Durvasas. Sri Shuka said, thus instructed by the Lord, Durvasas, who was extremely distressed by the threat of the discus, now went to Ambarisha and held his feet, seeking protection. Ambarisha was shocked at a rishi holding his feet. Extremely bashful and pained at heart, he began to recite a hymn of praise of Sudarsana. Ambarisha said, thou art the power manifesting in fire, the worshipful sun and the moon, who is the Lord of all the stars. Thou art all these categories, water and earth, sky and air, the subtle elements, the tanmatras, and the senses. O thou Sudarsana, thou the 10,000 spoked, thou the favourite weapon of Achyuta, thou the power that consumes the efficacy of all other weapons, thou the master of the earth, I salute thee. May thou be propitious to the sage. Thou, the puissance of the Supreme and the soul of all, art verily Dharma, Rita, and Satya, as also the sacrifice and the one adored through all sacrifices. O thou of auspicious nave, salutations to thee, the protector of Dharma and the terror of Asuras who follow the path of Adharma. Salutations to thee that art pure radiance, to thee mind-like in speed and astounding in thy works. By thy spiritual radiance the darkness of ignorance is dispelled, and the minds of great men are illumined. O Lord of speech, none can excel thee in greatness, for the whole universe in its subtle and gross conditions is thy manifestation. O unconquerable one, when thou art released by the Lord, who is free from all stain, thou shinest in the field of battle, cutting off the limbs and heads of the Asuras. O world's protector, thou art given to pardoning the offences of those who have sought refuge in thee. Thou hast been deputed by the Most High to punish the wicked only. It will be a blessing to me if thou sparest this holy man, for it will bring good fortune to our family. It would be a great condescension on thy part if I have done any charities, if I have done any meritorious rites prescribed in the Veda and the sacred law, if I have done my ordained duties properly, if my family has honoured holy men as divine, then may this holy man be free from his predicament. If the worshipful Lord, who is one without a second, and the repository of all auspicious qualities, is pleased with our service of him in his capacity as the soul of all beings, may this holy man be free from fear. Durvasa's praises Ambarisha. Sri Sukha said, the hymn addressed by Ambarisha calmed Sudarsana, the discus of Mahavishnu, that was till then harassing Durvasas. Freed from the fierce and burning aura of Sudarsana, Durvasas was again at peace. Pronouncing blessings on Ambarisha, he now spoke in praise of him. Durvasas said,
today I have experienced the inconceivable greatness of the servants of the Infinite One. For, O King, you, his devotee, are doing good in return to one like me who has done you evil. what is there impossible of achievement for these pious men who have by their devotion won over as their own the worshipful Sri Hari, the master and protector of all devotees? And for the good and magnanimous, what is there impossible to renounce? What unfulfilled longing there can be for the devotees of Him, whose very name purifies one by its hearing, and whose feet can make one holy by their touch. O King, I have been blessed by you of abounding mercy, for you have pardoned my offense and saved my life. Sri Shuka said, King Ambarisha, who had not yet taken his food awaiting the return of the Durvasas, now prostrated himself before the sage, cheered him up and fed him. With great satisfaction the sage partook of that delicious meal, providing varieties of dishes with all the 6 flavors. He then requested the king to take his meal. Durvasas then said, I feel pleased, I feel blessed by what I have received from a great devotee like you. From your sight, speech, touch, and hospitality in the spirit of divine service, the celestial damsels shall constantly extol this action of yours in songs, and on the earth too your holy fame shall be glorified by all. Sri Shuka said, thus praising the king, Durvasas left the place in a joyous mood and went to Brahmaloka, which none can obtain by karma. But now 1 year had passed since Durvasas had taken to his heels for fear of the discus Sudarsana. All the time Ambarisha had waited for his arrival to feed himself, taking nothing more than the water with which he had broken his fast. When Durvasas had gone, Ambarisha took his food, considering it specially sacred, because it was what was left after feeding a holy man. He saw the hand of the divine in all that had happened, in the sufferings of the sage and in the relief he got afterwards, as well as in the courageous way in which he himself could stand the trials. In this way, King Ambarisha, who was endowed with many a great virtue, attained to the highest form of bhakti, consisting in the consecration and offering of all the fruits of work and sense of agency to Vasudeva, the soul of all in the universal being, Brahman. Devotion filled him with such intense renunciation that made him feel all heavens with their enjoyments up to Brahmaloka as mere hells. Afterwards, high-souled Ambarisha entrusted the kingdom to his sons, who were equal to him in virtue, and took to the life of a forest-dwelling ascetic. He gave his mind entirely to Vasudeva, the soul of all, the transcendent the play of the forces of Prakriti, nature. One who devotedly recites and reflects on this great narrative concerning King Ambarisha will become a devotee of the Lord.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Navamaskande Ambirisha Charitam Nama Panchamodhyaya.
From Ambarisha to Mandhata. Sri Sukha said, Ambarisha had 3 sons, Virupa, Ketuman, and Sambhu. Virupa's son was Prishadaswa, and his son Ratitara. And Ratitara, being incapable of having an offspring, his wife approached for progeny the sage Angiras, who begot her sons with Brahmic splendor. And they were born in the wife of Ratitara, and as they were also the sons of Angiras, they were considered as belonging to the lines of both Ratitara and Angiras, and they were endowed with both Brahmanical and royal qualities. Ikshwaku and his sons. Ikshwaku was born from the nose of the Manu, Veshwaswata, when he sneezed. Ikshwaku had 100 sons, of whom the important were the three, Vikukshi, Nimi, and Dandaka. O king, of these 125 became kings in the eastern region of Aryavarta, another 25 in the western region, 3 in the middle region, and the remaining in the northern and southern regions. Once Ikshwaka was performing Ashta Kashrada. He called his son and said, O Vikukshi, go to the forest and get the flesh of animals that are considered fit for offering as sacrifices. Do not delay. Agreeing to this, that bold warrior went to the forest and slaughtered many animals that were fit for use in sacrifices. But very much tired as he was after all that exertion, he by oversight had his meal prepared with a hare from among the slaughtered animals. He brought the rest of the hunted animals and gave them to his father. His preceptor, Vashishta, on being asked to consecrate the flesh of the animals for sacrifice, declared it to be defiled by being already used, and therefore unfit for use in sacrificial rites. Informed by the preceptor, King Ikshwaku came to understand the nature of his son's transgression of dharma, and in great anger expelled him from the country. Ikshwaku then held discussions on matters spiritual with Vashishta and took to the practice of yoga. Eventually gave up his body in yoga and attained the supreme state. On his father's death, Vikukshi returned to the country to rule over the whole earth under the name Shashada, and to adore the Supreme Lord with many sacrifices. Indravaha. Shashada had a famous son, Indravaha, and was also known as Kukutsha and Purajaya. Hear from me how he earned these names by his deeds. There was a very destructive war between the Asuryas and the Devas. Being defeated, the Devas sought heroic Indravaha as their ally. As directed by the all-powerful Mahavishnu, the Lord of Lords and the soul of all beings, Indra converted himself into a huge bull and became the mount of King Indravaha. Equipped with armor, an excellent bow and arrows, and extolled by all the celestials, he sat on the hump, Kakut, of that Indra bull, ready for battle. With his powers augmented by the energy of Mahavishnu, the Supreme Person and the Supreme Spirit, Indravaha, along with the Devas, attacked the city of the Asuryas in the west. A fierce and thrilling battle now followed between him and the Asuryas. Whichever Asura faced him, he transported him to the realm of Yama with his arrows. Impossible to stand before his arrows that were fierce like the fire at the time of deluge, the remaining Asuras fled away from the battlefield to their abode in the Patala. Because this lord conquered the realm of the Asuras and transferred it with all its wealth and splendor to Indra, he got the name Puranjaya, added to his other names. For the reason he used Indra as his mount, he was called Indravaha. For sitting on the Kakut, or hump of the bull, he came to be known as Kakutstha also. From Prayajaya to Uvanaswa, Puranjaya, alias Indravaha, had a son named Anenas. His son was Pritu, his son Vishwarandhi, his son Chandra, and his son Uvanaswa, his son Sabasta, who built the city named Sabasti. Sabasta's son was Brihadaswa, and his son Kuvalavashwaka. This very powerful king, in order to please sage Utanka, destroyed the Asura named Dhundu assisted by an army of his own sons numbering 21,000. He came to be famous as Dundumara, but most of his sons perished in the fire emerging from the mouth of the Asura Dundu. Only 3 survived. The names of those who survived were Dridashwa, Kapilaswa, and Padaraswa. Dridaswa's son was named Hariswa, and his son Nikumbha. Nikumbha's son was Barhaswa, his son Krishaswa, his son Sanenajit, his son Yuvanaswa. This last king had no issue when he left for the forest to practice austerities. For lack of progeny, he had become indifferent to everything and took to the forest life with his 100 wives. It is said that with some merciful sages therefore made him perform a special sacrifice to Indra with great concentration. At night that king entered the sacrificial hall in a very thirsty condition. He found all the sacrificial priests sleeping. So he himself took some water, which happened to have been consecrated by mantras. O king, on awakening, those priests, finding the water pot empty, exclaimed, "Ah, who has done this? Someone has drunk the consecrated water that has the power of producing progeny." Learning that it was done by the king, prompted as it were by the Lord, the priests bow down to him and declare, "It is only the divine will that prevails. Man's efforts count for little." Mandhata, the king Yavanaswa, became pregnant, and when the time for delivery came, the right side of his abdomen burst, bringing forth a child who grew to be emperor. "This child is crying aloud to be suckled. How shall we feed him?" so exclaimed the priests. Thereupon Indra said, "Dear boy, do not cry. Drink of me, Mamdhata," and gave it his thumb to suck, which yielded Amrita, the immortal drink. The child therefore came to be known as Mandhata. The father of the infant, King Yuvanaswa, in spite of his abdomen being rent, providentially survived. He continued to observe austere practices in that forest until his end. Dear Parikshit, as even powerful enemies like Ravana trembled with fear before him, Indra gave Mandhata the title Trasadasyu, the terror of evil ones. The son Yuvanaswa, by virtue of the power bestowed on him by Achyuta, became the famous emperor Mandhata, holding sway over all the 7 continents of the earth. Though he had the highest self-knowledge, he nonetheless adored the Supreme Being and embodiment of all deities, the soul of all and the one incomprehensible to the senses, with many sacrifices characterized by an abundance of gifts. By these yajnas he only adored him who has himself become all the parts of the sacrifice. The substances used, the mantras chanted, the procedures followed, the sacrifice itself, the performer of the sacrifice, the officiating priests, dharma, and time and place. All the land included within the horizons between which the sun rises and sets was included in the empire of Mandhata, the son of Yuvanaswa. Mandhata had by Indumati, the daughter of Sasabindu, 3 sons, Purukutsa, Ambarisha, and the great yogi Muchukunda. They had 50 sisters, all of whom married the rishi Subhari. Story of Subhari. The rishi Subhari, who was observing severe austerity, submerged under the waters of Kalindi, saw once the great pleasure that a king of fish derived from sexual intercourse. This generated a longing for such pleasure in himself, and he begged King Mandhata to give one of his daughters to him. The king stipulated that he would arrange a function of bridal choice at which a daughter of his would be free to choose him. The rishi thereupon thought, under the guise of a bridal choice the king is out to deceive me, thinking that an old man like me, dilapidated with infirmities and trembling in movements, will not be to the liking of a woman. The king has planned to deceive me by this proposal of a bridal choice. Therefore, with the great powers derived from austerities, I shall make my body attractive, even for celestial women, not to speak of princesses in view.
When the rishi was led to the splendid quarters of women by the guards for the bridal choice, each of the king's 50 daughters chose him as her husband. These girls, whose minds were passionately drawn towards him, started quarreling among themselves over him, each claiming that he was more suited to her than the others. The sage, who was a master of the Rigveda, by virtue of his unlimited power of austerity, created facilities for enjoyments and sported with these women amid a variety of objects of luxury like high-class bedding, seat, dress, decorations, unguents, wreaths, and food, in palatial buildings provided also with costly outfits, decors, and liveried attendants of both sexes, as well as in wooded parts enlivened by sets of continuously singing minstrels in the shape of warbling birds and intoxicated and buzzing honeybees, and in lakes with plentiful supply of water in them. Seeing the splendor of the household life of Saubari passing that of an emperor, King Mandhata, who was in fact the emperor of the earth, with its 7 continents, gave up pride in his own riches and glory. But Saubari soon found that by enjoying every kind of pleasure of household life with great avidity, he could obtain no peace and satisfaction. On the other hand, he found his desire nature only augmented by it, just like fire on which ghee is sprinkled. One day, while Sabhari, the master of the Vedas, was sitting in his house in a reflective mood, the thought came to him how degeneration had overtaken him by witnessing with an uncontrolled mind the mating of fish. He thought, alas, look at this, my degradation, in spite of my great austerity, holy living, and observance of vows. The attraction I felt while living submerged in water for the sexual pleasure of the fish has ended in complete dissipation of the Brahmic glory I acquired by long effort. Therefore, a seeker after liberation should completely eschew the company of those who revel in sexual indulgences. They should never allow the senses to wander uncontrolled among sense objects. Let them move about alone, uniting their mind with the Supreme Lord, the infinite being. If they seek company, let it be only of those virtuous persons who follow the spiritual path. First, I was an ascetic living alone. Afterwards, by my association with fish, I came to be united with 50 wives, and thus became 50. Still later, through children and grandchildren, I have become 5,000. Still attracted by the powers of Maya, I'm sticking on to the objects of senses as the be-all and end-all of life, and am involved deeply in works that will promote my interest in this life and the next. Sri Sukha said, after continuing for long in the householder's life, he became full of the spirit of renunciation, and at last went away into the woods to pursue the life of Vanaprastha. His wives, to whom the husband was manifest deity, followed him to the forest. There he observed severe, austere practice that reduced him to bones. Finally, as the symbol of his attaining enlightenment, he offered the sacred fires he maintained as a householder into the Atman, which he dissolved in the supreme Atman in complete non-difference. O King, his wives who witnessed the supreme attainment of their husband felt strengthened and inspired by his example and followed him as the shooting tongues of flame sink into a subsiding fire.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyan Sanhitayan Navamoskande Sauparya Khyane Shashto Dhyaya Atha Saptamo Dhyaya.
The line of Mandhata. Purukutsa to Trisanku. Sri Sukha said, Ambarisha, mentioned earlier as the son of Mandhata, was adopted by his grandfather, Yuvanaswa, to his son. To Ambarisha was born a son who too was named Yuvanaswa, and to him Harita. From these two arose branches in the line of Mandhata. Purukutsa was offered as wife, Narmada, a serpent princess, by her brother serpents. At the prompting of the serpents, Narmada persuaded Purukutsa to go to Rasatala, the abode of the serpents. Possessed as he was of part of Vishnu's prowess, Purukutsa destroyed there some Gandharvas who were a menace to that place and therefore deserved elimination. The serpents in gratitude gave him the boon that those who remember this episode will be free from fear of serpent bite. Purukutsa's son was Trasadasyu, his son Anaranya, his son Haryaswa, his son Aruna, and his son Tribandhana. The last had a son, Satyavrata, who became famous under another name, Trisanku. By the curse of his preceptor Vasishtha, he became an outcast. But by the prowess of Vishwamitra, he was bodily elevated to heaven. But the Devas hurled him down headlong, and Vishwamitra stopped him midway. Even today, he is seen in the sky as a star. Harishchandra and Rohita. Trisanku's son was Harishchandra. Centering on him, a quarrel arose between Vishwamitra and Vasishtha, who cursed each other to become birds. A long drawn-out fight ensued between them as birds. Having no sons, Harishchandra, in deep sorrow, took refuge in Varuna for relief under the instruction of Narada. He prayed to Varuna, O Lord, if I have a heroic son born, I shall offer him in sacrifice to you. Varuna blessed him to have a son, and he had one accordingly named Rohita. Varuna said to him, Now you have got a son, offer him in sacrifice to me. To this the king replied, Let 10 days pass, then only he will be fit for sacrifice. 10 days later, Varuna came again and demanded his offering. The king then said, Let the sacrificial animal teeth, and then only will he be fit for sacrifice. The child has now developed teeth. Why not sacrifice it? Said Varuna afterwards. Only when these teeth fall will he be fit for sacrifice, said the king. The sacrificial animal has shed its teeth now. Why not sacrifice it now? Asked Varuna. No, it is only after all the teeth have reappeared he will be fit for sacrifice, replied the king. Now the teeth have grown again. Sacrifice him now, said Varuna. The king replied, being a Kshatriya, this animal is fit for sacrifice only when he is fully trained for battle. Thus, prompted by love of his own son, the king deceptively put off the time for sacrifice, and Varuna kept on waiting all the time. Now Rohita, coming to know of his father's desire to perform the sacrifice, went away into the forest with a bow in hand in order to save his life. The angry Varuna now possessed the king and produced in him the disease called dropsy. Hearing about this, Rohita was about to return to the country, but was prevented by Indra. Indra advised him that his father would recover if he, Rohita, went as a wandering pilgrim to holy spots and streams in the land. Accordingly, Rohita spent 1 more year in the forest. Year after year, Indra would visit Rohit in the guise of an old Brahmana and advise him to prolong his stay in the forest. This went on for 5 years. After staying in the forest for 5 years, Rohita returned in the 6th year to his own city, and on his way back he purchased from Ajikarta his middle son named Sunasepa. He presented to his father Sunasepa as the sacrificial victim and did his obeisance. Afterwards, Harishchandra, of great fame, performed a human sacrifice for the propitiation of Varuna and other Devas, and got relief from his ailment of dropsy. In that yashna, Vishwamitra, the sage of mighty prowess, was the Hota, Jamadagni, of great self-control, the Aduvaryu, Vashishta, Brahma, and Avayasya, the singer of Sama chants. Indra became highly pleased, presented Harishchandra with a chariot of gold. Sunasepa's greatness will be discussed later, along with the account of Vishwamitra's sons. Vishwamitra was very much pleased with the king and his wife for their devotion to truth, and imparted to him the knowledge of the Atman that leads to unobstructed to liberation. He dissolved the body-centered mind in the earth element, that in its cause, the water element, that in fire element, that in air element, that in sky element, that in the eye sense, and that in the universal I, Mahatattva. Rejecting the objective side of it, he meditated on its subjective, intellectual side as his own self. By the illumination thus derived, he destroyed the obstruction of ignorance and then dissolved even that knowledge, producing a mental mode in the self-luminous, subject-objectless bliss, the true nature of the self, which is beyond thought and words.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyan Sanhitayan Navamaskande Harishchandropakyanam Nama Saptamo Dhyaya Athashtamo Dhyaya.
The story of Sagara. Sagara and his exploits. Sri Sukha said, Rohita had as his son Harita, and he Champa. The Champa built the city known as Champapuri. His son was Sudeva, and his Vijaya. His son was Baruka, his Varika, and his Bahuka. Being defeated by enemies and deprived of his kingdom, Bahuka went to the forest with his queen. When he died of old age, his queen wanted to immolate herself and follow him, but the sage Aurwa prevented her, as she was carrying within her the only issue that was to sustain the line.
Knowing her to be with child, her co-wives gave her poison with her food. But nonetheless the child was born intact along with the poison. In due time, he became a famous king under the name Sagara, meaning one born with poison. It was his sons that dug up the ocean, which therefore came to be known as Sagara. He defeated Tala Jangas, Yavanas, Sakas, Haihayas, and Barbaras. But on the advice of his teacher, he spared their lives. He, however, deformed them, shaving the head and face of some, the head or the face only of some, and half the face and half the scalp of still others. Some he made to wear the underwear only, and some the outer one alone. Sagara's Ashwamedha. Following the instruction of his preceptor Aurva, Sagara performed Ashwamedha sacrifices as adoration of the Supreme Being, of whom the Veda and the divinities are embodiments. To obstruct this yajna, Indra stole away the horse meant for the sacrifice when it was let loose for grazing. Sagara had two queens, Sumati and Kesani. The sons of Sumati, proud of their strength, went searching for the horse at their father's command and dug up all around the earth in the cause of their quest. In the northeastern direction, they saw the sage Kapila in the state of meditation with the horse standing by his side. Here is a horse lifter. Here he sits with eyes closed, as if he were in samadhi. Kill him! So cried out the princes, with their weapons uplifted when the sage opened his eyes. Deprived of their intelligence by Indra, they sought to insult a great sage, and as a consequence, they perished in the fire that came out of their own evil-possessed bodies. The common belief that Sagara's son died in the fire of the anger of Kapila is wrong. How can you attribute anger, a product of tamas, to a personage who was all sattva and who could sanctify the whole world? It would be like attributing the dust, which is of the earth, to the sky. How can there be distinction between friend and foe for the all-knowing sage, who had become one with the Supreme Being, and who set in motion that firm boat of the path of knowledge, Sankhya, by which man could easily go across the ocean of samsara, the playground of death, which is so difficult to cross otherwise. Search for house by Amsuman. When the sons of Sumati thus perished, the progeny of the second wife Kesani came forward to do the task. The king had by his second wife Kesani a son whom people called Asamanjasa. His son was Amsuman, who wanted to work for the redemption of his grand-uncles. Asamanjasa, who was in his previous life a great yogi, but due to attachment he happened to have a downfall in his spiritual life. He had, however, the memory of his last birth, and so to avoid the same bondage of attachment now also, he behaved like an insane man, doing things that displeased the relatives and caused revulsion in the minds of others. One such act was his consigning to the Sarayu river children who were playing on the riverbank. Because of such conduct, his father lost all his affection for him and abandoned him. Asamanjasa, on his part, brought back all those children by his yogic power, and then left hearth and home to take to the life of a non-attached ascetic. O king, all the inhabitants of Ayodhya were wonderstruck to see all the children return, and the king too subsequently felt repentant for having abandoned his great son. Directed by the king, Amsuman, the son of Asamanjasa, started in search of the sacrificial horse. He went through the subterranean path his paternal uncles had made and came across the horse standing by the side of the ash heap to which they had been reduced. There he also saw the great sage Kapila sitting in concentrated meditation. He made obeisance to the sage and stood before him with his mind controlled and palms joined in adoration. Hymn to Kapila. Ansuman said, even Brahma had not been able to realize thee, who transcendest him, though he has been striving for it through concentration and ratiocination. How then can these beings, and especially ignorant persons like me, know thee, being only creatures born of the body, mind, and intellect of the Brahma, who is himself ignorant of thee? All these living beings, who are dominated by the three gunas of Prakriti, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, are under the infatuation of thy Maya. Consequently, their mind goes only outwards and fails to perceive thee within, present there as the inner pervader of everything. They are aware of modifications of gunas as sense objects in waking and dream, and in sleep only the darkness of ignorance. How can an ignorant person grasp the truth of thee, who art the condensation of pure consciousness and conceivable only to sages like Sanadana, having natural freedom from the infatuation of dualistic understanding arising from the influence of the gunas of Maya? Tranquility personified. Though thou art in reality without any particular name and form, and beyond cause and effect relation, thou hast assumed the attributes, activities, and forms based on thy Maya, and taken a body for imparting knowledge to aspirants. My obeisance to thee, the most ancient being. Men, infatuated by greed and passion, and thereby confused in thought, consider impermanent and ephemeral objects like house and properties belonging to thy realm of Maya as real and get entangled. O all-pervading being, thy contact today has cut asunder the bondage of deep-rooted ignorance in me, ignorance which is the cause of desire, action, and addiction to the senses. Sri Shuka said, O king, being thus extolled, that powerful sage Kapila blessed Amsuman mentally and said, Lord Kapila said, Dear one, you may take away the sacrificial horse of your grandfather. As for your granduncles, who have been reduced to ashes, nothing but the holy water of the Ganga can purify them. Circumambulating the sage and making prostrations, Amsuman led away the sacrificial horse and helped his grandfather to complete the sacrifice. In the end, Sagara, freed from desires and the bondages arising from them, entrusted the kingdom to his grandson Amsuman, and as instructed by his teacher Aurva, practiced spiritual disciplines and attained to the spiritual fulfillment. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyan Sanhitayan Navamaskande Sagaro Pakhyane Shashtama Dhyaya. Atha Navama Dhyaya. From Amsuman to Katvanga. Bhagirath bringing Ganga. Sri Sukha said, Amsuman performed tapas for a very long time in order to bring the holy Ganga for the purification of his ancestors. But he could not succeed and had to die with his object unfulfilled. His son Dilipa also tried to accomplish this, but failed. In spite of this, his son, the famous Bhagiratha, took up the task and performed great tapas for its accomplishment. Mother Ganga revealed herself to him and said, I am pleased with you and offer you the boon you ask. In great humility, he informed her of his desire to redeem his ancestors. Mother Ganga said, Who is there to bear my impact as I flow down to the earth? Otherwise, I may penetrate through the earth to Rasatala. Besides, I do not like to come to the earth, because men will wash off their sins in me. Where shall I deposit all that sin? How can this difficulty be resolved? Bhagirath said, Men of renunciation, tranquil, immersed in Brahman, and capable of purifying the whole world, will come to you under the guise of pilgrimage and purify you of all sins by their contact with your water during their ablutions. For Sri Hari, the destroyer of all sins, clearly manifests himself in this holy man. Rudra, in whom all the worlds rest as a piece of cloth, does in the warp and woof, and who is the innermost essence of all beings, will bear your impact. Next, Bhagiratha proceeded to win the grace of that luminous being Rudra through tapas, and before long succeeded in pleasing him. Shiva, the benefactor of all the worlds, acceded to the request of the king and bore on his head the water of the Ganga, purified by the feet of Hari as she flowed down to the earth. Bhagiratha now led the world-sanctifying Ganga to the place where the ashes of his ancestors lay. But as Bhagiratha drove in his chariot of wind-like speed, the Ganga flowed following him, purifying everything on the way, until she drenched the ash heap of Sagara's sons. In spite of the sin of insulting holy ones, those sons of Sagara attained to heaven immediately. They contacted the Ganga through the ashes. When the sons of Sagara could attain heaven, thus by mere indirect contact of the Ganga through the ashes, it is needless to speak of the glorious fruits accruing to persons who adore her with faith and observance of vows. There is nothing to wonder at in what has been said about the greatness of the heavenly stream Ganga, about its power of purifying the degraded and of assuaging the pains of worldly life, seeing that it has its origin at the lotus feet of the Supreme Being Mahavishnu. For numerous have been the sages who, by directing the mind with faith and concentration on Him, have achieved the otherwise impossible task of overcoming the sense of identification with the body, to the product of the gunas, and attaining union with Him. Bhagiratha to Mitra Saha. Bhagiratha's son was Shruta, his son Nabha, his son Sindhu Dvipa, and his son Ayutayatyas. His son was a well-known Ritaparna who was a friend of Nala. Nala learned from him the secret of the game of dice, and in return taught him the science regarding the management of horses. Rituparna's son was Sarvakama. Sarvakama had Sudasa as his son. His son was Sudasa, also known as Mitrasaha, the husband of Madayanti. Mitrasaha was also sometimes known as Kalma Shangri. Due to the curse of Vashishta, he became a Rakshasa. Due to his own bad karma, he had no issue also. Raja said, what was the occasion for his preceptor to curse the high-souled Mitrasaha? I would like to know it, provided it is not anything secret. Sri Shukha said, Mitrasaha once went to the forest hunting. In the course of the hunt, he killed a Rakshasa, but allowed his brother to go unhurt. Whereas Rakshasa, whose life was spared, went away with a resolve to wreak vengeance on Mitrasaha. Desirous of doing harm to the king, he got employed as a cook in the king's palace. And when one day the king's preceptor was very hungry, he brought cooked human flesh for him to eat. Sensing that the food was about to be served was prohibited meat, the preceptor Vashishta became angry at once and cursed the king that he would become a Rakshasa. On knowing this, and knowing that this was the work of the Rakshasa, the preceptor reduced the term of the curse for a mere 12 years. The king also wanted to pronounce a curse on the preceptor and took water in hand for the purpose.
But he was prevented from doing so by his wife Madhyayanti. As he found living beings everywhere, he could not throw away anywhere the water he had taken in hand for cursing, for it would injure them. So he poured it on his own legs. Mitrasaha as Rakshasa. When he became a Rakshasa, his legs were found discolored owing to the water he had himself poured on them. So he came to be known as Kalamasan Giri. While moving about as a Rakshasa with his discolored legs, he came across a forest-dwelling Brahmana couple in the act of sexual intercourse. Being distressed by hunger, he caught hold of that Brahmana to eat him, but his wife piteously cried out to him, "O hero, you are not a Rakshasa really. You are a great cow warrior of the line of Ikshwaku. You are the husband of Madhyanti. It behoves you not to do this unrighteous act. I, who long for an issue, want back my husband who has not yet fulfilled his desire. O king, it is with this body that a man can attain all the desirable ends of life. So its destruction means the denial of all human fulfillments. He is a learned Brahmana of virtuous character and noble disposition, given to austere living. He is striving to adore Mahavishnu as the spirit forming the essence in all, hidden by the qualities of Prakriti. O noble one, a Brahmarshi like him does not deserve to be killed by a Rajarshi like you, as a father does not by a son. A virtuous man like you cannot but consider the slaughter of a sinless, holy and learned Brahmana as in no way less heinous than the killing of a cow. If you are going to eat him up, do eat me beforehand, for without him I shall not live for even a moment more." While she was thus piteously bemoaning her fate in a helpless manner, Mitrasaha, now a Rakshasa under the curse, ate up the Brahmana as a tiger eats a cow. Roused to anger at the sight of her husband being eaten by a Rakshasa, the Brahmana woman cursed him in a mood of self-pity, saying, "Just as you have eaten my husband while he was stricken with sexual passion, so shall you die when satisfying your sexual appetite." Next, desirous as she was of following her husband to the other world, she made a fire into which she consigned her husband's bones as well as herself. Mitrasaha is Katwanga. Afterwards, at the end of 12 years, Mitrasaha, being free from the curse of the preceptor, returned to his kingdom. When, on his return, he wanted to have sexual intercourse with his wife, she made him desist from it, reminding him of the curse of the Brahmana woman on him. Afterwards, he gave up living with women, and thus, due to his karma, was without issue of his own. At his request, Vasishtha begot an issue for him in his wife Madhyanti. It is said that she did not deliver the child for 7 years, and so the sage Vasishtha had to open her abdomen with a stone implement. The child born was for this reason called Asmaka. Asmaka's son was Muluka. When Parshurama destroyed the whole race of Kshatriyas, Muluka was protected by women under the guise of one of them. For this reason, he came to be known as Narikavacha, one with women as the protecting male. He became the regenerator of the line of Kshatriyas destroyed by Parshurama. From him Dashratha was born, and from him Aidavida. His son was Vishwasaha, and to him was born Katvanga. Story devoted to Katvanga. Because he was invincible by anyone, his help was sought by the Devas in the war against the Asuras. Katvanga destroyed all the Asuras in battle, but by that time he was informed by the Devas that he had only one muhurta more of life. So he hastened to his capital and tried to make his mind one-pointed in the Lord. He meditated thus: my family deity is the community of holy men who are dearer to me than my life breath. Neither son, nor wealth, nor lands, nor kingdoms, nor wife is dearer to me than they. Even in my boyhood, my mind has never been drawn towards or found delights in evil ways. I have never looked upon anything other than the Lord of the holy fame as reality. The Devas, who rule the three worlds, offered to me the boon of my choice, but I accept them not, because my mind was constantly centered on the Supreme Being alone. He is present in the hearts of all, but still even Devas, possessed of mind and senses that are always outward going and involved in sense objects, fail to understand that art one within, who is what makes everything dear. The condition of others is even worse. I take refuge in him, the great Creator, having abandoned through devotion to him the naturally rooted attachments of my mind for sense objects, which his mysterious power, Maya, has brought into existence like castles in the air. Deciding like this in my mind, which was entirely dominated by the thought of the Lord Narayana, he abandoned the body-based ignorance and became established in the nature of the Atman, one's own higher self. That state is the Supreme Brahman, extremely subtle, but positively existent. Though considered in a nihil by gross-minded people, because of the impossibility of knowing him through the senses, he is what the Bhagavatas call Vasudeva. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Sanghitayam Navamaskande Surya Vansha Nuvarnane Navamodhyaya. Atha Dashamodhyaya. Incarnation of Rama, Rama's greatness. Sri Sukha said, Katvanga's son was Driggabahu. From him was born the world-famous Raghu. From him Aja, and from him Dashratha, the Lord of all excellences, the Supreme Hari, the very Brahman, being invoked and prayed to by celestials, was born by a fraction of himself, divided into 4 parts as the 4 sons of Dashratha. He was born as his 4 sons, Rama, Lakshmana, Bharata, Shatrughna. Enlightened personages have given elaborate accounts of the story of Rama, the consort of Sita, and you must have heard these recited again and again. He who gave up a kingdom to keep his father's plighted words, whose feet, though too soft to stand even the touch of his consort, nevertheless trudged through the forest after forest, along path cleared by his brother and the Monkey King, who frightened the deity of the seas by an angry frown and arching brows, consequent on the abduction of his wife Sita by Ravana, who was earlier incensed by Rama's mutilation of his sister Suparnaka, who built the bridge across the sea to Lanka, where he raged like a forest fire, destroying the tribe of evildoers. May that Rama, the king of Kaushala, be our refuge. Early life. At the sacrificial ceremony of Vishwamitra, he destroyed the Rakshasa chiefs like Maricha with the utmost ease, as if it were a play, while his brother Lakshmana merely looked on. In the gathering of heroic men seated in the assembly hall of Sita's marriage, he pulled and broke with ease with which an elephant breaks a sugarcane, the mighty bow of Shiva, which required 300 persons for its transport. Sita, who was none but Shri, honored by being made the resident of the Lord's chest, thereby became his wife, well matched with him in point of virtue, conduct, age, form, beauty, and the like. On his way back after the marriage, he came into confrontation with Parshurama, the chief of the Brigus, and humbled his pride of having erased the ruling class of Kshatriyas in his 21 campaigns. Submitting willingly to the command of his helpless father, who, being under the dominion of his wife Kaikeyi, was compelled by the bond of his plighted words to exile him. He, Rama, abandoned the country, wealth, house, relations, and friends with utmost gladness as a yogi gives up his body, and went to the forest accompanied by his wife. May that Rama protect us. Abduction of Sita. He mutilated the lustful Suparnaka, who had attempted to kill Sita. He decimated the Asura army of 14,000 led by her relatives Kara, Dushana, and Trisiras, with the utmost ease, as in a play himself, carrying his bow too formidable for anyone else to handle. He wandered from forest to forest and took his residence there, standing every form of difficulty. O king, Ravana became lovelorn on hearing about the beauty of Sita and sent Maricha to draw Rama away from his forest residence. Attracted by Maricha in a form of a wonderful deer, he went far away into the forest in pursuit of him, and in the end killed the deer with a sharp arrow as Rudra killed Daksha. As a wolf carries away a lamb at the opportune moment, Ravana carried away Sita during Rama's absence, and from his forest dwelling. Afterwards, Rama wandered through the forest in great sorrow and distress, along with his brother in quest of Sita, in order to show to the world that this is the miserable fate of persons intensely attached to women. Next, he whose feet are worshipped by Shiva and Brahma cremated Jatayu, who had courted death in his service with the affection of a son, then destroyed Kabanda, made friendship with monkeys came to know about the whereabouts of Sita through the search of those monkeys, killed Vali, and marched to the ocean shore with that army of monkeys, crossing the sea. As the angry look of Rama's wide-opened eyes fell on him, the sea deity got into a fright, resulting in the subsidence of the roar of his weary voice in the consternation of the aquatic residents within. His form emerged from the sea, carrying a load of articles for worshipful presentation, and he sought shelter at his feet and said,
Almighty One, dull-witted creatures that we are, we have little understanding of Thee, the undecaying and all-powerful being controlling the whole universe. Now we have come to know Thee and understand that Thou art the ruler of Prakriti, from whose qualities of Sattva, Rajas and Tamas are produced the Devas, Prajapatis and Rudras. O hero, thou art free to go across the sea, destroy the monstrous Ravana, born of the dirt of Vishravas, a veritable Ravana or bully who makes all the three worlds weep and wail, and recover thy spouse Sita. Pull across the sea a bridge that will spread thy fame everywhere. The world-conquering heroes who come to see thy bridges will extol thee in songs. Pulling the bridge with thickly forested mountain peaks that were manually plucked and brought by the monkeys, he, under the guidance of Vibhishana and accompanied by leading monkey chiefs like Sugriva, Nila, and Hanuman, crossed over to Lanka, to which Hanuman had already set fire earlier. Attack on Lanka. Like a lake that has been ravaged by a herd of elephants, the city of Lanka, besieged by the army of monkey chiefs, was soon in shambles. Its pleasure gardens, granaries, treasuries, gate towers, assembly halls, and terraces were under the occupation of the monkey forces, and its altars, flagstaffs, golden domes, road crossing, etc., were all wrecked by them. The Rakshasa chief Ravana thereupon dispatched one after another all his great warriors to the battlefront. Warriors like Nikumba, Kumbha, Dhumraksha, Durmukha, Suranta, Narantaka, his son Indrajit, Prahasta, Atikaya, Vikampana, and finally Kumbhakarna. Rama, along with Sugriva, Lakshmana, Hanuman, Gandamada, Nila, Angada, Jambavan, Parnasa, and other monkey chiefs faced that army of Rakshasas, which was formidable and well equipped with weapons like swords, tridents, bows and arrows, darts, double-edged swords, javelins, lances, and scimitars. The leaders of Rama's army, like Angada and others, joined in combats with well-matched opponents on the opposite side, consisting of elephant regiments, infantry, cavalry, and chariots. With trees, mountain tops, maces, and arrows, the monkey forces of Rama destroyed that army of Rakshasas mobilized by Ravana, who had lost his luck and good fortune because of his laying violent hands on holy Sita. Death of Ravana and after. The king of the Rakshasas, infuriated at the destruction of his forces, now ascended a chariot and charged at Rama, who was seated in the luminous chariot of Indra, brought by his charioteer Matali, and showered sharp arrows on him. Rama said to him, O wretch of a Rakshasa, you mean fellow! Like a pilfering dog you have stolen away my wife during my absence. The consequences of this shameless and despicable act will soon fall on you from my hands like the irresistible doom of time. Berating Ravana in this way, Rama shot a powerful arrow at him. Like the thunderbolt, it pierced Ravana's heart and vomiting blood through all his 10 mouths, Ravana fell down, as an individual drops from the heavenly regions when his merits are exhausted. All the world cried alas at this. Now hundreds of Rakshasa women, headed by Mandodari, came out of the city weeping and wailing. They cried aloud, beating their breasts, as they clung to the bodies of their husbands and other relatives who met with death from the arrows of Lakshmana. They wailed, O Ravana, the terror of all the worlds, alas, we are half dead. Without you, what will be the fate of Lanka, now under the attack of enemies? O Great One, under the influence of lust, you failed to recognize the unique power of Sita's spiritual glory. It was ignorance of this that has brought you to this predicament. By your death, this city of Lanka has been widowed just as we have been. Your body has become the food for vultures, and your soul is heading for the tortures of hell. Sri Shuka said, as advised by Rama, Vibhishana now performed the obsequies of all the dead according to the injunctions. Next the Lord met Sita under the Simsapa tree in the Ashoka grove, almost reduced to skin and bones by the sorrow of separation from him. Rama felt great compassion for his most miserable placed wife, whose face now bloomed with joy at the sight of him. Installing Vibhishana as the king of the Rakshasas in Lanka, Rama, along with Sita, Lakshmana, Sugriva, and Hanuman, got into the aerial car called Pushpaka. He gave to Vibhishana as gift the land of Lanka and a span of a long life lasting till the end of the Kalpa. Thus completing his vow of forest life for 14 years, he returned to Ayodhya, worshipped with rains of flowers from above by the Devas. Reception by Bharata. Hearing on the way the hymns of praise sung by Indra and others, he reached his country to receive the sad report that his brother Bharata, out of sorrow for his expulsion, was living on a diet of mere barley cooked in cow's urine, wearing only the bark of trees, and sleeping on a bare floor. Now, on hearing of his brother's arrival, Bharata started from his residence in Nandigrama to receive him fittingly, accompanied by ministers, leading citizens, and elders, and amidst the auspicious sound of music, vocal and instrumental, he approached, carrying his brother's sandals on his own head. Accompanied by a long train consisting of expert Vedic scholars chanting the Vedic mantras aloud, of banners with gilded fringes, of gold inlaid chariots yoked to excellent horses, and carrying gold flagstaff and equipments, and of guards with golden liveries, artists, leading dance girls, and other retainers, he advanced towards Rama, presented to him the royal insignias like ceremonial umbrella and chowries, and fell down at his feet. He placed the sandals before Rama, and with palms joined in salutation, fell prostrate in front of him, his heart melting in love and eyes swimming in tears. And Rama embraced him tight and long, and folding him with both hands, and drenched him with a stream of tears. Along with Sita and Lakshmana, Rama made prostrations to holy men, and in turn received the obeisance of the subjects. Coronation of Rama. Seeing the Lord return after 14 years of absence, the residents of Uttara Kosala were caught in a paroxysm of joy, and rained flowers and garlands, and danced wildly, fluttering their upper garments. As he entered Ayodhya, Bharata bore his sandals, Sugriva and Vibhishana held the chowries on both sides, and Hanuman held the white royal umbrella. Shatrughna carried his bow and arrows, Sita his water vessel, Angada his sword, and Jambava, the leader of the bears, his gold inlaid shield. As he sat in the Pushpaka vehicle, surrounded by women and extolling panegyrus, he looked like the rising moon whose beauty is enhanced by the surrounding galaxy of stars. After being greeted by all his brothers, he entered the palace with its festive decorations, saluted his mother, stepmothers, and other elders, and was in turn greeted by juniors. Sita and Lakshmana, too, did likewise on entering the palace. Getting back their sons, their mothers sprang up with a new upsurge of energy, as the senses do when the prana returns. They seated them in their laps and bathed them in tears of joy. Their preceptor removed the matted locks of Rama according to injunctions, and with the water brought from the 4 oceans and the holy rivers, performed the ceremonial bath for the coronation with the help of the elders of the clan, as a celestial teacher Brihaspati did for Indra. Bathed, dressed in silk, and decorated with wreaths, he shone amidst his consort and brothers, who were also similarly bedecked. Prostrating before him, Bharata invited him to the royal throne, and he accepted it. Like a father, he ruled over his subjects who followed the rules of Dharma and the ways of life prescribed for the Varnas and the Ashramas. His subjects too looked upon him as a father. When Rama, the knower of all Dharma and the bestower of joy on all, ruled, it looked like as if it was Krita Yuga, golden age, though actually it was Treta Yuga, the next age, less perfect than the Krita. O leader of the Bharatas, forests, rivers, mountains, regions, continents, oceans, all yielded the needs of his subjects when Rama ruled. While he was a king, there were no worries, disease, decrepitude, sorrow, fear, or depression for his subjects. Death came only when one wished. He lived observing the vow of having only a single consort, following all the sacred traditions of Rajashis, and teaching men how to observe the scripture-ordained duties both by precept and example. And Sita, by her humility, her skill in divining her husband's mind, her loving behavior, ungrudging service, discrimination, good behavior, and modesty won the heart of her husband in every way. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Navamaskande Ramacharite Dashamodhyaya. Ataika Dashodhyaya. Subsequent life of Sri Rama at Ayodhya. Rama's sacrifice. Sri Shukha said, the worshipful Rama, with the help of his preceptor, performed many grand sacrifices, adoring the Supreme Being, who is the embodiment of all divinities and identical with his own self. In the sacrifice, he gave as gift the eastern region of his kingdom to the priest Hota, the southern regions to the priest Brahma, the western parts to Advaryo, and the northern countries to the chanter of the Saman, Udkata. The remaining part of the land, which lay in the middle of the regions gifted, he wanted to give one to one who had no desire or attachments, and he found a suitable recipient of that description in his own preceptor. After these gifts were made, the sole possessions left for him were his dress and decorations, and for his queen, her auspicious wedding necklace indicative of the married state. Seeing the magnitude of his devotion to a holy man, the heart of the recipients of his gift melted out of respect and love, and they gave all those countries back to Rama and said, O worshipful one, O Lord of all, what blessings are there that has not already been granted to us by thee? For, entering into our heart, thou hast dispelled even the darkness of ignorance from there. Salutations to thee, the Supreme Being in the form of Sri Rama, who always honored devotees, whose light of knowledge never fades, who is most noted for his holy fame, and whose feet reside forever
in the hearts of those who have abandoned hatred. Last phase of Rama's life. Once, when Rama was moving about incognito at night, unknown to anyone, in order to ascertain the real views of his people, he happened to hear by chance the following talk of someone about his wife Sita. "I shall not," he said, "any more entertain you in my house, you who have lived in another's residence, who is unchaste and of evil nature. I am not going to follow the example of the uxorious Rama, who is still living with Sita." Frightened, as it were, by this kind of irresponsible criticism of the ignorant, were difficult to satisfy or placate, Rama abandoned Sita. Thereupon she took shelter in the ashrama of Valmiki. Sita was in the family way at the time of her abandonment, and in due time she gave birth to twins, who became famous under the name of Lava and Kusa. The sage Valmiki performed all their postnatal ceremonies. O king, Lakshmana had 2 sons named Angada and Chitraketu, and Bharata also 2 whose names were Taksha and Pushkala. Shatrughna too had 2 sons named Subbahu and Srutasena. In his conquest of the quarters, Bharata destroyed a very large number of Gandharvas. He brought large booties from his conquest and presented it all to Rama. Shatrughna defeated and killed in battle the Rakshasa known as Lavana, the son of Madhu, and established the famous city of Mathura in Madhuvana. Sita entrusted her sons to the sage Valmiki. Unable to bear separation from Rama, she, it seems, entered into the bowels of the earth, contemplating on him. Hearing this, Rama, though he was a Lord incarnate, could not control his sorrow in spite of his best efforts, remembering all the great qualities of Sita. The intensity of attachment between man and woman is of this order, even in the case of those with mastery over their minds. Needless then to say what it would be like in the case of an ordinary householder with worldly attachments. Since Sita's departure, Rama, even while observing the vow of strict celibacy, performed Agnihotra for the 13,000 years of his life without the aid of a wife. After that, Rama entered the supreme state of ease, leaving behind his feet, lacerated with thorns, in his Dandakaranai Anya, days in the heart of devotees to contemplate upon.
The greatness of Rama. For Rama, the Supreme Being, who assumed a sportive body at the earnest prayer of the Devas, whose prowess is unequaled and unexcelled, it is not a high achievement, but a trifle to have crossed the sea, bridging it, and destroyed the host of Asuras with his arrows, though poets have described them as wonderful achievements adding to his glory. What need is there for him to seek the help of monkeys to destroy his enemies? I seek refuge at the feet of Rama, whose feet are ever contacted by crowns of kings and divinities, whose pure and sin-destroying fame, exceeding to the very quarters, adds luster to the frontal plates of elephants guarding the cardinal points, and who is constantly hymned by sages in the royal assemblies. Among these residents of Kaushala, whoever touched him, saw him, sat with him, followed him, all of them attained to that state which great yogis attain. O king, by hearing Rama's story and thinking over it, man is established in the peaceful state of devotion and becomes free from the bondage of karma. Rama at Ayodhya. The Raja asked, how did worshipful Rama spend his life? How did he deal with his brothers who were his own parts? How did his brothers, subjects, and citizens in turn deal with that divine personage? Sri Sukha said, after he ascended the throne, he sent his brothers on Digvijaya, or expeditions for the establishment of his supremacy over all surrounding countries. And he went with followers all over his kingdom, enabling all his subjects to have a sight of his auspicious form. He saw the city with its roads moistened by fragrant water and ichor of elephants in rut, gazing at him like an inebriated woman, as it were, at its master on his return after a lapse of 14 years. He went around the city seeking its terraced houses, gate towers, assembly halls, and places of worship, covered with golden domes and banners, as well as other places decorated with arecanut palms, fruit-laden banana plants, flags of superior cloth, mirrors, draperies, and garlands. Wherever he went, the citizens approached him with presents and glorified him, saying, O Lord, deign to protect this earth, which thou didst once save in thy incarnation as the cosmic ball. Seeing the Lord and Master come after a long time, the people, both men and women, left their homes and ascended balconies of wayside houses and looked at the lotus-eyed one from there with unsatiated looks and showered flowers on him. Afterwards, he entered the palace of his ancestors, which had treasuries with countless number of gems and numerous fittings and furniture of inestimable value. It had doorways of coral lines, of pillars made of cat's eye, vaiduria, clean floors of emeralds, and shining walls studded with crystals. It was decorated with garlands of many kinds, draperies shining, gems, pearl strings, and all kinds of attractive and enjoyable objects. The inside of the palace was well lighted and filled with the fragrance of incense, and was occupied by celestial-like and well-bedecked men and women, who, by their beauty, were an ornament to the very ornaments they wore. Rama, who was the greatest amongst the self-controlled ones, lived happily in that palace with Sita, who was full of love for him, and for whom he was in turn full of love. Worshipped by all, he lived there for several hundred years, having such enjoyments of life as are permitted by Dharma. From Kusa to Brihadbala. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Sanghitayam Navamoskande Shri Ramo Pakhyayane Ekadashodhyaya Atha Dwadashodhyaya Kusa and his successors. From Kusa to Brihadbala, Sri Sukha said, Rama's son, Kusa, had Atithi as his son, he Nishada, he Naba, he Pundarika, and he Kshe Madanva. To Kshe Madanva was born Devanika, to him Aniha, to him Priyatra, to him Balasthala, to him Vijaranabha, he who was a part of the sun deity. His son was Kangana, his Vidriti, and his Hiranyanaba, who was the disciple of Jaimini and a teacher of yoga. It was from him that Yajnavalkya of Kaushala learned the science of the self, which enables one to overcome ignorance and attain great illumination. Hiranyanabha's son was Pushya. His son Druvasandhi. His son Sundarsana. His son Agnivarna. His son Sigra. His son Maru. That Maru, who is perfect in yoga, stays in Kalapangrama. At the end of the age of Kali, he will receive the solar dynasty that would have perished by that time. From him, Prasuruta was born. From him, Sandhi. From him, Amarshana. From him, Mahasva. From him, Vishwasahava. From him, Prasenajit. From him, Takshaka. From him, Brihadbala. This Brihadbala was slain in battle by your father, Abhimanyu. End of the solar dynasty. These are the past rulers of the solar dynasty. Now hear the future kings. Brihadbala will have a son, Brihadrana. His son will be Urukriya. His son, Vatsavridha. His son, Priti Vyoma. His son, Bhanu. His son, Divaka, a leader of vast hosts. From Divaka will be born Sahadeva. From him, heroic Brihadasva. From him, Bhanuman. From him, Pratikasva. From him, Sutratika. From Supratika will be born Marudeva. From him, Sunakshatra. From him, Pushkara. From him, Antariksha. From him, Sutapas. And from him, Amritajit. From Amritajit will be born Brihadraja. From him, Barhis. From him, Kritajanya. From him, Ramanjaya. From him, Sanjaya. From him will be born Sakya. From him, Sudoda. From him, Langala. From him, Prasenajit. And from him, Kshudraka. From him will be born Ranaka. From him, Suratha. From him, Sumitra, the last of his dynasty. All these are the line of Brihadbala. The line of Ikshvaku ends with Sumitra, for with this king, this dynasty will perish in the age of Kali. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Sanghitayam Navamaskande Ikshvaku Vansha Varnam Nama Dvadashodhyaya Atha Trayodashodhyaya. Line of Nimi, the sons of Ikshvaku. Nimi and Vashishta. Sri Sukha said, Nimi, the son of Ikshvaku, chose Vashishta as his sacrificial priest when he started the performance of a satra. Vashishta, however, told him, I have already been chosen as sacrificial priest by Indra. I shall finish that duty and come. Please wait till then. Nimi kept silent, and Vashishta went for conducting the sacrifice of Indra. Being a wise and self-controlled man, Nimi knew that the duration of life is very uncertain. So he started the sacrifice even before the preceptor Vashishtha's return with the help of some other sacrificial priests. Returning after Indra's yajna, the preceptor came to know of the audacious act of his disciple in contravening his behest. He therefore cursed him, saying, "You who arrogantly consider yourself to be learned, may your body fall down dead."
Nimi also pronounced a counter curse on the preceptor who had cursed him contrary to the principles of Dharma. He declared, "May you, who out of greed have forgotten Dharma, also fall down dead." Saying so, Nimi, who was a knower of the self, abandoned his body, and Vashishtha, leaving the present body, was born as a son of Mitra and Varuna by Urvashi. The sages preserved the body of Nimi by embalming it in oil made fragrant with medications. In the presence of the embalmed body, they continued the sacrifice, and at the close of it said to the Devas present, "If you are powerful and if you are pleased with the sacrifice, may the body of King Nimi become alive." When the Devas granted this prayer, Nimi, disembodied, said, "I do not need this imprisonment in the body any more." Wise ones do not desire to have a body, knowing that they will have to leave it also. They therefore adore the feet of Hari, by whose adoration they get freedom from the cycle of births and deaths. The Devas thereupon said, "Even without any body, may you reside on the eyelids of living beings." Residing there, he is supposed to function as the opening and closing of the eyelids of creatures when they wink. Nimi's son Janaka, the Vidiha, afraid of anarchy among men, the sages churned the body of Nimi, and a child was born by that process. He came to be known by 3 names. Because of his unusual birth, he was known as Janaka, as he was born of one who had abandoned his body. He got the name of Vadeha, and as his son took place by Matana churning, he came to be known as Mithila. It was he who found the city of Mithila. His son was Udavasu, his Nandi Vardhana, his Saketu, and his Devaratha. From him was born Brihadrata, from him Mahavirya, from him Sadirti, from him Drishtaketu, and from him Haryasva, and from him Maru. From Maru was Pratipaka, from him Kritiratha, from him Devamitha, from him Visruta, and from him Mahadriti. Mahadriti's son was Kritirata, his son Maharoma, his son Swanaroma, and his son Rashravarmo. Of Rashravarmo was born Sri Radhvaja. It was when he was ploughing the land to grow cereals for Yajna that Sita was recovered from the furrow cut by the plough. So he became to be known as Sri Darvaja, ploughing Bernard. His son was Kutsadvaja, and from him King Dharmadvaja was born. Dharmadvaja had 2 sons named Kritadvaja and Mithardvaja. From Kritadvaja was born Kesidvaja, and from Mithardvaja Kantikya. O king, of the son of Kritadvaja named Kesidvaja became an apt in the science of the self, Atma Vidya. The Kantikya was versed in the science of rituals, was afraid of Kesidvaja, the expert in Atma Vidya, and ran away from fear of him. Kesi Dwaja's son Bhanuman and his son Satyadumna. His son was Suchi, his son Sanadwaja, and his son Urdhva Ketu. He had a son Aja, to whom was born Purujit as son. From Purujit was born Arishtanemi, from his Sutrayus, from him Suparvaka, and from him Chitraratha, and from him Kshameti. All these were kings of Mithila. To Kshmati was born Samartha, to him Satyaratha, to him Upaguru, and to him Upagupta, who was part of the fire deity. His son was Vashwananta, his son Yuddha, his son Sabushana, his son Shruta, his son Jaya, his son Vijaya, and his son Rita. His son was Sunaka, his son Vitahavya, his son Triti, his son Bahulasva, his son Kriti, and his son Mahavasi. O king, these kings of Mithila were versed in the knowledge of the Atman and remained free from attachment even while living as householders, owing to the grace of great yoga teachers like Yajnavalkya. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyam Samhitayam Navamaskande Nimivamsanu Varnanam Nama Trayodashodhyaya Atha Chaturthadashodhyaya. Pururasva of the lunar dynasty. Some of the first of the dynasty, Sri Shuka said, O king, now hear about the holy lunar dynasty. In that dynasty was born kings of holy fame like Aila, otherwise known as Pururavas. From the navel lotus of 1,000-headed cosmic being, Brahma was born, and to him was born Atri, a sage equal to his father in meritorious qualities. From the tears of bliss that flowed from Atri's eyes was born Soma, moon deity, who is of the nature of nectar Amrita. Brahma made him the master of Brahmanas, herbage, and the stars. Conquering all the three worlds, he performed several Rajasuyas. Out of his inordinate arrogance, he abducted Brihaspati's wife Tara. In spite of Brihaspati's repeated requests to him for the release of Tara, Soma heeded not. Out of his pride and infatuation. As a sequel, a fierce war broke out between the Devas and Asuras. Owing to his enmity towards Brihaspati, Sukra, the preceptor of Asuras, took the side of Soma, the moon deity, along with his Asura following. And Rudra, because of his love for his own preceptor Angiras, whose son Brihaspati was, took the side of later along all his host of spirits and elementals. Indra joined the side of his preceptor Brihaspati, along with all the Devas. Thus, on account of Tara, arose a war between Devas and Asuras, highly destructive to both sides. Buddha, the son of Soma, requested by the sage Angiras, Brahma reprimanded Soma and made him restore Tara to Brihaspati, but Brihaspati found her big with child. Thereupon Brihaspati said, O evil one, throw out the fetus planted by others in your womb, which is my field. Do not, however, be afraid that I shall reduce you to ashes, my good lady, for I am myself most eager for an issue. Tara thereupon bashfully ejected the fetus, which turned out to be a boy, luminous like gold. Both Brihaspati and Soma developed interest in that infant, while Brihaspati and Soma were disputing about the ownership of the child. The Devas and the Rishis asked Tara to declare whose it was. She only remained silent bashfully. At this, the child became angry and said to his mother, "O evil woman, why do you cover up your sin with false bashfulness? Speak out." Brahma thereupon consoled her in gentle words and questioned her in privacy. She reluctantly admitted that Soma was the father of the child. So Soma took possession of that child. O king, Brahma named him Buddha. Soma, the king of the stars, was rejoiced to find him highly intelligent. Pururavas unites with Urvashi. He stated earlier, King Pururasva was born as a son of Buddha by Ela. Hearing from Narada from the form, virtues, wealth, courage, and other attractive features of Pururavas, the heavenly beauty Urvashi fell in love with him and approached him. Owing to a curse by Mitra and Varuna, Urvashi was consigned to earth. Hearing about Pururavas, who was in beauty like Cupid embodied, Urvashi mastered courage to appear before him. That king was delighted to see her, and with eyes wide open, horripilations all over, he spoke to her softly. The Raja said, "Well, come to you, O beauty. Please be seated. What can I do for you? Enjoy life with me for long years to come." Urvashi replied, "O handsome one, there is no woman whose eyes and mind would not get stuck to you. Desirous of the delight of your embrace, my mind and my eyes refuse to part from your limbs. I shall enjoy life with you. O king, who has done me his honor, protect like a treasure these two rams of mine and that I entrust to you. I shall certainly enjoy life with one like you, for and praiseworthy men fall the choice of woman. I should be fed with ghee, which forms my diet. I should also never see you naked except at the time of love-making." Pururavas, intelligent as he was, agreed to these conditions. He said, "Oh, what a form, what a form, what a loving demeanor. All the world would get infatuated by it. Where is the man that will not oblige a woman of this kind, who has approached him for her own accord?" Pururavas was now spotted as he pleased in the heavenly gardens like Chaitra Ratha in the company of Urvashi, who was an expert in purveying pleasure. Inebriated with sweet flavor of her mouth, he spotted for long years with her, whose body emitted the fragrance of lotus. Pururavas separated from Urvashi. Now Indra, failing to see Urvashi any longer in the heavenly region, felt that heaven was not worth living in without her, and dispatched Gandharvas to bring her back. At the dead of night, when it was pitch dark, the Gandharvas stole away the pair of rams entrusted to the king by Urvashi. When she heard the bleating of the rams as they were being led away, Urvashi, who loved them as her children, cried out in alarm, "Oh, I am lost! This Enoch of husband has failed me. Oh, worthless fellow, follow the pretenders to a hero. On account of the faith I put in him, I have been undone. The rams, which are to me like my own children, are being taken away by thieves. It looks that at night he lies in the palace like a frightened woman. Only during daytime he is a man." Like an elephant assailed with a goad, Pururasva felt hit by these verbal arrows and without caring even to dress himself, rushed out naked in the night, sword in hand, in a mood extreme anger. Gandharvas left the rams there and illumined the palace with lightning. Now Urvashi saw her husband coming undressed with the rams. On returning, Pururasva did not find his wife in the bed. He became dejected with sorrow, was grief-stricken, and was lost in thought of her. He searched for her all the world over like a demented man.
Pururasva discovered her at last at Kurukshetra, besides the Saraswati river, with 5 of her friends, all in a gay mood. He thereupon said to her, really, "Oh dear everyone, you cannot go away from here without satisfying me. Let us chat for a while. O lady, this excellent body of mine, which you have attracted to this distance, will now fall down dead and become food for wolves and vultures," Urvasi said. "Don't die. Please, are you not a powerful man? Allow not these wolves of women to eat you up. Women like wolves have no enduring friendship or kindness. Women are pitiless, cruel, impatient, and ready to risk anything to gain what they have set their hearts on. Even for petty ends, they may murder a husband or a brother who had put trust in them, pretending to be very faithful to those who have not yet seen through their deceit. They go about freely in quest of newer and newer lovers. At the end of each year, my lord, you can spend a night with me, and you will have another issue, besides the one I am now bearing." Subsequent history of Puruvaras. Seeing Urvasi expectant, Pururavas returned to his city. 1 year after, he returned to Kurukshetra and was delighted to see Urvasi coming back to him with a splendid child. He lived with her that night. Finding him extremely grief-stricken at the prospect of separation from her, Urvasi said as follows to that pitiable king: "Seek to propitiate the Gandharvas. They will give me to you." On the king extolling them, the Gandharvas were pleased, and they gave him a fire pot wherein he could keep the fire for performing the ritual of obtaining Urvasi. He travelled with it in hand, identifying it with Urvasi, but soon realized it was only a fire pot and not Urvasi. He then kept that fire pot in the forest and went home. Every night he spent meditating on her. In his mind, so meditating, the three Vedas dealing with rituals, dawned at the heart of the Tetra Yuga. He now went to the palace where he had kept the fire pot and saw nearby an aswata tree growing as a graft from the bottom of a sami tree. Desirous of attaining to the realms of Urvasi, he made 2 fire sticks with that aswata for lighting a sacrificial fire. Meditating on the lower fire stick as Urvashi, on the upper one as himself, and on a piece of wood kept between as the son expected to be born, he rubbed the sticks to the accompaniment of proper mantras. From this rubbing of the fire sticks came the sacrificial fire, or Jataveda, called so because it helps one gains heavenly enjoyments. It became the threefold fire of Ahavanya, Garhapatya, and Dakshina by the power of meditation prescribed in the Veda. The Raja adopted the fire as his own son. In that fire, he offered sacrifice to Hari, the embodiment of all deities, the all-powerful and the sense-transcending one, desiring the realm of Urvasi. In the Krita Yuga, the Pranava Om, which includes in it every possible sound, alone was the Veda. And the deity too was one only, and that was Narayana. So also Agni or sacred fire and Varna or human community were all single. It was at the beginning of Treta Yuga only that the one Veda became three by the action of Pururavas. With the help of Agni, his son, he attained to the world of Gandharvas.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyam Samhitayam Navamaskande Elo Pakhyane Chaturtha Doshodhyaya Atha Panchadashodhyaya.
Shri Guru Uvacha. Advent of Parasurama. Birth of Parasurama. Sri Sukha said, O King, Pururavas, the son of Ela, had by Urvasi 6 sons, Ayush, Shrut Ayush, Sat Ayush, Raya, Vijaya, and Jaya. Of these, Shrut Ayush had Vasuman as son, Satya Asu, Shruta Anjaya, Raya, Eka, and Jaya, Amita. Vijaya had as son Bhima, he Kanchana, and he Hotraka. Hotraka had a son Janu, who happened to sup the whole of Ganga in doing the Achamana rite. Janu's son was Puru, his son Balaka, and his son Ajaka. From Ajaka was born Kusa, and from him 4 sons, Kusambu, Murtaya, Vasu, and Kusanaba. Kusanabu had a son named Gadi. A rishi named Richika approached Gadi, praying for the hand of his daughter Satyavati. Thinking that the bridegroom was not a suitable person, Gadi said to Rishi, Give me a bridal money of 1,000 horses, white in color like the moon, but having 1 ear blue. This is not too high a demand at all, as we belong to the highly aristocratic clan of Kausika. Divining the mind of the king, the Rishi Richika approached Varuna, got from him the kind of horses required, and married the handsome Satyavati. Being pressed for issue both by his wife and by his wife's mother, the Rishi arranged 2 dishes of charu, sacrificial food offering, consecrated with 2 different sets of mantras, one for his wife and the other for his mother-in-law, and went for bath. Before the Rishi returned after bath, Satyavati, on being asked by her mother for charu, gave her the one meant for herself, thinking it would be the superior of the 2, and she ate the charu that was prepared for the mother. Coming to know of it, the Rishi Richika said to his wife, You have done a great wrong. You are going to have a son very stern in nature, a terrific chastiser of evil ones. The son to be born to your mother, that is your brother, on the other hand, will be a great knower of Brahma. Satyavati, who prayed to Richika that it should not happen like that, the sage, pitying her, said, All right, in place of your son, your grandson will be a terror. In due course, the gentle sage Jamadagni was born to her. Satyavati now became converted into the sacred river Kausika, which purifies the whole world. Her son Jamadagni married Renuka, the daughter of Renu. Jamadagni had by Renuka several sons, beginning with Vasuman. The youngest of them was famous Parasurama. Great men speak of him, the destroyer of the tribe of Hayas. As a part of Vasudeva, he rid this land of Kshatriyas in 21 campaigns. He destroyed these Kshatriyas who were dominated by Rajas and Tamas, who were persecutors of holy men and who had become a burden to the earth. Some of them were not, however, that perverse, but Parshurama spared none. High-handedness of Kachavirya Arjuna. The Raja said, "What was that offense that the Kshatriyas of controlled senses did to Parshurama that he should efface them in repeated campaigns?" Sri Sukha said, "Arjuna, the king of the Hayas and a leading Kshatriya, adored Dattatreya, who was a partial incarnation of Narayana, and pleased him by his devout services. Through Dattatreya's grace, he came to have 1,000 arms, strength that could never be overcome by any enemy, unfailing power of the senses, vigor, luster, prosperity, courage, fame, strength, mastery of yoga, and the eightfold yogic powers. He traveled all over the world unrestricted like air. Once, while inebriated and bedecked with a garland of Vaijayanti flowers, he was indulging in water sports with numerous women in the sacred river Narbada. He stopped the flow of water in the river with his 1,000 arms. The water thereupon changed its course, flooding the upper banks of the river, where Ravana, then on his world-conquering campaign, was camping. That flood water carried away Ravana's camp while he was engaged in his daily worship. The 10-headed Ravana, who was proud of his own unusual powers, could not brook this expression of Arjuna's strength. Ravana therefore went to attack him, but was captured by Arjuna as in play, in the presence of women, and shut up in his prison at Mahishmati. Afterwards, out of pity, he released him from prison like a monkey from a cage. Once, when he was moving about hunting in the forest far away from human habitation, Arjuna came across Janma-Agni's ashrama by chance. With the help of wish-yielding cow Kamudenu, that sage, whose wealth was his tapas, did hospitality to the king and all his retinue, consisting of troops, ministers, and vehicles. Struck by the abundance which characterized that hospitality far beyond what his own wealth would allow, the king of the Hayas set his heart on the Kamadenu, who made that abundance possible. Out of jealousy, he had not the heart even to accept the sage's hospitality. On his return, the arrogant king sent his men to capture that Kamadenu, which yielded the requisites for the sacrificial rites of the sage. They led away the cow and its calf, lowing in fear, to Mahishmati by force. Parasurama destroying Arjuna. Rama was the youngest of the sons of the sage, returned to his father's ashrama shortly after the king's emissaries had departed with Kamadenu, and was much excited and incensed to hear the depredation of those evildoers. He reacted like a serpent that has been trampled upon. Taking his terrible weapon of a battle axe, his bow, quiver, and shield, he mounted an irresistible attack on the emissaries of the king as a lion at an elephant. While just entering his city, Arjuna saw the pursuing Parashurama, equipped with bows, arrows, and battle axe, dressed in deer skin, and possessed of matted hair, which shone like the rays of the sun. Against him, Arjuna sent an army of 17 formidable Akshashonis, battalions, consisting of regiments of elephants, cavalry, chariots, and foot soldiers, and equipped with all kinds of weapons like maces, swords, satyagniks, javelins, etc. Single-handed, the worshipful Rama destroyed the whole force.
Wherever Rama, with his axe in hand, moved about with the speed of the mind or air destroying the enemy forces, there the earth was covered with severed arms, legs, and heads of men, and with broken chariots with their charioteers killed. Seeing his whole army now strewn on the ground with severed bodies and shattered weapons and chariots, and the battlefield boggy with blood of slain warriors, Arjuna now rushed forward in a fit of fury, holding 500 bows in his hand. Arjuna showed arrows at Rama with all of them, but Rama, the superb archer that he was, cut to pieces all these arrows shot at him with a single bow of his. Next, Arjuna rushed at him with trees and mountains in his hands, but Rama, as in play, cut those arms with his sharp battle axe, as if they were so many hoods of serpent. After cutting all his hands, he severed Arjuna's head, also like chipping the peak of a mountain. When their father was thus killed, his 10,000 sons fled away in fear. Rama, the destroyer of foes, now recovered the ill-treated Kamudena and its cow and presented them to his father. Rama narrated to his father and brothers the story of his attack on Arjuna. On hearing it, Jamadagni said, "O Rama, O heroic one, you have committed a sin. For no purpose you have killed a king, in whose body live all the divinities. We are Brahmanas. It is by virtue of patience that we have got a place of preeminence. It is because of this infinite patience that Brahma, the father of the worlds, has attained to the state of Brahmahood. Patience is what generates that Brahmic Asura, which shines like the brilliance of the sun. For Lord Hari is placed with those that are forbearing. The killing of a king on whose head consecrated water had been poured, making him an emperor, is even more heinous than the killing of Brahmana. So, O dear son, do expiation for this sin through pilgrimage to holy places by practice of yoga and by concentrating your mind on Achyuta." Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyam Samhitayam Navamaskande Panchadashodhyaya Atha Shodashodhyaya Parashurama's extirpation of Kshatriyas, Renuka's mishap. Sri Sukha said, "O king, respecting fully the father's command, Rama spent 1 year in pilgrimage and returned to his ashrama. One of those days when Renuka had gone to the Ganga, she happened to see there the Gandharva Chitraratha decorated with a garland of lotus, sporting with Apsara women. She had gone to the river to fetch water, but seeing Chitraratha sporting, she was a bit attracted to him and forgot that it was time for the Rishi's Homa fire sacrifice. And when she became conscious of her delay, she got frightened by the prospect of incurring the sage's curse. She returned post haste with the water and placing it before her husband, stood there with palms joined in worshipful pose. The Muni divined her mental adultery and ordered in great anger, "O sons, kill this sinful woman." But none of the sons ventured to obey him. When, however, Rama was ordered to do so, knowing as he did the great powers acquired by his fathers through austerity and concentration, he killed the mother along with her other disobedient sons. When the highly pleased Jamat Agni, the son of Satyavati, asked him to choose any boon, he chose that those dead persons should persons should come back to life, and that they should have no memory of what took place. Immediately they all got up in full health like persons awakening from sleep. Rama did his heinous act of killing his own near and dear ones, only because he was sure of his father's great powers of tapas, by which he could get them revived, avenging Jamat Agni's murder. Now the sons of Arjuna could never have any peace of mind, thinking over the slaughter of their father and the defeat at the hands of Rama. Once, when Rama with his brothers had gone to the forest, the sons of Arjuna went there, deeming it an opportune moment to wreak vengeance. Finding Jamat Agni sitting in his sacrificial chamber with his mind concentrated on the Lord, those evil ones murdered him. In spite of the very earnest and pitiable appeals of Renuka, the mother of Rama, whose extremely cruel-hearted Kshatriya warriors decapitated Jamagdeni and carried away the head with them. Overcome with grief, the virtuous lady Renuka now began to beat her breast in grief and cry aloud, "O Rama, dear one, come quickly." Rama, who was then away at some distance from the ashrama, heard these distressing cries and hastened back to his father lying murdered. He was stunned with agonizing grief and blinding anger at the sight, and cried aloud, "O Father, O Holy One, O Righteous One, how is it that you have gone to your heavenly abode, leaving us all here?" After bemoaning his father's death in this way, he entrusted the body to his brothers and started, battle axe in hand, on a campaign of extirpation of the tribe Kshatriyas. O king, he first went to Mahashmati, a city accursed due to the murder of a holy man, and he made in the middle of the city a hillock of heads of Kshatriyas he killed. Making his father's murder the occasion, he let flow there a stream of blood by the slaughter of those evil Kshatriyas, to stand as a warning to those indulging in the persecution of holy ones. He launched 21 such campaigns, almost effacing the whole tribe of Kshatriya from the earth, and created 5 pools of blood at the place called Samantapanchaka. Then, recovering his father's head, he united it with his trunk at a yajna, worshipped the Supreme Being, the embodiment of all divinities, through the performance of several yajnas. He gifted the country to the east to the Hota, the sacrificing priest, that to the south to the priest Brahma, that to the west to the priest Adyavaryu, and that to the north Udgata. The countries between he gave to the other sacrificial priests, and the middle region to Kashyapa Prajapati. He gave Aryavarta to the priest Upadrashta, and whatever remained to the members of the sacrificial assembly. Then he took the final ceremonial bath, Avapritasna, in the Saraswati, the holy river. Liberated from all sins, he now shone like the sun, freed from the clouds. And Jamakni, adored by Rama, was restored to life with a body characterized by a continuity of consciousness from the early body and became the seventh among Saptarashis. The lotus-eyed Rama, the worshipful son of Jamakni, will be the propagator of the Veda in the next Manvantara. Extolled by Siddhas, Charanas and Gandharvas, he lives even today in the Mahendra mountain as a peaceful contemplative, having given up by his fighting propensity. In this way, Hari, the Supreme Lord and the indweller of all, incarnated himself in the line of the Bhrigus and several times destroyed the rulers who had become a burden to the earth. The line of Kaushikas. Gadi had a son, Vishwamitra, who was born with the splendor of a well-lit fire. By tapas, he got himself elevated from the state of Kshatriya to that of a Brahmana. Vishwamitra had 101 sons. The middle one among them was named Madhuchandas. So all the brothers were known collectively by the common name of Madhuchandas. But Vishwamitra adopted Sanuasepa, who was of Bhrigu's line and the son of Agrigata, whose life had been saved by the Devas. Vishwamitra commanded his son to recognize him as the eldest among them. Sanasepa, being the middle of the son of his parent, was told by them to Harishchandra's son as a sacrificial victim for Harishchandra's yajna, but he was saved by his prayers to Devas and Prajapatis as directed by Vishwamitra. This Sanasepa, who was saved from immolation in the yajna by the Devas, though belonging by birth to the line of Bhrigu, became a famous ascetic among the descendants of Gadi because of his being adopted by Vishwamitra, the son of Gadi. He came to the well-known under the name of Devarata. Of Vishwamitra's own son, the first 50 Madhuchandas did not take upon this adoption as a commendable act. Vishwamitra became angry at this and cursed them that they would become heinous, mlichechas, barbarians outside the Vedic pale. At this, the middle one among the Madhuchandas, along with the remaining 50 of his brothers, said, "We shall obey whatever you order." Thus agreeing to obey him, these 50 brothers accepted Sanasepa, who was a knower of mantras, as the eldest. Thereupon Vishwamitra said to his son, "Those of you who have obeyed me and made me a father of virtuous children will yourselves become blessed with noble sons. O members of Kashika's line, this Devata alias Sanasepa is one of your line. Therefore obey him." He had also other sons like Ashtaka, Harita, Jaya and Kratuman. Thus the family of Kushikas came to have many lines sprung from the different sons of Vishwamitra. By giving seniority to Devarata, this line has got a distinct pravara. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam नवमास्कन्धे षोडशोऽध्यायः
Saptadashodhyaya. Other successors of Pururavas, descendants of Kshatrauridha. Sri Shuka said, O king, Ayus, the son of Pururavas, the 5 sons, Nahusha, Kshatravridha, Raji, Rambha, and Anenas. Of these, hear now about the descendants by Kshatravridha. Kshatravridha's son was Suhotra, and he had 3 sons, Kashya, Kusa, and Gritsamada. From this last Gritsamada was born Sunaka, and from him Saunaka, a sage of great fame and an expert in the Rig Veda. Kashya's son was Kashi, his son Rashtra, and his son Dirghatamas. Dirghatamas had a son named Dhanvantari, who promulgated the system of medicine called Ayurveda. He was born of a part of Vasudeva and has a share in Yajna offerings. By the very remembrance of him, diseases are cured. His son was Ketuman and his son Bhimaratha. His son was Dibodasa and his son Dyuman, known by several other names as Pratardana, Satrujit, Vatsa, Ritadvaja, and Kuvalayaswa. He, Dyuman, had as sons Alarka and others. O king, he, Alarka, ruled the earth for 66,000 years, retaining the freshness of youth all along. None but he had ever achieved this. From Alarka was born Santati, from him Sunitha, from him Suketana, from him Dharmaketu, and from him Satyaketu. Satyaketu's son was Drishtaketu, his son Sukumara, his son Vitihotra, his son Bharga, and his son Bharga Bhumi, Rambha, and Anenas. What was being narrated is the list of kings descended from Kashya, belonging to the line of Kshatravridha. Now follows the line of Rambha, the son of Ayu. Rabhasa and Gambhira were the sons of Rambha. From Rabhasa was born Akriya. From the wife of Akriya, a line of Brahmanas originated. Now hear about the line of Anenas. From Anenas was born Shuddha. From him Suchi. From him Dharmasarathi, who was also known under the famous name Trikakut. To Trikakut was born Santaraya, who became an ascetic and a knower of the self without any worldly desires. Raji had 500 sons of great prowess. Raji and Kshatradharma. Requested by Indra, Raji fought against the Asuras and restored the Swarga to Indra. But being afraid of attack from Prahlada and other Asuras, Indra entrusted his ram of Swarga and himself to the protection of Raji. But when Indra wanted his ram back after the death of Raji, his sons refused to restore the same to him. They also appropriated to themselves the portions of the yajna due to Indra. So, in order to sidetrack them from the Vedic Dharma and then weaken them, Brihaspati, the preceptor of the Devas, performed black magic. After that, Indra destroyed these sons of Raji. None of them survived. Kshatravridha had a grandson named Kusha. From him Prati was born, from him Sanjaya, and from him Jaya. From him Krita was born, from him Haryavana, from him Sahadeva, from him Hina, and from him Jayasena. From him was born Sankriti, from him another Jaya, and from him the great Ka warrior Kshatradharma. All these belong to the line of Kshatraviridha. Now hear about the line of Nahusha. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyang Samhitayam Navamaskandhe Chandravanshanuvarnane Saptadashodhyayah Athashtadashodhyayah. Shri Shuka Uvacha. Story of Yayati and Devayani. Yayati as king. Shri Shuka said, just as embodied beings have 6 senses, Nahusha had 6 sons, Yati, Yayati, Samyati, Ayati, Viyati, and Kriti. Of these, Yati did not accept the kingdom that his father offered him as his successor because he was aware of the evil consequences that would follow. For one who has entered into the phase of state will totally forget the self. When Nahusha was expelled from heaven for his attempt on Indra's wife and cursed to become a python by the sages, Yayati became the king. Yayati appointed his 4 younger brothers as governors of the 4 quarters. He governed the country, having married the daughters of the Maharshi Shukra and of King Vrishaparva. Quarrel between Devayani and Sarmishtha. The Raja said, Shukra is a Brahma Rishi, and Yayati, the son of Nahusha, was only an ordinary Kshatriya. How was it that a pratiloma marriage, in which a man of a lower varna, Kshatriya, marries a woman of a higher varna, Brahmana, took place? Shri Shuka said, once Sarmishtha, the daughter of the king of Asuras, who was well known for her beauty, along with many of her companions, including Devayani, the daughter of the Asura, preceptor Shukra, was walking about in a pleasure garden full of trees and sandy embankments of lakes covered with lotuses, over which buzzing honey suckers hovered. Reaching the banks of a lake, those handsome girls put aside their garments on the shore and began to sport in water, splashing water on one another. They now saw Parameshwara, riding on his ox mount with Parvati. Feeling abashed, they rushed up and put on their garments. Now Sarmishta unwittingly put on the garments of Devayani, the preceptor's daughter. Devayani was terribly annoyed at this and said, "Look at the audacity of this servant maid. Like a dog eating up and the offerings made ready for a yajna, she has put on the dress that I should have worn. We are Brahmanas by whose austerity the universe itself was created, who represent the face of the Supreme Being, who exhibit Brahmic splendor in this world, and who teach and practice the beneficent way of the Vedas. We belong to that great community of Brahmanas who are respected even by the divinities, nay, who even the Supreme Lord salutes and serves. Not only that, among the Brahmanas we belong to the highly superior line of Bhrigus. Besides the Asura, her father is our disciple. She has put on my cloth as a Sudra learns the Veda. What audacity on her part! Yayati marries Devayani. To the preceptor's daughter, who was railing at her like this, Sarmishta, now infuriated like a trampled snake, said, biting her lips and releasing long breaths, "O beggar girl, think of your condition before you talk in this fashion. You are like a watchdog in our house, eating the crumbs we give." After hurling such scandalously abusive words at the good daughter of the preceptor, she disrobed her and pushed her into a well out of burning anger. After Sharmishta and the party had gone home, Yayati, who was on the hunting expedition, approached that well by chance in search of water, and he happened to see Devayani in the well. The merciful Yayati threw down his upper cloth to her to cover her nakedness, and then lifted her up, holding her by the hand. Devayani, the daughter of Usanas Shukra, now spoke to that heroic king in a way expressive of her love for him. She said, "O king, you have held my hand in yours. Let there not be another man to hold my hand which you have held in yours. O great king, this union between us is not made by man but by the very divine. It is by the will of Providence that you happened to meet me clinging to the sides of the well. Besides, no Brahmana can possibly become my husband because of the curse of Kacha, the son of Brihaspati, that I had incurred in olden days." Though Yayati did not like that marriage alliance because of it being not sanctioned by scriptures, he, however, submitted to it, as he believed it was ordained by the Lord, and as he felt his mind was fascinated by her. Sarmishta's humiliation. After King Yayati had gone, Devayani went to her father, sage Shukra, weeping, and informed him of all that Sharmishta had said and done. The worshipful Rishi Shukra
felt very sad on hearing about it. He went away with his daughter from that palace, condemning the priestly occupation and praising the excellence of Unjhavritti, a livelihood gained by the collection of fallen grains from fields and grain markets. On knowing this, the Asura king Vrihaparva, afraid that his enemies might take the sage into their service, went after him and propitiated him with prostrations. The sage, whose rage was only momentary, what my daughter wants, I cannot abandon her.
When the Asura king had agreed to this, Devyani gave out her mind as follows. Wherever I go after my father gives me in marriage, let this Sarmishta follow me with her attendant maids. Realizing the critical condition of his people and the advantage that they would gain by the presence of Sukra in their midst, it was arranged that Sharmishta should attend on Devyani along with 1,000 others. When the sage next sent his daughter away as Yayati's wife with Sarmishta attending on her, he especially instructed the king that he should never share the bed with the latter. O king, the virtuous Sharmishta soon saw Devyani big with issue, herself desirous of issue. Sarmishta approached the king, the husband of her mistress, in privacy during her fertile period and chose him as her husband too. The Raja knew that according to Dharma Sastra, the solicitation of a woman in that condition should not be rejected, and so agreed to request as ordained by the providence, though he remembered Shukra's prohibition. Devyani gave birth to Yadu and Turvasu. Sharmishta, the daughter of Vrishaparva, bore 3 sons, Truya, Anu, and Pura, Sukra's curse and after. On coming to know that her husband, the king, had children by Sharmishta, the proud Devyani was moved to great anger and went away to her father Sukra's house. The love-infatuated Yayatis went after her and tried to pacify her with sweet words and personal endearments, but failed. Angry Sukra now cursed the king. O you liar and a slave of lust! Old age, which makes the human form ugly, shall now set on you. A Yayati said, I have not yet been satisfied with the life with your daughter. So Sukra replied, if any person is willing to take over your old age, may you be capable of transferring it to him and yourself receiving this youth. Under the settlement, the king called his eldest son Yadu and said, O dear son Yadu, you take over for the time being this old age of mine and let me have your youth. It is your maternal grandfather who confirmed this old age on me. I have not yet been satisfied with worldly enjoyments. Let me enjoy the pleasures of life for some time more with the help of your youth. Yadu said, I am not ready to take on the old age that has overtaken you in the middle of my own life, for I have only just started enjoying life's pleasures and without sufficient enjoyments of them, a man cannot get distaste for them. In spite of their father's pleading, the other sons, Turvasu, Druvyu, and Anu, also refused to accept the proposal, being ignorant of Dharma and being under the mistaken notion that their fleeting youth was perpetual. Next, he made the same request to his last son Puru, who was young in years but advanced in virtue. He said, "Dear one, do not refuse my request like your elder brothers." Puru replied, "O best of men, who can make an adequate return to one's father for the gift of his body, of this body, which is the means for attaining the highest values? The Father's grace help us to realize our highest destiny. The best son is the one who performs the Father's wish, even without telling. The one who does what is asked is the middling. The bad one is who executes the Father's command in careless and imperfect way. And he who totally refuses to do anything even when asked by the Father cannot be called the Father's son, but only his excretor." So saying, Puru took over his father's old age on himself with joy, and Yayati, assuming his youth, enjoyed the pleasures of life to his heart's content. The king ruled over the 7 continents of the earth like a father to his subjects, and enjoyed the good things of life with unfading vigor of the senses. And his beloved wife Devyani gave him the most intense joy in privacy with all the endowments of her mind, word and body. By the performance of several yajnas accompanied by plentiful dakshinas, he adored the Supreme Being Hari, the recipient of all yajnas, the embodiment of all Vedas and of all deities, and the erase of miseries, establishing in his heart Vasudeva, the indweller, the subtlest of the subtle, based on whom this universe shines like a cloud in the sky, or like objects seen in dream, magical show or revera, and in whom it subsides when the mind has become calm, establishing him, known also as Narayana in the heart. He adored him with yajnas, giving up all the selfish motives. Thus for 1,000 years the emperor enjoyed, by means of the 5 roguish senses and the mind, the pleasures which are really mental, yet he found no satiety. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Navamaskande Ashtadashodhyaya. Atha Eko Novimsodhyaya. Shri Shuka Uvacha. Yayati's renunciation, the parable of the goats. Shri Sukha said, immersed in sensual indulgences, uxorious Yayatis became aware after some time to his steep spiritual fall. He then developed a revulsion for sensuality and narrated the following story to his wife. O daughter of sage Sukra, hear a story that is parallel to mine, in which story some sages living in the forest bemoaned the fate of one who had given himself up to sensuous indulgences. A he-goat was once moving about in the forest, eating whatever he liked. He came across a she-goat that had fallen in a well owing to the force of his past karmas. The sex-intoxicated he-goat, on seeing the female in the well, began to think of the ways and means of lifting her out. Digging the sides of the well with his horns, he made a passage for the she-goat to come out of the well. On coming out of the well, that beautiful she-goat desired to have that he-goat as her mate. Seeing him mated with her, many other she-goats seeking mates also sought him, seeing him to plumb, hairy, lusty, and tireless in mating. A slave to lust, he-goat never thought of his own true nature. But the she-goat that was rescued from the well could not bear the sight of her husband mating with other she-goat. Thus seeing her husband unfaithful, hypocritical, lascivious, and bent on enjoying only, she went away to her master's place in great grief. But that pitiable he-goat, addicted to female company, ran after her bleating in many ways, to cajole and please her, but in vain. In great anger, the owner of the she-goat, a Brahmana, now cut off the hanging testicles of the he-goat, but through his occult powers he later united the testicles with the body of the he-goat, so that she-goat might continue mate with him. That he-goat, after the restoration of his virility, has been indulging in several pleasures with its mate, the she-goat from the well, but he has not reached the cetacean point yet. Yayati's sermon in renunciation. O handsome lady, I too have been like that pitiable creature, bound by love of you and infatuated by your charms, going about without any understanding of my spiritual self. All foods in the world, all animals, all wealth, and all women cannot bring satiety to a man whose mind is a victim of inordinate desire. Desire is never satisfied by the enjoyment of its objects. Like fire fed with ghee, it only flames up all the more. When a man's mind, established in same-sightedness, ceases to be moved by vile attachment and antagonism to others, then he finds happiness in all situations. A man who seeks his own good should at once abandon his hankering for sense or enjoyments, which evil-minded men find difficult to do. It does not decay even when he himself decays through old age. A person should not sit on the same seat in solitude, even with a mother, a sister, or a daughter, for the senses are strong, and even a wise man cannot resist that pull. For a full 1,000 years I have been having every kind of sensuous enjoyments, but in place of subsiding, the craving for them comes with added force whenever situations arise. Therefore I shall now abandon hankering for everything, and then giving over my mind entirely to him, I shall wander with animals in the forest without caring for the extremes of weather, and abandoning every trace of self-esteem. Realizing the ephemerality of all objects of the senses, one should not longingly think of them or actually enjoy them. He who is able to recognize bondage and destruction in the thought and enjoyment of objects delighting the censor, he is the learned man. He is the spiritually enlightened person. The end of Yayati's story. Saying so to his wife, Yayati gave back to Puru the youth he had taken from him and resumed his old age. He was now without any desire for enjoyments. Regarding his sons, he appointed Dhruyu as ruler of the southeastern parts of his empire, Yadu of the southern parts, Turvasu of the western parts, and Anu of the northern parts. When he finally departed to the forest as an ascetic, he made the noble Puru the emperor over the whole earth and its people, his elder brothers being only subordinate ruler under him. Just as fledglings leave their nest immediately they develop wings, so did Yayati in an instant abandon the senses after having all kinds of indulgences through them for the past several thousand years. That famous king abandoned there itself all attachments and material objects catering to sense life, established himself in the Atman, the spiritual self, and through that self-intuition attained to Brahman, the supreme Vasudeva, ever pure, the transcendent, the support of all. Devyani, who had listened to the story of the goats, understood that it was meant to prompt her to the path of renunciation through a satire on the flimsy nature of the sexual relation between men and women. Now she realized that the life of loving association with relatives and friends who are all but mere puppets of the divine world is like the gathering of travelers in a wayside rest house, extremely temporary and fleeting like a dream, brought about by the Maya of the Lord. So she abandoned attachments for everything in life, made her mind fully absorbed in the Lord, and dissolved even her subtle body. And Sukha concluded, "Salutations to thee, the worshipful Vasudeva, endowed with fullness of all divine excellences, the creator of all, the indweller of all, the infinite being, and the source of all peace." Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyam Samhitayam Navamaskande Eka Nor Vamsodhyaya.
Atha Vinshodhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha Dushyanta and Bharata from Puru to Dushyanta. Shri Shuka said, "Now I shall tell you about the line of Puru, to which you yourself belong, and which was augmented by the birth of several Rajarshi and Brahmarshi in it. From Puru was born Janamejaya, from him Prachinvan, from him Namasyu, and from him Charupada. Of Charupada was born Sadhu, of him Bahugava, of him Samyati, of him Ahamyati, and of him Raudrashva. Raudrashva had by his Apsara wife Gritachi 10 sons: Riteyu, Kuksheyu, Sthandileyu, Kriteyu, Jaleyu, Santateyu, Dharmeyu, Sateyu, Vrateyu, and Vaneyu. These were to their father as the 10 Indriyas are to prana. Riteyu had as son Rantibhara. He had 3 sons named Sumati, Dhruva, and Apratiratha. The son of Apratiratha was Kanva. Kanva's son was Medhatithi. From him were born Prashkanva and others who were Brahmanas. Sumati had Raibhya as son, and from Raibhya was born Dushyanta, according to the tradition. Dushyanta and Sakuntala. Dushyanta, accompanied by a few troops, went into the forest for a hunt. There he entered the precincts of the ashrama of Kanva, where he saw a lady who illumined that place with her brilliant aura, as if she were Rama herself, the enchanting power of the Lord. He fell in love with her instantly. Her sight filled him with joy and relieved him of the exhaustion from hunting. Excited with love, he addressed her in sweet words. Who are you, lotus-eyed beauty? Whose daughter are you? Why are you here in the solitude of this forest? O handsome girl, I can clearly see that you are the daughter of some royal house and not of any of those Brahmarshis here. For I find that my mind is fascinated by you, and it is a truth that the mind of the kings of Puru's line will never go after anything unrighteous. Shakuntala said, I am the daughter of Vishwamitra by Menaka, who abandoned me in the forest. This is known to the sage Kanva. Now, what service are we to do for you? O one of prepossessing appearance, please take your seat here. We have food made of wild rice, nivara. You can take it, and you may stay here if you like. Dushyanta replied, O handsome one, your words are befitting one born in the line of Kaushika. For the daughters of royal houses have the right to choose their husbands themselves privately, according to the Gandharva right. When Shakuntala agreed to this, the king, who knew very well how to behave according to time, place, and circumstances, married her according to the Gandharva right. After living with her for the night, the king returned to his capital, and in due course Shakuntala delivered a son. The Maharshi Kanva himself did all the postnatal ceremonies for the baby in his forest ashrama. It was found that as he grew up, the child by himself captured lions and played with them. In due course, Shakuntala went to the palace to her husband, along with her son of unbridled prowess, who had an element of divinity in him. When the king refused to accept Shakuntala and her son, all heard a disembodied voice say from the sky, the mother is a mere vessel of skin. The child belongs to the father. The issue that a man begets is the man himself. O Dushyanta, take charge of your son and do not disgrace Shakuntala. A son who continues the ancestral line can lift his father from the sphere of Yama. You have begotten this boy. Shakuntala has spoken the truth. From Bharata to Bharadwaja. After the death of Dushyanta, this boy Bharata became the emperor and attained to great renown. Endowed as he was with the spark of the divine spirit, many are the people who extol him in songs. On his right palm there was the sign of the discus, and on the soles of his feet the marks of lotus flowers. He was enthroned as emperor to the accompaniment of grand coronation rituals, and he adored the Lord with several yajnas. Along the course of the Ganges, he performed sacrifices with 55 horses of great excellence, and along the course of the Yamuna with 78. Dirghatamas, the son of Mamata, was the officiating priest. The sacrifices of Bharata were performed in every holy place. The enormous number of cows he gifted to 1,000 Brahmanas was taken by each in lots of 13,084. In total, he conducted 133 horse sacrifices to the great astonishment of all rulers. He surpassed the glory and excellences of all devas, and he attained to the Supreme Being. On the occasion of various holy rites, he gave as gift 14 lakhs of elephants with very white tusks, dark body, and golden decorations. These great devotional acts of Bharata were never matched by anything done by any king in the past, nor will any king in the future be able to do so. It is as futile as everyone to attempt it as trying to catch the heaven with one's hands. In his campaign for the conquest of all the 4 regions, he suppressed many tribes of barbarians antagonistic to Vedic culture, tribes like Kiratas, Hunas, Yavanas, Andhras, Kankas, Khasas, and Sakas. He rescued all those celestial women whom powerful asuras had carried with them to Rasatala, which they had wrested with from the devas from after defeating them in battle. Heaven and earth yielded all their requirements to his subjects. In this way, he ruled for 27,000 years, extending his unchallenged sway over all the regions. Bharata, the emperor of all the worlds, in the end retired from rulership, realizing the ephemerality of everything: wealth, prosperity, unquestioned power, and even life. Bharata had as wives 3 daughters of the king of Vidarbha. When the king complained that none of the children they had borne him were worthy of him, they managed to kill them all, fearing that the king might discard them for not having worthy issue. When his line was thus threatened with extinction, he performed a yajna known as Marutstoma, and as the consequence, the Maruts presented to him a son named Bharadwaja. How Bharadwaja was obtained by the Maruts is explained. Brihaspati sought sexual intercourse with the already pregnant wife of his brother Uttya. Thereupon the child in the womb protested, but Brihaspati performed the act by force, cursing the child in the womb. Afraid that her husband might discard her for his transgression, Mamata, the woman concerned, wanted to discard the child of Brihaspati, who was instantly born. But the Devas made her abstain from it, declaring through Brihaspati, "O foolish woman, as he is born of both of us, of Brihaspati and his brother Uttya, you take care of him. Bharadwaja imam." Mamita replied, "O Brihaspati, you better protest him who is born of both of us." The mother and the father said like this to each other and abandoned the child there. He became famous as Bharadwaja. Mamata thus abandoned the child as of no use for her, in spite of being asked by the Devas not to do so. So the Maruts brought up that child, and then Bharata's line was threatened with extinction. They gave him to Bharata as his son. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate He Vingshodhyayah.
Athaika Vingsho Dhyayah. Ranti Devi the Compassionate. Shri Shuka Uvacha. Shri Shuka said, Bharadwaja, also known as Vittata, because he was gifted to Bharata when his line was Vittata, or about to be extinguished, had Manu as his son, and Manu had 5 sons, Brihadkshatra, Jaya, Mahavirya, Nara, and Garga. Of these, Nara had Sankriti as son. O joy of Pandu's line, Sankriti had 2 sons, Guru and Ranti Deva, whose fame is a theme for songs both in this and in other worlds. He lived satisfied with what chance brought him. Even when he was hungry in the extreme, he gave away to others whatever food he happened to get. A man of steady mind, he suffered with his family from privations, as he was without any possessions. He has once to spend 48 days without any food or drink. At the end of it, he chanced to get some payasa with ghee, cooked wheat and water. The members of his family had reduced to the utmost strait, and he himself was trembling with hunger and thirst. When they were about to eat that food got by chance, a Brahmana guest arrived. Rantideva gave him a good share of that food with great cordiality and sincere reverence, for he saw Hari residing in all. That Brahmana took his meal and went away highly satisfied. O king, next when he was dividing the remaining food among the hungry members of his family, a laborer arrived there as a guest. Seeing Sri Hari in him too, Rantideva gave away to him even that remaining food which he was about to divide. When that guest was gone, a hunter with a pack of dogs arrived and said, O master, give some food to me and my dogs, we are very hungry. So, the great Rantideva gave away whatever food remained to the dogs and to their master, and prostrated himself before them, seeing the Lord residing in them all. All that remained now was only water enough for one person to drink. When he was about to drink it, an outcast came and said, For this wretch, give at least some water to drink. Rantideva's sermon. Hearing his heart-rending appeal, Rantideva was moved to great pity and spoke to him in the following sweet words of great import. I do not pray to the Lord for a state in which I shall be endowed with the eightfold powers, nor even for the state of liberation from the cycle of birth and death. I desire only to abide within all beings and undergo the sufferings that accrue to them. By my taking over their sufferings, they will be free from misery. By supplying the life-giving water to a man panting for it in distress, I have been freed for all sufferings, hunger, thirst, exhaustion, physical ailments, misery, sorrow, and mental confusion. For true happiness lies in suffering for others. So saying, Rantideva, the kind-hearted and heroic, gave whatever water there was to the outcast guest, although he was himself dying of thirst. At this point, Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, who bestow the fruits of action to their desire-prompted votaries, revealed themselves before him, discarding the false form of the Brahmana, the laborer, the hunter, and the outcast in which they had clothed themselves by the power of Maya. Rantideva made prostrations before them. Unattached and desireless, he only surrendered himself to the worshipful Lord Vasudeva, but prayed for no boons in spite of his most trying worldly situation. As the dream phenomena dissolve on waking, the bondage of body and mind created by Maya dissipated itself before Rantideva, who had made the Lord the sole support of his being, discarding every form of desire. By their association with him, all persons in Rantideva's establishment also became yogis, highly devoted to Lord Narayana. Lines of Garga and others. Garga's son was Sini, and Sini's sons Gargya. Though Gargya was a Kshatriya, his sons were recognized as Brahmanas. Manyu's sons, his sons were recognized as Brahmanas. Manyu's sons Mahavirya had a son Duritakshaya, and he had 3 sons named Trayaruni, Kavi, and Pushkaruni. These, though Kshatriyas by birth, became Brahmanas. Brihatkshatra, Manyu's eldest son, had a son named Hasti, who was the founder of Hastinapura. Hasti had 3 sons, Ajameda, Dvimida, and Purumida. Priyamida and other issue of Ajamida became Brahmanas. Ajamida had another son named Brihadishu. His son Brihadhanu, his son was Brihadhanu, his son Brihadkaya, and his son Jayadratha. Jayadratha's son was Vishada, his son Senajit, and his son Ruchirasva and Dridhadhanu, Kasya and Vatsa. Ruchirasva had a son Para, he Pritusena, and another son Nipa. Nipa had 100 sons. Nipa also begot Brahmadatta by Kritvi, the daughter of Sukha. Brahmadatta, who was a yogi, begot by his wife Saraswati, the goddess of speech. Brahmadatta, who was a yogi, begot by his wife Saraswati, the goddess of speech, a son named Vishwaksena. Brahmadatta created the Yoga Tantra on the advice of Jaigishavya. From Vishwaksena was born Uddakswana, and from him Balada. These constitute the line of Brihadishu, lines of Dvimida and others. Dvimida, another son of Hasti, had Yavinara as son. His son was Kritaman. He had as son Satyadriti. He Dridhanemi, and he Suparuswa. Suparswa's son was Sumati. His son Sunatiman, and his son Kriti. Kriti learned the Yoga Shastra from Hiranyanaabha and gained efficiency in the 6 collections of Prachasamas. From Kriti was born Nipa, from him Ugrahyuda, and from him Kshemya, and from him Suvira, and from him Ripunjaya. From Ripunjaya was born Bahuratha, Puramidha. From Ripunjaya was born Bahuratha. Puramida was without issue, but Ajamida had by his wife Nalini a son named Nila, and from him was born Shanti. Shanti had a son Sushanti, he Puruja, he Arka, and he Brahmayasva. Brahmayasva had 5 sons beginning with Mudgala. Brahma's 5 sons were Mudgala, Yavinara, Brihadishu, Kampilya, and Sanjaya. Brahmayasva said to his sons, "You are capable of giving me 5, you are capable of protecting my 5 provinces like 5 senses." So they came to be known under the group name Panchalas. From Mudgala, a line of Brahmanas known as Maudgalyas arose. From Brahmayasya's son Mudgala was born a son Divodasa and a daughter Ahalya. From that Ahalya was born Sanatananda. From that Ahalya was born Satananda as the son of the sage Gautama. He had as a son Satyadriti, an expert in the science of arms. His son was Saradwan. Owing to infatuation caused by the sight of heavenly beauty Urvashi, his virility fell on a clump of munja grass. It became a boy and a girl of auspicious deportment. While King Shantanu was hunting in the forest, he saw this couple and took them under his care. The boy came to be known as the Acharya Kripa, and the female child known as Kripi grew to be the wife of Dronacharya. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Navamaskande Ekavingsho Dhyaya Atha Dvisha Dhyaya Atha Dvavingsho Adhyaya. Bhishma, Kuru, Pandavas and others. Sri Shuka said, O king, Divodasa had a son named Mitreyu. He had 4 sons named Chavana, Sudasha, Sahadeva and Somaka. Somaka had a son named Jantu. Besides him, Somaka had 100 sons, of whom the youngest was Prihashata. His son was Drupada, whose daughter was Draupadi, and sons Drishtadyumna and others. From Drishtadyumna was born Drishtaketu. As they were born in the line of Panchalas connected with Bharmayasya, they came to be known as Panchalas. Another son of Ajamida was Riksha. To him was born Samvarana. Samvarana had by his wife Tapati, the daughter of the sun deity, a son named Kuru, the ruler of Kurukshetra. Kuruk's sons were Parikshit, Sudhanu, Jhanu, and Nishadvasa. From among them, Sudhanu had a son named Suhotra, he Chavana, he Kriti, he Vasu, he could travel through the sky, and he Brihadratha and others. Vasu had also sons who became the rulers of Kusambas, Matsyas, Pratyagras, and Chepidas. All of them ruled parts of the region called Chedi. From Brihadratha, Kusagra was born, and from him Rishabha. Rishabha's son was Satyahita, his son Pushpavan, and his son Jahu. By another wife, Brihadratha had a child who was born with the body split into 2. The split halves of the body were thrown out by the mother, but a demoness named Jara, who was sporting there, united the halves, exhorting the child to become alive. The child therefore came to be known as Jarasandha. From Jarasandha was born Sahadeva, and from him Somapi and Shrutasravas. Parikshit, the son of Kuru, had no issue, but Jahanu, another son, had Suratha as his offspring. From him was born Viduratha, from him Sarvabhauma, from him Jayasena, and from him Radhika, and from him Ayuta. Shantanu. From Ayuta was born Krodana, and from him Devatiti. From him Rishaya, and from him Dilipa, and from him Pratipa. From Pratipa had as sons Devapi, Shantanu, and Bhalika. Devapi left the kingdom for the woods to take to the ascetic way of life. So Shantanu, who was known in the previous life as Mahabhishak, became king. Whatever old object he touched, that became young. He became widely known as Shantanu because his touch brought peace, Shanti, everywhere. For 12 years, Indra did not send rain to his country, so he consulted learned Brahmanas to know why the cause of it. They said, by enjoying the land while your elder brother is alive, you have become a pariveta. So, for the good and prosperity of the country, entrust it to your brother. When the Brahmanas gave this ruling, he requested his brother Devapi to take charge of the kingdom. But his ministers, who did not want this change, had sent some Brahmanas to lead Devapi astray from the Vedas and thus make him unfit to become the ruler. Under their instruction, Devapi spoke criticizing and condemning. Under their instruction, Devapi spoke criticizing and condemning the Vedas. When he thus ceased to be qualified anymore for leadership, Indra released rain at once over the country. Devapi continues to stage in the village of Kalapa, practicing yoga. After the lunar dynasties perished in the Kali Yuga, this Devapi will resuscitate it at the beginning of the Satyuga. Bhalika, the youngest brother, had a son named Somadatta. He had sons Bhuri, Bhurishravas and Sala, Bhishma and Pandavas. Shantanu had by Ganga Devi a son, the great Bhishma, who was established in the self, who was a devotee of the highest order, who was learned and who knew all about the codes of Dharma. From heroic Parashurama, even heroic Parashurama was highly pleased with Bhishma for his heroism in battle. Shantanu had by the fisherman Satyavati another son named Chitragada, who died early in life at the hands of a Gandharva. Shantanu had also a younger son named Vichitravirya. Now, before her marriage with Shantanu, the fisherwoman Satyavati had a son by the sage Parashara, who was a partial incarnation of Sri Hari. That son was the sage Krishna Dvapayana, also known as Badarayana, who became the savior of the Vedas. It was from him that I, Shuka, was born. Discarding the claims of his disciples like Pela, he imparted the great esoteric gospel of the Bhagavata to me, his son, given to serenity. Vichitravirya was married to two daughters of the Raja Kashi, named Ambika and Ambalika, who were brought by force by Bhishma on the occasion of their Swayamvara on marriage by the bride's choice. With his heart absorbed in them, he died early a victim to consumption.
At the order of his mother, Satyavati, Bharadanya raised issue in the widows of his brother Vichitravirya, who had died childless. These were Dhritarashtra, Pandu, and Vidura. O king, of these Dhritarashtra had by his wife Gandhari 100 sons headed by Duryodhana. He had also a daughter named Dusala. As his brother, King Pandu, could not have intercourse with his wife Kunti, owing to the sage's curse, the great car warrior Yudhishthira, Bhima, and Arjuna were begotten in her by Yama, Vayu, and Indra respectively. Madri, in other wives of Pandu, had Nakula and Sahadeva as sons, begotten by the Ashwini Devas. Draupadi had 5 sons by her 5 husbands, the sons of Pandu, but the sons died in their boyhood and left no issue. The issue of Draupadi born to Yudhishthira was Prativindya to Bhishmasena, Sutrasena to Arjuna, Srutakriti to Nakula, Satanika, and to Sahadeva Shrutakarma. From other wives, they had other issue. Devaka to Yudhishthira in Pauravi, Gatotkacha and Sarvagata from Bhima in Hidimbi and Kali, respectively. And Vijaya, the daughter of the mountain, brought forth Suhotra as the son of Sahadeva. Nakula begot Niramitra and Karenumati. Arjuna got Iravan from Naga lady Ulupi and a Babru Vahana by the daughter of the king of Manipura. Babru Vaharana remained as the son of the king of Manipura, following the rules of marriage according to Putrika Dharma. Abhimanyu, the heroic who was victorious over the super warriors, was Arjuna's son by Subhadra. From that Abhimanyu, you, Parikshit, were born in Uttara, Parikshit and successors. After all the Kurus headed by Duryodhana had died in battle, Ashwatthama, the son of Drona, released the Brahma missile, and you, in the mother's womb, were scorched by it. But by Krishna's grace, you were revived and rescued from the hands of death. O dear one, with Janamejaya as the eldest, Shrutasena, Bhimasena, and Ugrasena are your sons. Knowing about your death by the bite of the serpent Tataksha, Janamejaya will perform a sacrifice in which he will put all the serpents as offerings in the sacrificial fire. After conquering the whole world, Janamejaya will adore the Supreme Being by performing an Ashwamedha and other sacrifices, taking as his officiating priest Tura, belonging to the line of Kavasha. His son, Satanika, will learn the Veda from Yajnavalkya, the science of arms from Kripa, and the knowledge of rituals and of Supreme Brahman from Saunaka. He will have a son, Sahasranika. He Ashwamedhaja. He Asima Krishna, and he Nemi Chakra. When Hastinapura will be swallowed by the river, he will go to reside in Kausambi. To Nemi Chakra would be born Utka, to him Chitraratha, to him Kaviratha. To Kaviratha will be born Vrishtiman, to him Shusena, to him Sunita, to him Nichakshus, and to him Sukhinala. Of Sukhinala will be born Pariplava, of him Sunaya, of him Medhavi, of him Nripanjaya, of him Durva, and of him Timi. To Timi will be born Brihadratha, to him Sudasa, to him Satanika, to him Durdamana, and to him Vahinara. To him will be born Dandapani, to him Nimi, and to him Kshemaka. I have now described to you this line of Brahmanas and Kshatriyas who have been honored by Devas and Rishis. This line will cease with Kshemaka in the age of Kali. Next, I shall speak to you of those who will become kings of Magadha. Kings of Magadha. Sahadeva will be a son of Marjari, known as Somapi. His son will be Sutrasravas, his Ayutayus, and his Niramitra. His son will be Sunakshatra, his son Pritatsena, his son Karmajit, his son Sritanjaya, his son Vipra, his son Suchi. Suchi's son will be Kshema, his son Suvrata, his son Dharmasutra, his son Sama, his son Dyumatsena, his son Sumati, his son Subala. Subala will have a son Sunita, he Satyajit, he Vishwajit, he Ripunjaya. All these belonging to the line of Brihadrata will rule for 1,000 years. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Sanghitayam Navamoskande Dvivinshotyaya Atha Trayavinshotyaya. Descendants of Yayati's sons, descendants of Anu and Dhruvya. Sri Sukha said, Anu, a son of Yayati, had as sons Sabhanara, Chakshu, and Poroksha. Sabhanara's son was Kalanara, and his son Srinjaya. From Srinjaya was born Janamejaya. From him Mahasila. From him Mahamanas. From him Usinara and Titikshu. From among these, Usinara had 4 sons named Sibi, Vana, Sami, Daksha. Simi had 4 sons, Vrishadharba, Suvira, Madra, and Kekeya. Titikshu, another son, Mahamanas, had a son named Rushadratha. From him was born Hema, from him Sutapas, and from him Bali. From Bali's wife, Dirghatamas, begot as sons Anga, Vanga, Kalinga, Suma, Pundra, and Andhra. They ruled over 6 provinces in the eastern side of Bharata, known after their names. From among these, Anga had a son named Kanapana, and from him was born Diviratha. He had a son named Dharmaratha. His son Chitraratha, more widely known as Romapada, was childless. His friend Dasharatha gave his daughter Santana to Romapada as daughter. The sage Rishanyasringa married her. This happened because they had to bring Rishyaringa to perform rites for remedying the cause that led to the absence of rain for a long time, by attracting him through the song and dance of handsome women. Brought to the city by women through the attraction they offered by their song, dances, poses, presents, and embraces, Rishyaringa arranged for King Dashratha's performance of Putra Kameshti, by which Dashratha got issue. Romapada had Chitraranga as son, and he Prithulaksha. Prithulaksha's sons were Brihadratha, Brihadkarma, and Brihadbhanu. To Brihadratha was born Brihanamas, and to him Jayadratha. Jayadratha had by Sambhuti a son Vijaya, and Vijaya's son was Dhriti. His son was Dhritivrata, his son Satkarma, and his son Adhiratha. Adhiratha was without issue. One day, when he was sporting on the Ganga shore, he got a box with a child within. It was the infant born to Kunti. She was unmarried and therefore deserted by her. Adhiratha took up the baby and brought it up as his own child. He became King Karna. His son was Vrishasena. Druhu, the 3rd son of Yayati, had a son Babru, and he Setu. From Setu was born Arabda. From him Gandhara, and from him Dharma. From him Triti, and from him Durmanas, and from him Prachitas. Prachitas had 100 sons. Going northwards, they became the rulers of barbarians, Mlechas. Turvasa, the 2nd son of Yayati, had a son Vahini, he Bharga, and he Bhanuman. His son was Tribhanu. His son, the generous Karandama, and his son Maruta. who left no issue. He adopted Dushyanta as his son, the line of Yadus. Though thus adopted by Maruta, Dushyanta, being desirous of kingship, went back to his own ancestral family. I shall now describe to you the very holy line of Yadu, the eldest son of Yayati. Listening to the narration of this line, man is liberated from sins. For it was in that line that Yadu, the Supreme Lord, was incarnated as man. Yadu had 4 famous sons by name Shusha, Srajit, Kroshta, Nala, and Ripu. Of these, the eldest, Sahasrajit, had as son Satyajit. His sons were Mahahaya, Venuhaya, and Haihaya.
Okay, before we move on, we've got a slight technicality on the slide that you see on the screen. The reference that you see is not correct. We are currently on Skanda 9, chapter 23, verse 22. So in volume 2, Skanda 9, chapter 23, verse 22. Haihaya had a son Dharma, he Kunti's father Netra. Kunti's son was Sohanjit, his son was Mahishman, and his son Bhadrasena. Bhadrasena had his sons Durmada, and Danaka's son was Kritavirya. Danaka's other sons was Kritangni, Kritavarma, and Kritaujas. Arjuna. Of those, Kritavirya had a son named Arjuna, otherwise known as Kartaviryarjuna, who became king over the whole earth girt by the 7 oceans. He was a disciple of Dattatreya, an incarnation of the Lord, who possessed great yogic powers. No king has come or will ever come anywhere near Kartaviryarjuna in respect of yajna, charity, tapas, yoga, sacrificial study, prowess, and victory. He lived a full life of worldly power and enjoyment for 85,000 years. His might was irresistible by any other, and his wealth inexhaustible. He always kept up the remembrance of the Lord. In this conflict with Parashurama, all his numerous sons perished except 5, these being Jayadvaja, Surasena, Vrihashaba, Madhu, and Urjita. Skanda 9, chapter 23, verse 28. Jayadvaja had Talajanga as son. He in turn had 100 sons, who were all destroyed by Sagara, helped by the power he received from Aurava. Among those sons of Talajanga, the eldest was Vitihotra. His son was Madhu, who in turn had 100 sons, of whom Vrishni was the eldest. Because of Vrishni, Madhu, and Yadu, this line became famous. For the kings born in this line came to be called after them as Madhavas, Vrishnis, and Yadavas. Krushta, the second son of Yadu, had a son Vrichninavan. His son was Swahi, his Rasuku, his Chitraratha, and his Sasabindu, who was great in his power of yoga and of enjoyment. He was an emperor of invincible might, possessing the 14 rare gems consisting of elephant regiments, cavalry, etc. He had 10,000 wives, and by each of them a lakh sons. Of these sons, 6 were important, one of these being Prithusravas, whose son was Dharma. He got a son named Usanas, who performed 100 sacrifices. His son was Rachuka. Rachuka had 5 sons whose names were as follows. They were Purujit, Rukma, Rukmeshu, Prithu, and Jyamaga. Jyamaga had no issue by his wife Sabya, but for fear of Sabya he did not take another wife. Once on return from a campaign, he brought with him a daughter of a conqueror king to be kept as a concubine. Sabya saw her sitting in his chariot and became very much annoyed with her husband and said to him, O unfaithful one, "Who is that woman you are keeping at my place by your side?" He replied, "This is your daughter-in-law." Thereupon she said, smiling to her husband, "I am sterile and I have no co-wife. How can I then have a daughter-in-law?" He replied, "O queen, when you come to have a son, this girl will be available for him as a wife." His words were heard with acclamation by Vishwadevas and Pitris, whom he had been worshipping. By their grace, Sabya became pregnant and had a beautiful child. That child became famous as Vidharva. He married the girl who had been brought by his father to be the daughter-in-law. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Navamaskande Yaduvansha Anuvarnane Trayavinsho Dhyayaya. Once again, all those that are watching online, we've got a slight technical problem on the screen. The reference that you see below this photo is incorrect. We are on volume 2, Skanda 9, and moving on to chapter 24. So once again, we are on volume 2, Skanda 9, chapter 24. Atha Chaturvinsho Dhyaya. The genealogical background of Sri Krishna. Sri Shuka Uvacha. Sri Shuka said, Vidharva begot 3 sons, Kusha, Krata, and Romapada, the delight of the Vidharva family. Romapada's son was Babru, his son Kriti, his son Usika, and his son Chedi. His sons were Damagosha and others known as Chedias. Krata had a son Kunti, he Drishti, he Nivriti, he Dasarha, and he Vyoma. His son was Jimuta, his Vikrita, his Birmaratha, his Navarata, and his Dasaratha. His son was Shakuni, his son Karambi, his son Devarata, his son Devakshatra, his son Madhu, his son Kuruvasa, and his son Anu. Anu's son was Purohatra, his son Ayuz, and his son Satyavata. Satyavata had 7 sons named Bhajamana, Bhaji, Divya, Drishni, Devavrita, Andaka, and Mahabhoja. Bhajamana had by one wife Nimlochi, Kinkina, and Drishti. By another wife he had 3 sons, Satajit, Sahasrajit, Ayutajit. Great men recite the 2 following verses in praise of Devavrita and his sons Babru. On knowing them at close quarters, we find them as wonderful as the reports we heard of them from a distance. Babru is the oldest among men, Babru is the noblest among men, while Devavrita is equal to a divinity. 14,065 persons got liberated on account of these 2, Babru and Devavriti. Mahabhoja, the son of Satyavata, was also a strict follower of Dharma. The famous Bhoja sprang from his line. Vrishni had 2 sons named Sumitra and Yudajit. Of these, Yudajit has Sini and Anamitra as sons. Of Anamitra, Nimna was born. Nimna had 2 sons, Satrajit and Prasena. Anamitra had also another son named Sini, and he had a son Satyaka by name. Satyaka's son was Yuyudhana. He had Jaya as son, he Kuni, and he Yugandhara, and Anamitra had another son, Vrishni, and Anamitra had another Vrishni as son. He, Vrishni, had as sons Swapalka and Chitraratha. Swapalka had by his wife Gandhini 12 famous sons besides Akrura. These sons of Swapalka were Asanga, Sarameya, Mridhura, Mriduvit, Giri, Dharmavrida, Sukarma, Kshetrapeksha, Arimardana, Shatrugna, Gandhamada, and Pratibahu. They also had a sister, Suchira. Akrura had 2 sons, Devavan and Upadeva. Many sons beginning with Prithu and Vidurata were born to Chitraratha, all these belonging to the clan of the Vishnis. Andaka had as sons Kukura, Bhajamana Suchi, and Kambala Bharisha. Among them Kukura had Vahi as son, and he Viloma. Of Viloma was born Kapotarama, and of him Anu, having Tambura as friend. Anu's son was Andaka, he is Dundubi, he is Aridhyota, and he is Punavarsu. He had Ahuka as son and Ahuki as daughter. Ahuki's sons were, Devaka and Ugrasena. Devaka had 4 sons named Deva 1, Upadeva, Sudeva, Devavardhana. Besides, as their sisters, 7 daughters named Dritideva, Shantideva, Upadeva, Devarakshita, Devadeva, and Devaki. Vasudeva married them all. Ugrasena had 9 sons, Kamsha, Sunama, Nyagroda, Kanka, Sanku, Suhu, Rashtrapala, Shrishti, Tushtiman. Vasudeva's younger brother married the daughters of Ugrasena named Kamsa, Kamsawati, Kanka, Surubu, and Rashtrapalika. Vasudeva, Krishna's father, and Pritha. From Sura, the son of Vidurata, was born Bhajamana, from him Sini, from him Swayambhoja, and from him Hridika. He had as sons Devabahu, Satadhanus, and Kritivarma. Sura, the son of Devamiha, had as wife Marisha. He, Sura, begot by his wife Marisha 10 sons, they being Vasudeva, Devabhaga, Devashravas, Anaka, Srinijaya, Swayamaka, Kanka, Samika, Vatsaka, and Vrika. Vasudeva, at whose birth the Devas sounded their percussion instruments called Anaka and Dundubi, came to be known also as Anaka Dundubi. He was to be the vehicle for the manifestation of Hari on earth as Sri Krishna. Pritha, Shrutadeva, Shrutakirti, Shrutasravana, and Rajadi Devi were the 5 sisters of Suru's sons. Sura, the father of Pritha, allowed his friend Kunti-Bhoja to adopt Pritha as his daughter. Henceforth she came to be called Kunti. Pritha pleased the sage Durvasas very much by service, and he imparted to her the esoteric technique known as Devahuti, by which one could call the Devas to one side. And she, in order to test the efficiency of the Vidya, used it to invoke Ravi, the sun deity. She was astonished to find the sun deity immediately by her side, and she said to him, Lord, I use the Vidya only for testing. You may therefore go pardoning me. Thereupon the sun deity said, O Devi, my visit cannot go fruitless. I shall impregnate you. I shall do it without breaking your maidenhood. So saying, the deity impregnated her and went away to his celestial abode in the sky. Immediately after, a divine child looking like another son was born. Afraid of public criticism, she drifted the child down a stream. Afterwards she was married to Pandu, your truth-abiding paternal grandfather. So once again, we are on Skanda 9, chapter 24. Skanda 9, chapter 24, verse 37 in volume 2. Vridha Sarma, the king of Karusha, married Shrutadeva. Vijaya, who has been cursed by Sanaka and other Kumaras, and who had as a consequence been born as the Asura Hiranyaksha in an earlier birth, now got embodiment as Dantavaktra and Shrutadeva. Drishtaketu, the son of the Kekayas, married Shrutakirti. The king had 5 sons by her, famous as Kekayas. Jayasena begot by Raja Devi, Vinda and Anuvinda, who became kings of Avanti. Dhamagosha, the king of Chedi, married Shrutashrava. To them was born Shishupala, the circumstances of whose births have already been described. Devabhaga begot by his wife Kamsha 2 sons, Chitraketu and Brihadbala. Devasravas had by his wife Kamsavati 2 sons, Suvira and Inshuman. In the same way, Anaka had by his wife Kanka 2 sons, Satyajit and Purujit. Srinjaya begot by Rashtrapali, Vrisha, Dhurmakshana and other sons, while Shammaka begot Harikesha and Harinyaksha by Surambhumi. Vatsaka begot Vrika and others by the Apsaras named Mishrakeshi and Vrikra, had by his wife Durvakshi several sons beginning with Taksha, Pushkara and Sala. Sudami bore to Samika, Sumitra, Arjuna, Pala and others. Kanka begot Ritadama and Jaya by Karnika. Vasudeva, so once again we're in volume 2, Skanda 9, chapter 24, verse 45. So the caption you see below this image is incorrect. Skanda 9, chapter 24, verse 45. Vasudeva, the son of Sura, had as wives Devaki, Pauravi, Rohini, Bhadra, Madiri, Rochala, and Ila. He begot by Rohini the following sons: Bala, Gada, Sarana, Durmada, Vipula, Dhruva, and Krita. By Pauriva he begot 12 sons, some of them being Bhuta, Subhadra, Bhadravan, Dhurmada, and Bhadra.
Nanda, Upandana, Kritaka, Sura and others were his sons by Madira. Kaushala had only one son, Keshi, who was the delight of his family. Vasudeva had sons like Hasta and Amangada by Rojana. Uravalka by Ila. Viprista was the only son Vasudeva had by Trita Deva. Shrama and Pratisutra were the sons of Shanti Deva. 10 sons, including Kalpavarsha, were born of Upadeva, and 6 sons, beginning with Vasuhamsa and Suvamsa, were born of Shrideva. Devarakshita brought forth for Vasudeva 9 sons, beginning with Gada, and Sahadeva brought forth, begotten by him, 8 sons, beginning with Puruvishruta, as Dharma begot the 8 Vasus, and by Devaki, Vasudeva had 8 sons. The 7 sons of noble Vasudeva by Devaki were Kritiman, Susena, Bhadrasena, Riju, Sumardana, Bhadra, and Sankarsana. As the 8th son of Vasudeva and Devaki, the Supreme Hari himself appeared as the perfect incarnation, Shri Krishna. Your grandmother, Subhadra, also was born of them. Whenever there is a decline of Dharma and ascendancy of Adharma, the Supreme Lord himself bodies forth. Except his own Yoga Maya, the divine will, no other reason can be found for his incarnating, for he is the controller of Maya, the unattached, the all-pervading, and ultimate witness. O King, he whose activity is only for the blessing of the jivas, how can his birth be accounted for by karma or other factors? His sportive activity has a twofold aspect: to maintain the order of creation, sustentation, and dissolution on the one hand, and on the other hand, to redeem jivas from this cycle of worldly existence caused by himself and establish them in the bliss of their Atmanhood. In this incarnation, along with Balarama, he, the worshipful Lord Madhusudana, accomplished a task impossible even for great divinities to do. The task of relieving the earth of the onslaught and unbroken and burden of numerous asuras in the guise of kings with limitless armies. As an antidote to the spiritual blindness and the consequent sorrow and suffering of the people living in the evil age of Kali, he spread everywhere his sanctifying fame, which is a great blessing to devotees. Man overcomes the bondage of tendencies generated by karma. If he but once imbibes in his ears even a handful of the waters of the river of his holy fame, which is a veritable ambrosia to the ears of men with good instinct. The Lord delighted the whole world, including the Bhojas, Vrishnis, Andakas, Madhus, Surasenas, Dasarhas, Kauravas, Srinjayas, and Pandavas with that form of his, of which every limb has a piece of thrilling beauty, with his charming smile and looks and gracious speech, and his sportive actions, which were cast in a heroic mold. Great was the annoyance among men and women against the eyelids, which by their winking were causing obstruction to the continuous drinking of the ambrosia of his face, beautified by his shining cheeks, by his ears resplendent with fish-marked earrings, by his charming and playful smile, and by his blissful face, which thrilled one the more one looked at it, revealing his real form at birth, but next assuming the form of a human infant, he departed to Vraja from his father's place, fulfilled all the longings of the inhabitants of Vraja, destroying numerous enemies, married many wives, had several sons in them, and performed many yajnas, in which he had to worship only himself, in order to exemplify before others the Vedic way of life promulgated by himself, relieving the earth's burden of the large body of Kauravas by creating internecine conflict among themselves, and by causing the destruction of the host, or by his very looks conferring victory on Yudhishthira and revealing the supreme truth to Uddhava. He accomplished the object of his incarnation and then resumed his transcended state. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Chayasikya Mavashda Dasasya Sastyam Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Navamaskande Shri Surya Soma Vinsho Sanu Kirtane Yayu Vanshanu Kirtanam Nama Chatur Vinsho Dhyaya Iti Navamaskande Samapta Hari Om Tat Sat. Shrimad Bhagavatam Dashamaskanda Atha Pratamodhyaya, Skanda 10, Chapter 1. Announcement of the Great Advent. Parikshit's questions about Krishna and his advent. The Raja said, "You have described to me the saga of the solar and lunar dynasties and the unique histories of their kings. You have also described the line of the noble and righteous king Yadu. In that dynasty, Mahavishnu has incarnated by a part of his splendor. Please describe to us the great exploits of that incarnation. Please tell us in all detail whatever was done by the Lord, the Creator and the indweller of all that exists during his descent in the line of Yadu.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've hit a bit of a technicality now. We meant to go on to Volume 3, Skanda 10, and we can't open the electronic version of the copy now. So we're going to call it a day now and resume tomorrow morning with Volume 3, Skanda, is that right? Yeah, Volume 3, Skanda 10. We will resume tomorrow morning. So we do apologize. We were going to do Chapter 1 to 4, but we can easily cover that up tomorrow morning. So we'll start off tomorrow with the great advent of Krishna, and maybe it was meant to be that we start off with the advent of Krishna early in the morning tomorrow, and hence all these technicalities that we experience today. So I'm hoping that's a justifiable reason. So we'll bring it to close now. Thank you very much. We're fortunate we have Harini Ben here this evening, so I'm going to ask Harini Ben to come here and sound Sarve Bhavantu. We'll end the day with a prayer for the well-being of all. And I'm just going to ask Mr. Jairam, are you seeing both the cameras there, Mr. Jairam?
Yes.
Okay. Harini Ben, let's bring it all closed with a prayer for the well-being of all.
सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. May all be happy, may all be without disease, may all have well-being, and none be in misery of any sort. Om, peace, peace, and peace be everywhere. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Now we fully surrender all that has transpired this day to the one Supreme Self of all, to the Param Atman. Om Param Atmane Namah Iti. Om Tat Sat. Thank you for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock South African time, and we'll begin with the birth of the Lord Shri Krishna. Thank you. Goodbye.